Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the What If guy, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Issei becomes hiding dragon. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. The land that had once been a battlefield against the beast was now transformed by the immense power unleashed upon it. Cracks marred the ground, seemingly consuming the bodies of fallen soldiers, while blood had formed new rivers and lakes. Mountains of the dead lay scattered everywhere. At the center of this devastation stood the beast itself, Trihexa, on the verge of completing its life's work, emanating a hauntingly terrifying aura. Surrounding it were the few still standing magic circles, senjutsu, weapons, sacred gears, and runes all at the ready. Many were bruised, teetering on the brink of death. The beast roared, cracking the land beneath it, causing some to falter as they could no longer withstand the pressure. It began preparing the largest magic circle anyone present had ever seen, growing and gaining layer upon layer. This was the spell for which it was feared. Its power alone had instilled dread throughout the supernatural world. But this spell was what gave it its name. Trihexa would shatter every plane of existence with a single use of this spell. The power it was gathering would make Great Red, even with all of his and Ophus's power doubled, seem like a mere joke. Suddenly, the beast focused its attention on a crater, slowing the spell's progress. What could possibly draw the attention of the beast itself, unless it was at least at the level of Ophus or Great Red? Then, a crimson light shot out of the crater, striking the beast head-on and leaving what appeared to be its first real wound. The beast roared in response to this unknown being, the wound refusing to heal like the others had. It hurt, and it hurt a lot. Emerging from the crater was a figure clad in heavy crimson armor. Two enormous angelic wings sprouted from its back, with cherry pink, glass-like sails extending from the golden-tinted crimson wing arms. A tail twisted and turned beneath the armor's golden-clawed feet, adorned with spikes of a similar cherry pink color as the wings. Each arm and leg were covered in metallic dragon scales, stained with both the blood of enemies and allies, while golden spikes and claws adorned the exterior. Many gems, typically green, were set around each joint of the armor, shining with a power that none had witnessed from the armor's owner before. The armor was designed to resemble a dragon, molded from the remains of a dragon and infused with the soul of the same creature. However, the aura and power on display belonged to its current wearer, the Red Dragon Emperor. Beneath a dragon-like helmet, glaring through the small pink eye slits, were two determined and angry orange eyes, the eyes of Issei. He gracefully ascended, stopping only when he reached eye level with Trihexa. His aura began to radiate, slowly clawing its way up to match that of the beast. It was furious at his challenge, even more so when it noticed his lack of attention to it. He was searching the battlefield, hoping to see his one true love one last time. 5 hours before the seal on Trihexa would break, Issei had gathered everyone but Rias to meet him in the ORC. They were slightly confused about why he had only asked for them. As they entered and took their seats, Issei began to speak. "I want you all to know that I love each and every one of you dearly, and I would never hurt you on purpose, not without a really good reason at least." His voice was neither cheerful nor sad, just forced. He turned to look at each of them, his eyes moving over every face. "I have a plan to kill Trihexa. If Surzex's plan doesn't work, then I will use my plan instead." He attempted to smile, but they could all see that he was far from happy about it. The fear of death flickered vividly in his eyes. Kiba, on behalf of the others, dared to ask, "What will you do if you have to use this plan of yours?" He tried to hide his own fear, but it was evident. The response that followed was met with a heavy silence. A sad smile formed on Issei's face as he watched his friend, frightened by the future. "I am going to use the Longinus Smasher and give everything I have to kill it, even if it costs me my life." He held his head high, yet there was no joy in his declaration, nor was there any shame. The room fell silent until Asia marched over and, in a move no one had expected, slapped him. He was visibly confused by Asia's sudden action, her face drenched in tears. Issei looked around to see everyone else crying as well. Gasper had fainted at the mere thought, while Irina and Zenobia stood frozen, their expressions mirroring the shock of losing a god. Akino shook with anger, tears streaming down her face. Issei thought to himself, even when she cries, she is still so beautiful. Kaneko began to breathe rapidly, terrified of losing him like her sister had. Kiba fell to his knees, then to the ground, not wanting his best friend to sacrifice himself for their sake. Asia eventually fainted, having held in her emotions for so long. Rosweiss stood there, appearing composed on the outside, but inside, she was crying like a little girl. Issei chose to remain silent, knowing that any further words would only make it harder for him to follow through with his plan. As he began to overpower Trihexa's aura with his own, Rias felt a surge of pride and love for Issei, realizing he was even stronger than the strongest being in existence. Issei, I love you more and more each time I see you go beyond your limits, she thought, but then noticed her friend's sad expressions at the sight of the man who had helped them all come together as a family. Suddenly, it clicked for her as she looked back at Issei, wondering where all this raw power was coming from. How could he be this strong so suddenly unless— No, 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 you can't do that, Issei, Rias exclaimed as she began to run toward the two beings. However, she was tackled by Akino and Kiba, her oldest friends, who were nearly as hurt as she was. They held her back. I'm sorry, Rias. He said we couldn't tell you. We wanted to, but he would be sad to know. He didn't want you to suffer. He wanted to help you think clearly until there was no other choice. They all spoke over each other, incoherent and emotional, but Rosweiss managed to sum up their meaning. Why? Rias asked slowly, her hair covering her eyes as tears fell onto her skirt. No one could bring themselves to respond, as they didn't know how to explain what was going through his mind. Her aura began to leak, exploding into a massive crimson-red sphere where only she and Issei could remain, reminiscent of the time he nearly died in her hands after being bitten by Fenrir. Issei felt her power. A small tear escaped from his helmet, and the gem on his left arm began to glow. Issei Hayadu. My friend, you and I have had quite a journey together. You have ruined my image but rebuilt it better than before. You have accomplished what some would deem impossible. I was never good at these things, but I am proud of you and happy to spend the rest of our lives together inside this gear. Everything is ready, you only have to do one thing. And we can finally have peace, Drake said, his voice strong as he prepared to lose his best friend, his greatest host, the one destined to defeat Trihexa. I liked our time together too, but now I will do what only an idiot like me can do and press the big red button. See you inside the gear. I enjoyed the time we spent, Drake. He paused, trying to catch his breath. This was much harder than he had anticipated. But he would do this for them, and he would never change the life he had. I am Issei Haidu, the Red Dragon Emperor, and the pawn of Rias Gremory, and I vow to become the strongest pawn ever. Dragon of Domination Longinus Smasher. The crimson energy enveloped everything and everyone. It didn't hurt, but a faint roar of pain could be heard. The crimson aura soon retracted, revealing the now empty land and sky. The clouds had been pushed away, leaving an open field where a giant lay on the ground, slowly turning to ash. But what shocked everyone was the pink orb flying in the sky. It cracked and completely broke apart, turning to dust-like fragments that were carried away by the wind. There was silence for a few moments before people began cheering and roaring in happiness. They danced and jumped, celebrating, until a loud cry pierced the air. All eyes turned to Rias, who was unleashing her power in a rampage. Her anger and sadness made her snap, and the joyous celebration around her only fueled her turmoil. The ground trembled as waves of destruction magic radiated out, injuring those who stood too close. Say, come back to me, say, she cried, her power becoming more violent. She was stopped by her brother, who held her closely, unsure of what to say but knowing he could only do this much for now. I'm sorry, Rias, he sacrificed himself for us. He did it for you. His embrace helped soothe her heart. Her powers and mind could take no more. She fell unconscious, remembering only the face of her beloved Issei as everything faded to black. Unknown time and place. A giant red dragon gazed at a colorless orb when suddenly, figures dressed in white robes appeared beside him, 2 of them wearing their own clothes. They all understood why they were there. This happened every other century when another red dragon emperor died, joining the others inside the gear as mere copies of their former selves. Drake observed the orb as it began to gain color, images swirling around it too quickly to discern, but most featured a red-haired figure, Rias and Issei together. The orb soon took the shape of a boy with spiky brown hair, a goofy yet kind face, and wearing a school uniform. Drake felt relieved that his sanity remained intact. The curse of the Juggernaut Drive hadn't claimed him as it had many before. The boy stood on the ground, eyes closed. When he opened them, a massive wave of power struck the group of hooded figures, sending them flying. Drake and the 2 other sane past hosts managed to stand, though they were pushed back a few meters. Drake was impressed and then sensed something that shouldn't be possible entering this space. His instincts told him it was coming from Issei, who was not supposed to be there. Why does the gear reject him? He is a host, he was the host. Issei, come here. Drake called out, not out of anger but feeling the need to assert control over his space. His host had died before the Longinus Smasher had ended, yet he had somehow retained a part of that power, making Issei as strong as Great Red. Issei moved toward him, visibly trying to keep his composure and not cry. Issei, welcome to your new home, Drake began, but Issei's eyes only grew sadder. What I would like to say, if the gear weren't trying to push you out right now, Drake continued, watching as Issei's glimmer of hope turned to despair, fearing he might be sent to a dark void instead. So I'm going to be kicked out of the boosted gear, why? Didn't I do everything right? Why can't a guy just enjoy his afterlife in peace? Issei lamented, feeling as though the world was determined to keep him from happiness, even in death. Drake chuckled softly, which soon erupted into loud laughter. Issei, you must forgive my sudden laughter, but no one is taking away your afterlife. Rather, the gear is trying to release you from this somewhat comfortable prison, as you possess things within you that aren't typically part of the gear. You have Ascalane and a part of the divine dividing inside you, and the power to match Great Red. Therefore, you have been deemed a piece fused into the gear, not a host, Drake spoke with great joy. His best host had been given a chance he always wanted for himself. You have been given a chance to start over and live a new life, and the best part is, you'll be a semi-reincarnation of me. Drake roared proudly, his joy radiating from him. His strongest host, the one he was proudest of, had been granted a new life by the same force that had taken it away. Issei looked up at Drake with tears in his eyes, a small smile beginning to form. You get to go back. I'll get to go back to Rias, he exclaimed happily, tears streaming down his cheeks. He gazed at Drake with joy, happiness, and hope for a future with Rias. So, Issei, this will be where we part, maybe forever or maybe for a few decades. But I will try to meet you again with my next host. It's starting soon. Is there anything left to say to me, old friend? Drake asked, a smile forming on his face. I will. I'll see you soon, or I'll come find you, you old lizard. I'll show you how to be a real dragon, he declared, reaching his left hand out to Drake, forming a fist. Drake chuckled deeply, responding by bumping his fist with his right hand's index claw. As Issei began to vanish from sight, green and pink dust swirled around him. He sent Drake one last smile before disappearing completely. Just show them all how to be a dragon. A real dragon, like the one you always were, my friend. The familiar forest was a unique dimension primarily utilized by the Devil faction. However, following the formation of an alliance, it was decided to open its doors to other members. This meant that Zatuji, the familiar master, had to train new familiar masters to manage the influx of visitors without overwhelming himself. Things had been going relatively well, none of the new recruits had made any significant mistakes. There was one close call involving a Hydra and Tiamat, but aside from that, everything was manageable. The familiars had not drastically changed their behavior, they had become somewhat friendly towards devils, angels, fallen angels, and other species. It seemed as if they longed to leave the gloomy forest, which was understandable given its bleak appearance and the two major threats that lurked within. Today marked one of the weekly events where individuals could come to the forest to acquire a familiar. A whitish light circle, adorned with runes and symbols of the Gremry clan, began to form. Emerging from it was a group of 10 girls, all dressed in similar long-sleeved black blouses and skin-tight black pants. Their footwear appeared to be ordinary, but what set them apart was the iconic crimson-red rose, symbolizing their service to the Gremry clan. Among the group, 2 girls stood out with their pearly white hair and distinctive ears. These were 2 yokai who had been reincarnated as devils through the Evil Pieces system. The first was Nene Haji, a young girl who had lived most of her life without much knowledge of the supernatural until her late teens when she was approached by her future king. The second was Kaneko Tuju, a more mature version of her queen, who had begun to undergo a supernatural growth spurt, making her resemble her older sister and former king. Kaneko served as one of the peerage owners guarding Rias Gremry, the head of the Gremry clan. Months had passed since Rias lost her beloved, the one she had hoped to mate with. She and her former peerage had achieved the rank of high-class devils. Some members, including Kiba, Asia, and Akon, chose to remain with their king as her servants, while Kaneko, Rosweiss, Zenobia, and Gasper became their own kings. They all pledged loyalty to Rias, not as servants but as her guards, swearing an oath to serve the Gremry clan as kings under her leadership. Each of them formed a peerage suited to their new roles and trained them to become a formidable fighting force. Kaneko's peerage had been dispatched by the Archduchess to investigate a significant migration occurring in the familiar forest. Many familiars had begun to appear, while others were moving away from specific areas, particularly the territory of Tiamat, the Chaos Karma Dragon King, the Hydra, and a new dragon. The first 2 had long inhabited the forest, and the familiars had grown accustomed to them. However, the new dragon had caused many to flee from their homes, as it had scorched the land near its den. What truly concerned the familiar masters who initiated the request was that this dragon was the only one in the forest that did not communicate, or rather, could not communicate. They had managed to approach it once while it was patrolling its territory, but it either could not speak or chose to ignore them. This dragon had already burned an area twice the size of Tokyo, making it the sole inhabitant of that land. It was deemed a potential threat, especially if individuals of ultimate class and above engaged with it and it reacted aggressively. Kaneko and her peerage had been tasked with attempting to communicate with this dragon to determine if it was truly incapable of speech. If it could speak, they might persuade it to relocate to the dragon territory or at least cease its destruction of the forest. If it turned out that it could not communicate, they might have to find a way to control it. If the dragon perceived them as prey or a threat, they might have to take drastic measures, a prospect that the familiar masters were not keen on, but one they were prepared to accept if necessary. Kaneko addressed her team, stating, "We have received our orders from Lady Gremry. We will split into 2 teams. One will operate on the ground while the other will take to the skies. We will have communication devices in our ears to share information about its location and actions." Her voice was more mature than before, infused with energy that made her more approachable. She enjoyed this newfound demeanor. It felt good to be like this. The team nodded in understanding, recalling their briefing before departing from the Gremry estate. The 2 rookies, knights, and 1 pawn grouped together and began their trek into the woods, heading toward the source of one of the 2 strong draconic energies they sensed. While Kaneko, her queen, 1 bishop, and 2 remaining pawns spread their wings and began flying over the trees toward the source of the strong draconic energy, Kaneko suddenly felt a familiar yet unsettling energy strike her. It was powerful and intimidating, making her feel like prey approaching a predator. Her group also sensed this energy and shared in her unease, but Kaneko was more focused on why this energy felt both familiar and completely alien to her. It reminded her of 2 things left behind by Issei: a Sklone, the Dragon Slayer, which she wished she could use right now, and the gauntlet version of Divine Dividing that Issei had taken from Valle in their first fight, costing him decades of his life in exchange for that power. These artifacts had been found in the 7th level of heaven while Lord Michael was repairing the damage done there. They had appeared out of nowhere, emitting a strong energy that was dangerous to almost anyone, supernatural or not. The last reminders of Issei's younger days had become terrifying artifacts that could potentially kill a Satan-class being. Rias had accepted them as reminders of a loved one and placed them in her office behind magical seals, as they were unsettling to be near for long periods, unlike Rias, who seemed unaffected. The energy of the artifacts was similar to Issei's, mixed with demonic power, draconic power, and Trihexa's corruption. Kenneo wondered why this energy felt so familiar. Was it because it was draconic, or was it tied to a dragon that had been too close to Trihexa and absorbed some of its energy while in its egg? Confused, Kenneo had been ignoring her queen's calls for the last 12 minutes. Nene, growing tired of calling, finally shouted, "Kenneo!" When Kenneo looked back, Nene sighed in relief. "I was just saying that 12 minutes ago, the group found the first source of draconic energy. They realized it was Tiamat's cave and are now on their way toward us. I wanted to ask if we should land for now, as Hani and May have located the area where we think the dragon lives." Kenneo considered this. Landing would give her a moment to feel the energy more clearly. She agreed to her queen's plan and landed on the dark green undergrowth of the forest. Pouring some of her senjutsu into her senses, she tried to get a better grasp of the energy, and Nene decided to do the same, hoping to track the other group and regroup with them. Kenneo felt the dragon's energy as well, but nothing about it made her overly worried. Perhaps Kenneo was just having an off day, she thought, deciding to stop sensing and sit down to rest. However, Kenneo began to sense more and more elements that made her wonder why this energy felt familiar. She felt the strong will, the negative emotions, and the aura of the dragon much more deeply, creating a connection that puzzled her. Why did she feel like she knew this dragon? Perhaps it was the child of a dragon she had fought alongside during the battle against the beast? No, that seemed unlikely. The only dragons present had mostly been evil ones, destroyed by the combined forces of Great Red and the two heavenly dragons. Other than them, there were Tanin, Yulong, Tiamat, Vitra, and Fafnir, but those she had seen had either been killed or had succumbed to Dragon's Fall, a sickness that afflicted dragons after losing a mate or being betrayed. As she continued to sense the energy, she noticed another type of energy within the draconic energy and corruption, almost shielding this strand of energy. She focused harder, feeling as though hours passed, though it had only been 5 minutes. She could almost feel it, almost see it and understand it. But when she finally got through, what she saw was not what she expected. 2 golden slits were looking back at her, peering into her energy and her soul. It felt as if she were being watched by a predator, one that she had inadvertently revealed her presence to. Suddenly, Kenneo opened her eyes, looking toward her group with a worried expression, fearing she may have just doomed them. The other group had regrouped with them, which she was grateful for, especially now that a dragon was likely on its way, possibly to confront her for looking at something she shouldn't have. "Everyone get ready. The dragon may have sensed our presence and is probably on its way," Kenneo warned, and her group instinctively prepared for the potential battle ahead. Magic circles, senjutsu, and weapons were all readied. Kenneo was the first to feel the dragon's aura approaching, followed by Nene and soon the rest of the peerage. Everyone was prepared for almost anything, though 2 of the younger pawns were visibly scared, haunted by past trauma after the evil dragon Risavim unleashed chaos upon the supernatural world, resulting in their families being killed by a dragon, one that Kenneo had ultimately defeated, which was part of the reason they had chosen to join her peerage. They soon heard the sound of wing flaps growing closer, followed by a roar. Though it lacked depth, it was still a dragon's roar, a primal way for it to communicate in one of the most ancient forms. It was a roar that promised a fight, as Kenneo and Nene had unknowingly entered the territory of a dragon. They had spread their powers, which the dragon saw as a challenge to its domain and rule. As a dragon, it could not tolerate this affront to its pride. Soon, the form of a western crimson dragon appeared, its body stretching nearly 20 meters long, with a wingspan that seemed to reach almost 60 meters. Its head bore 2 golden slits that radiated anger, flanked by 2 golden horns behind its eyes. A green, wave-like mane cascaded down the middle of its head and along its body. The dragon roared again, this time louder, revealing a mouth that opened wide, its upper and lower jaws moving a meter apart. Hovering above them, its eyes shone with a powerful golden aura that felt like a piercing light to all the girls, burning them with its intensity. They were in serious trouble. Any wrong move could cost them their lives. This dragon was clearly a threat, its gaze capable of inflicting harm as if it were a weapon. It could easily defeat them if they were in smaller groups, and now, with them all together, it could certainly kill them. Its gaze shifted from person to person until it settled on Yuno, one of Kaneko's peers. The dragon stared at her intently, as if contemplating something. Yuno was clearly frightened. The mere thought of moving could spell her doom. The dragon's gaze shifted again to the two yokai, this time examining them rather than merely staring. Kaneko thought, "It feels me as it looks into my energy. Maybe it's trying to figure out which one of us did that." She began to calm herself, moving her hand over her heart, gathering the courage to speak. "We mean you no harm, we only want to talk," she yelled, her voice trembling slightly. At the sound of her voice, the dragon immediately turned its full attention to her and landed in front of them, shaking the ground and causing 3 members of her peerage to fall to the ground, their knees giving out beneath them. Now only a few meters away, Kaneko and the dragon engaged in a silent stare down, neither backing down. The dragon's eyes seemed to grow larger as it continued to look at Kaneko, while her eyes narrowed, resembling a cat's gaze. Their auras began to emanate instinctively, each trying to make the other yield. The dragon slowly moved its head forward, its eyes softening, prompting Kaneko to lower her guard slightly. She prepared to speak again, sensing that the dragon was waiting for her to initiate the conversation. Taking a moment to calm herself, she said, "I am Kaneko, a knight in the service of Lady Rias Gremory, Archduchess of the territory of Gremory. I have come to talk with you and to understand why you have been burning down the familiar forest and scaring off the familiars who lived here before." She paused, waiting for the dragon to respond or at least attempt to communicate. However, the dragon reared its head back slightly and opened its mouth, releasing a small burst of fire between its teeth. A light green glow began to emanate from its neck, moving toward its mouth. In that split second, Kaneko and her peerage braced themselves for their first real fight after a long period of peace. They were about to face a dragon. "I really wish I had stayed back to eat my sweets now," Kaneko thought as she assumed her fighting stance. There could be no mistakes now, not against a foe like this one. "Everyone get ready, this is going to get rough," Kaneko shouted as the battle began. Kaneko's peerage had begun activating their defense magic as the dragon in front of them prepared a breath attack. They could feel the intense heat building up, and they noticed the dragon's neck stretching out, revealing a lighter pink color at its base, while a dark green hue crept toward its mouth. This fire was unlike any they had encountered before. Typically, flames remained in the red and orange spectrum, aside from foxfire and a few others. As the dragon unleashed dark green flames from its mouth, Kaneko and her team dodged in different directions. The queen and bishop pieces soared into the air, their wings spreading wide. Kaneko remained grounded, flanked by her 2 knights, swords at the ready. She took mental notes of her opponent's powers and gathered useful information while formulating a strategy to counter the attack or, at the very least, escape. "Linda Maya, flank it from the left side, while Nene and May support you with magic," Kaneko commanded. Her teammates nodded and sprang into action, with her knights swiftly moving to the dragon's side as Nene and May unleashed a barrage of combined magical and senjutsu attacks. Kaneko glanced at her remaining peerage and noticed one of her rooks shielding a newer member who had been too frightened to move. The rook took the brunt of the attack, her clothes torn and skin burned. She collapsed, while the pawn she had saved knelt beside her, chanting a healing spell. Mia, Kate, and Hina move in to attack from the front and circle around to minimize potential damage to us all. "Hold nothing back," Kaneko ordered again. Her teammates nodded and charged forward to confront their opponent. Kaneko took a moment to assess the situation. Her 2 knights had managed to leave small dents in both their swords and the dragon's scales, while the aerial support from her queen and bishop had only managed to fire 2 shots of magic before having to dodge another green fireball or the dragon's swinging tail. The rook and pawn combination had made a more significant impact, as they discovered the dragon's weakest defense was the lighter pink scales covering the inner side of its body. They struck a few times there, forcing the dragon to focus on its defense rather than offense. It lowered its wings as if to shield itself, but then suddenly flared them out, creating a powerful gust of wind that pushed Kaneko's peerage back by at least 15 meters, if not more. Even the two in the air were affected. Kenneo had to dig her feet into the ground to avoid being swept away. The dragon stood there, showing signs of damage around its stomach, neck, and front legs. Then, it began emitting a green light from its body, as its scales appeared to repair themselves or regrow. As the light faded, they saw its body fully healed, though its aura had diminished slightly, indicating that using this healing light had drained a significant amount of its power. Kenneo noticed something peculiar. This light resembled her friend Asia Argento's sacred gear, Twilight Healing, which emitted a green light that healed any injury, regardless of race. Is this one of Risavim's dragon experiments? Did he give it the ability of Twilight Healing? Kenneo pondered. Her thoughts were interrupted by an incredibly strong punch to her stomach. The dragon had targeted her, the only standing enemy and the leader of the group. Dragons were beings of power, pride, and wisdom. They were feared not only for their strength but also for their ability to make wise choices in combat. They were truly the apex predators of the world, which explained why the two strongest beings were dragons. Kenneo was sent flying through about 100 trees, either piercing them or breaking them in half. She crashed into a rock formation, creating a meter-deep dent, lying there for a few moments until she took a deep, rough breath and looked toward the dragon, which was now flying straight at her, with her peerage hot on its tail. They fired magic and senjutsu ball at it, but it shrugged them off, having chosen to focus solely on Kenneo for some reason. Kenneo had an idea of why it might be targeting her, but that reason seemed too trivial for a dragon to attack her. Dragons were beings of pride, often eager to showcase their power. However, this one was not flaunting its strength but simply emitting an aura like any other race. Yet, as she tried to examine its power more closely, it became angry. This confused her and intensified her fear. This dragon was not normal and was clearly powerful. If she didn't act soon, this could be the end. Her body was still weak from the earlier blow, and she could barely move, trapped in the hard rock. Fear began to set in as the dragon grew larger, closing in on her amid explosions and magic behind it. Here she was, a so-called high-class devil with the power of an ultimate class when she went all out, yet she couldn't even lead her peerage to victory against the first high-level enemy they faced. Even with the standard and effective orders she had given, one swift action from the dragon had turned the tide against her entire peerage. How could she have been so blind to her enemy's resourcefulness and quick thinking? What would he do? What would Issei do? Kenneo thought solemnly, recalling the last time she had considered him. As his name crossed her mind, an old memory of her and Issei together began to play in her thoughts. So this is what humans call your life flashing before your eyes? She mused as the memory took over her vision. It was a brief memory of him, but it was a sweet and kind one of the few times he acted like more than a mischievous boy. They were only talking about trivial things, but for her, it was significant. It was one of the rare moments she was alone with him, where he wasn't wearing that familiar grin. She had come to miss those moments, as now when people looked at her with that same expression, it made her feel uncomfortable. It made her regret calling Issei a pervert when he was really just a boy who couldn't help but be honest about his feelings. Her vision returned as an old line of his echoed in her mind, giving her strength. "I will always protect you. You are a part of my family," his inner voice reassured her, his trademark determination shining through. "For Issei. I must live for Issei. I must protect myself, now that he is no longer here," she shouted, as if someone might hear her, but it was really a declaration to herself. As she spoke those words, her pain and fatigue faded, replaced by a fierce drive to defeat the dragon and return home. She broke free from the rock that had trapped her, landing on the ground and taking a battle stance, ready for the impending attack. She powered up as much as possible, her fists glowing with blue energy as small blue orbs began to form behind her. The dragon slowed down, its neck glowing with the same dark green light as before, preparing for a much stronger breath attack than the first. It hovered above her, too close for her peerage to intervene. It opened its mouth, and green flames erupted toward Kenneo. In response, she sent her orbs of energy to counter the flames, creating a spinning barrier in front of her. In the center of the circle, a blue beam of energy shot forth to meet the flames. A battle of power commenced between the dragon's flames and her beam of senjutsu. The two attacks were at a standstill, barely moving, then shifting back slightly. Kenneo sensed that she could overpower her opponent's attack if only she could power up more. She was slowly gaining strength, but the dragon was also releasing more of its power. It felt as if she was gradually filling up her energy while the dragon was already at full capacity, simply countering her efforts. This stalemate continued until suddenly, the dragon was struck by a giant ball of energy fired by Nene. The attack broke its focus, giving Kenneo the opportunity to push her beam forward with full force. The dragon, still trying to regain its composure, was caught off guard as Kenneo's beam struck it squarely in the head. It fell, crashing to the ground with a massive thud. For the next few moments, the dragon was out of action, and Kenneo immediately began powering up again, knowing she didn't have time to shout new orders. "I just need more power, then I can defeat this giant lizard," she mentally urged herself. Her peerage arrived at the scene, witnessing their king powering up while the dragon slowly regained its footing. They exchanged glances, silently agreeing on a plan, and began to attack the dragon in unison to keep it down longer, allowing Kenneo the time she needed. As the dragon's body was slashed, hit, and bombarded, its stamina and defenses began to wear down. Its scales started to break and get pierced by the relentless attacks. It emitted a green aura around its body again, further draining its stamina and magical reserves. The scales were the only thing keeping it from serious injury, and it needed them to hold out a bit longer. Meanwhile, Kenneo finally felt she had gathered enough power to launch a massive attack against her opponent. The damage and constant assaults had begun to take their toll on the dragon, and it was struggling to heal itself due to its exhaustion. She summoned even more energy orbs, making them spin rapidly in front of her, forming a much stronger circle than before. With determination, she fired off the energy beam again, hitting the dragon directly. It roared in pain as the beam penetrated its body, gravely injuring it. The dragon's roars of agony soon subsided as it fell unconscious. Kenneo ceased powering the beam, revealing a significant wound on the dragon's side. She had penetrated its body by at least a meter, damaging many of the scales surrounding the injury. Blood began to pool around the wound. "Oh no! I didn't mean to hurt it," Kenneo thought frantically as she rushed toward the dragon, calling for her teammate with the highest affinity for healing spells. Why wasn't she a bishop? Kenneo wished for a bishop who could cast multiple spells at once for extended periods, like Rosweiss. They began using any healing magic they knew, trying to seal the wound and stop the bleeding. It was quite challenging. Kenneo was surprised by how many blood vessels a dragon had and how deep its body truly was. Not the time, Kenneo, focus on saving its life. She mentally chastised herself and got to work. For the next few minutes, every wrong move could mean the difference between life and death for the dragon. They had come to find it and, if hostile, to subdue it, but not to kill it unless absolutely necessary. Kenneo's knights attempted to heat the tips of their swords and apply them to the exposed blood vessels, which worked, albeit with some painful grunts from the dragon. But the real issue was the massive hole in its stomach. "Kenneo, it should be okay now. It's no longer in immediate danger, but we need to clean its wound or it will get infected or worse. Should I call Lady Gremory for support?" Nene asked, placing a hand on her king's shoulder in an attempt to calm her down. Kenneo felt uncertain about what to do. She thought to herself, maybe Asia? No, she would only be able to heal the blood vessels, but not a wound this severe. Who else could help? Kenneo had phoenix tears, but those could only heal scratches and small wounds. Why were they in such high demand when they were no better than a simple healing spell? What else could heal it? She pondered. I can think about this later. As Nene said, it should be in a more stable condition than before. Kenneo sat down on the ground, continuing to brainstorm. Suddenly, an idea popped into her head, but she questioned its wisdom. Nay, what if I formed a familiar contract with it? It would be healed as soon as I do, but I'm not sure if I should, Kenneo suggested. Nay looked at her, puzzled as to why she hadn't mentioned using one of her pieces on it. Why not make it one of your servants? It would save its life, and you would gain a very strong servant. It's a win-win, Nay replied. She had not been one of those who became a servant after death, so she didn't fully grasp the risks involved in gaining servants this way. No, I won't reincarnate it as a devil. Besides, I don't think I could even if I wanted to. It has power that could rival a dragon king's one day, which would cost me all my pawn pieces, with at least half needing to be mutated. Plus, as a king, I am not strong enough for a servant of its power, Kenneo explained, shame evident in her voice. She would have liked it in her peerage, but that would mean forcing it into a different life without its consent. Kenneo wanted to keep thinking about this, but she was interrupted as massive draconic energy suddenly spread behind her. Her entire peerage fell back into a combat stance, ready to confront the clearly powerful dragon that stood behind their king. Sensing the power more closely, Kenneo immediately calmed down. She recognized who it was and knew she wouldn't stand a chance, at least not right now. She turned to see a tall woman with light blue hair adorned with small golden strings. The woman was strikingly beautiful, with a figure that many would envy, certainly ranking among the top 10 most attractive supernatural beings. Her dress revealed just enough skin to tease, and her smile could melt anyone who looked at her. But it was her multicolored eyes that held true beauty, shifting between colors every second. When she spoke, her voice made nearly all of Kenneo's peerage weak in the knees. Hello there, ladies. Lovely weather today, isn't it? Her voice was so smooth that it could charm anyone with a single word. However, Nay was unfazed by her divine beauty or honeyed voice, as she was asexual and found it pointless. Who are you? Step away from our king right now, she commanded. Kenneo felt a pang of sympathy for Nay, who didn't realize who she was confronting. This is too good, I won't even try to stop her. Good luck, Nay, Kenneo thought with a smirk as her queen continued to question the blue-haired beauty. Why are you here? Can't you see this is a devil affair? She asked, earning a small giggle from the blue-haired woman, who raised her arms in a peaceful gesture, attempting to calm the queen. I am here to see what the noise was, as you are in my territory and preventing me from sleeping, she said, moving closer to Kenneo and gently placing a hand on her head, petting her. She turned back to the queen and continued, As for who I am Tiamat, the Chaos Karma Dragon. The strongest dragon king, and also an old war friend of Miss Tuju here. The queen's expression shifted to fear, while the other members of the peerage remained entranced by Tiamat's beauty, not fully listening to her words. It seems I have scared her. How amusing you devils can be sometimes. But may I ask why you are fighting the Red Dragon Emperor, Miss Tuju? I thought you were friends. Kenneo looked up at her, shock evident on her face. She could barely speak when her next words came out. Who did you say we were fighting? Her voice trembled. If this was one of Tiamat's bad jokes, it was in very poor taste. No one made fun of Kenneo's mate. Issei, of course. Couldn't you tell? Well, I have been hiding him here for his own sake. Sorry about that, but I just couldn't tell anyone he was still alive, not while he is like this. I hope you understand, it was for his safety, I assure you, Tiamat explained, genuinely remorseful about keeping him hidden from the world, but she had done it for a good reason. Kenneo focused on the dragon, trying to sense if it really was him. She noticed that he had sealed his most recognizable energy away, ready to attack anyone who tried to uncover it. But why would he want to hide it? Why not let people see it? Unless... Kenneo looked up at Tiamat again, something clicking in her mind. He can't remember anything, can he? She hoped Tiamat would respond with something reassuring, like, he can, but just attacks people as he is rather unstable right now. But instead, Tiamat nodded. Kenneo turned back to the dragon in front of her, realizing that this dragon, whom she had almost killed, was the love of her life and that of most of her old peerage too. She had hurt Issei in the worst way, especially since he had an almost PTSD-like condition when it came to women showing him love. What have I done? Kenneo thought as she slowly approached the heavily breathing dragon. She placed a hand on his face and began to cry, both in joy and sadness. Issei. An hour after the fight, Kenneo and her peerage stood outside a tall mountain, its entrance resembling a cave. Kenneo stared directly at the cave, each second feeling like hours, each minute like days, and the past hour seemed infinite. Her red, puffy cheeks were still wet with tears that rolled down her face every few seconds. She felt a whirlwind of emotions, some happy, others sad, filled with despair, self-hate, and the fear of losing him again. This was not the same Issei, but if maybe even a slight memory of her remained. Kenneo. Kenneo was pulled from her thoughts by Nene's voice. She looked up, her eyes dull and lacking their usual glint, clouded by grief. Nene, noticing she had Kenneo's attention, moved closer and began to speak, though Kenneo barely registered her presence. How do you know this dragon, this Issei person? Nene asked, her voice a mix of concern and seriousness, seeking more information about the problem they faced. Kenneo looked up again, her sadness more visible than before. Her voice was weak yet filled with emotion. I don't want to talk about it, she said, turning back toward the cave. Nene wasn't finished. She wanted to know about the person who had clearly made her king very sad. If he made Kenneo sad, then why wouldn't she talk about him? Did he do something to her? Nene's concern began to morph into curiosity. Are you sure? You seem very focused on him. Was he someone from the battle against 666? Nene tried to move a little closer, wanting Kenneo to feel her support. Kenneo continued to stare at the cave, not turning or showing any interest in Nene's proximity. He was. Or is, I don't know anymore. Kenneo spoke, her broken voice becoming clearer. Nene thought to herself, she sounds numb, yet like she wants to cry. I don't understand. I understand. There are things you might not want to or can't explain, but know that we will do anything to help you. Nene stood beside Kenneo. Kenneo gave her a slight gaze, offering a small yet grateful smile. Seeing this, Nene felt less worried about Kenneo and turned to the others, who were watching with concern in their eyes. They felt guilty for becoming distracted after seeing Tiamat, not realizing their king's turmoil. But with Nene's reassuring look, they relaxed a little. He was my mate. He was a member of my old peerage. He was the pawn. That piece was always at the front, and so was. Kenneo paused, took a deep breath, and continued. He would always be the first to run into danger if a friend was in trouble. This almost cost him his life many times. Until he could no longer. New tears rolled down her cheeks. She felt she had to tell them. She owed them that much after all their years together. Nene wrapped her arms around Kenneo, hugging her tightly. It's okay. We are just worried for your sake. I was a bit curious about him, but I see now I shouldn't have asked like that. Can you forgive me? She patted Kenneo lightly on the back, feeling her chest and stomach becoming wet from Kenneo's tears. Kenneo nodded lightly, returning the hug. She needed to let it out, and now was the time. Her eyes became a waterfall of tears as she started to sob lightly, hugging Nene back more tightly, afraid to let her see her face. Nene continued to pat her lightly on the back as her cries echoed around them. Small familiars, birds, cats, fairies, and an Amazon watched the scene. This moment lasted for quite some time, with many of the familiars leaving as soon as it ended, while others returned to the wilds. After all, this was Tiamat's territory, but they might have come to check on the commotion, sensing two draconic energies inside the cave. Meanwhile, inside Tiamat's cave, she stood next to Issei's unconscious dragon body. The wound had sealed, leaving a scar that was not pretty. They really did a number on you, didn't they? Thank Ophis that I put those power seals on you, or they would not be alive. Tiamat spoke, moving closer to his body and placing a hand on his wound. She could feel his heart rate slowing, and he had developed a high temperature, likely to counter any bacteria that had entered his body. Suddenly, she felt as if she were being observed, but the sensation disappeared as quickly as it came. She looked at Issei's massive body, a smirk forming on her face. She began poking his wound, watching him squirm with each poke. You know, you were never that good at silently observing without me noticing, so just open your eyes already, Issei dear, she ordered him, much like a mother would when her son wouldn't wake up in the morning. He began to move his neck toward her, his tail wrapping around Tiamat in a more dragon-like hug. His eyes slowly opened, golden orbs with a green slit looking into Tiamat's chaotic, colorful ones. She placed a hand on his head, gently caressing him. His enjoyment of the gesture made him growl in appreciation. Oh, look at you, you big scary dragon. You always act so undragon-like whenever I scratch you, she teased, giggling at his adorable reactions. She looked towards him, and he looked back at her, both knowing that this next part had to be discussed. Tiamat asked if he wanted to be her familiar, receiving a nod from Issei, prompting her to continue. She acknowledged his desire to be her familiar, understanding that it stemmed from the fact that she had defeated him, but reminded him that he could not leave this place. Issei nodded again in agreement. No one can know about you being alive, even though most of the supernatural believe that you have just retired after using that power. God, why did Drake not talk you out of it? Tiamat said, placing her hand gently on his head. She pondered how to explain this to the group of devils outside. What could she do? What would be the right choice? Why couldn't I just let him be when I found him? Did I really want a hatchling that badly? She thought, her forehead creasing with the stress she was feeling. Seeing his mother worry, Issei began to nuzzle her with his snout, which seemed to help as she let out a more relaxed breath. Well, I guess this was going to happen someday. I can't hide you away forever, especially when you start burning down the familiar forest, she said. This made Issei pull his head away from her, feeling the fear that only a child could feel towards their parents. I will punish you later, but for now, let's go meet these devils, she stated as she stepped out of Issei's embrace. She walked a few meters away and then added, You better behave yourself this time or else. Soon, Issei was on his feet, moving behind his mother, whimpering quietly at the thought of her anger unleashed upon him. The last time that happened, he had to grow back one of his horns after eating her food and being hit with a chaotic fist from an angry Tiamat. It was an important and painful lesson: never steal a dragoness's food. Outside, Kenneo was finally feeling better. The hug from Nene had helped, and she was now ready. Her worries were still present, but she felt better prepared to deal with this. For Issei, for his sake. Kenneo told herself. She had to face her past, or rather a shadow of her past. She felt goosebumps as she sensed two draconic auras emerging from the cave, specifically Issei's. Now that she looked closer, she could tell it was him, just changed in many ways, but she could always find his old trace in there. It was definitely him. Greetings again, sorry to have kept you waiting, Tiamat spoke cheerfully as she and her hatchling walked out of the cave and into the clearing outside. The devils, now aware of who she was, bowed to her, as all dragons were always stronger than almost all races, whether alone or in a team. Plus, she was the strongest dragon king and the third strongest dragon. Just don't kill us was their real concern, however. Kenneo did not bow, as she was focused on Issei. Her heart felt both pain and bliss at the same time. Truly, she was a young maiden still in love. Tiamat, seeing this, moved to the side, giving Kenneo a clear line of sight towards Issei and vice versa. Both looked at each other, but for different reasons. Kenneo wanted to run to him, embrace him again, kiss him again, and be with him again. His aura, though weakened at the moment, danced in her eyes as beautiful waves of gold, green, and red. While she was entranced by his aura, Issei was sensing her aura and feeling a familiar power from her, as if he had met her before in his life. But he had known no one but his mother. He moved slightly forward to inspect her further. He began to notice different details, her cat-like ears and tail, and he noticed her small shakes as he moved closer. He still felt a natural urge to submit and become her familiar, a feeling that creatures developed if they lived in the familiar forest long enough. Yet his draconic instincts told him not to, as it would be shameful. They both stood a meter away from each other, Tiamat looking on in joy, while Kenneo's peerage watched carefully, worried for her safety. Kenneo looked into his eyes, his giant golden orbs. He still has the same eyes, she thought as Issei was also inspecting her eyes, finding them oddly calming. Before Issei could react, Kenneo placed a hand on the tip of his snout, feeling his slow breathing as his nostrils moved slightly to open and then close. Tiamat watched in shock, not expecting him to let her touch him so easily. I guess humans are right when they say love knows no bounds, huh? She thought, placing her left hand on her chin. Kenneo moved slightly closer, placing her other hand under his lower jaw. She approached his left side slowly, unsure if she was allowed to come closer, always keeping eye contact to gauge his reaction. It did not seem to mind. She hugged him, though it was quite difficult given his size. Yet, as if he read her mind, he began to curl his neck and tail around her. Her peerage thought he was going to attack, but Nene put a hand in front of them to stop any panic. Tiamat looked on at the beautiful display in front of her. Issei lay down on the ground, closing his eyes and tightening his embrace around Kenneo. She felt a small blush rise as she did something she hadn't done in a long time. She sat down near his stomach, feeling it rise and fall with his breathing. She looked from his resting face to Tiamat and then back to his face, or rather his closed eyes. She began to touch his body carefully and caringly, her hands moving with the finest care she could show, and he responded with pleasant growls. Her face adorned a blush that she hadn't experienced in many years, and her eyes began to shed small happy tears. "Hey, pervert," she spoke, her eyes now crying as she wore a beautiful smile. Issei opened his eyes and looked at her intensely, his golden orbs shrinking in size as he heard her speak. She did not seem frightened by his sudden actions, unlike their onlookers. Even Tiamat felt a slight bit worried. Kenneo moved her head closer to his golden eye, placing both of her hands on his head. "That's what I used to call you, Issei. Do you remember that?" she asked softly, as his eye shivered slightly at her words. Tiamat thought to herself that she never expected him to react like this, and her worries began to fade during their interaction, unlike the devils behind them. Nene had to try her best not to attack, believing that they should only observe for now. "Just be fine, that's all I want," Nene thought, feeling uncertain about how the situation was unfolding. She was ready to drop her arm at any moment. Kenneo moved her hands to try and hold his head, a challenging task since his head was about the size of a teenage boy. His eyes were still shivering, but he allowed her to hold him, finding calmness in her embrace. "Do you remember your name?" "It's Issei Haidu," she spoke softly, beginning to pat his head. He responded to her gentle touch, and his eyes softened. He reacted to the name, but he couldn't show it before Tiamat walked over and knelt beside him, blocking Kenneo's line of sight. "He does know his name, it's one of the few things he remembers. It's how I knew it was him when I met him," she explained, allowing her motherly instincts to surface. "He doesn't remember his last name. I tried calling him by that, but he didn't react. He only responds to Issei, and it's somewhat adorable. When he was younger, he would always look into my eyes whenever they turned crimson red. Even now, he looks every once in a while," she continued, placing a hand on his head and moving it gently down his face. Kenneo thought to herself that Tiamat looked so much like a mother as she held his head, feeling warmth and relaxation. "Then why can't he talk? I understand him losing his memory, but I thought he would at least be able to speak," Kenneo asked, not turning to look at the dragoness but keeping her focus on Issei, who seemed to react to her question as well, looking toward Tiamat for an answer. Tiamat looked at the two, contemplating how to respond. It was a simple answer, but she too had doubts about his inability to speak. "Well, I don't really have an answer. He should have been able to speak by now since he is 10 years old. Normally, for his kind of dragon, he should have begun speaking a year or two after his birth, but he has never spoken a single word. The only way I can communicate with him is through our family bond. He may not be my hatchling by blood, but I see him as mine," Tiamat replied, feeling worried that her son was unable to express himself freely. Kenneo looked at her, puzzled. "So is he disabled in some way, or is it because?" Kenneo didn't have time to finish her thought as she pieced together the information in her mind. He couldn't speak even though he should have been able to for the last 8 years. He was reincarnated and had different energies within him. Perhaps he lost his ability to speak during the process of reincarnation. She looked back at Issei with pity in her eyes, longing to hear his voice again, but now fearing she might never hear it. I have an idea. Try to put your head against his head, Tiamat suggested, a small smirk forming on her face. Kenneo was confused by her words but decided to follow her advice. She placed her head on his left side, closing her eyes as she did. Issei closed his eyes in response to her tight embrace. Tiamat thought that if this worked as she hoped, she wouldn't need to do anything else. She considered the bond she and Issei shared as family, believing that when Nekishes find a mate, they create a bond that allows them to communicate. While Tiamat waited to see if Kenneo and Issei's bond still existed, Kenneo was unaware of this and was simply hoping for a miracle. Please, Issei, talk to me. Say something to me. Just speak again one last time. She began to sob quietly, small tears rolling down her chin. Moments passed with nothing happening, only the sound of Kenneo's cries filling the air. Suddenly, she moved away from his head, looking at him in shock, unsure of what to do. She glanced at Tiamat and saw a happy smile on her face. Did you hear it too? Kenneo asked softly, hope rising with every second. Issei dear, would you mind saying that again? I don't think Kenneo got it, Tiamat encouraged, her smile brightening as her theory had worked. Now she just needed to confirm it. Why are you sad, Kenneo? Issei asked, his left eye focused solely on her. Kenneo looked at him with joy, tears streaming down her face, all of them happy. I was sad, but now I am happy, Kenneo replied, giving in and kissing his forehead, surprising him with her sudden action. Tiamat watched them, smiling brightly at their interaction. It seems that even through his loss of memory and his reincarnation, your bond still exists, Tiamat said as she stood up, looking at the two. Kenneo was happier than ever, her tears forming a small pond, while unfortunately, Issei appeared more confused than happy. She looked back toward Kenneo's peerage, signaling them to step away from the two, as she and Kenneo needed to do something that might help Issei regain some of his old memories, even if just a few. Tiamat glanced back at the two, giggling a little at Issei's expressions as he seemed unsure of what to do while Kenneo hugged him tightly. Kenneo, I think it's time we, in one way or another, help Issei regain some of his old memories, she said. Kenneo looked up at her, her eyes filled with hope. I will do everything within my power, if only for just a small one. Kenneo looked straight into Tiamat's chaotic eyes, her determination evident. They had been preparing for Kenneo to enter Issei's mind, but the method was challenging since she needed to utilize their bond. Although she was unsure how to achieve this with just their connection, Tiamat reminded her that through their bond, they could communicate again. If Kenneo focused enough senjutsu into their bond, she should be able to enter his mind. They planned to do this while Issei was sleeping, so they needed to ensure that happened. Kenneo found Issei's sleeping form quite endearing. Just half an hour ago, he had seemed like a mindless dragon to her, and now she found his actions both cute and sad, knowing she might never see his old self again. Tiamat and Kenneo had moved themselves and Issei into Tiamat's cave to perform this ritual. Issei lay mostly still, sleeping heavily, which made both his mother and Kenneo giggle at how oddly cute he could be. Are you ready? Tiamat asked. Kenneo nodded and stood up, walking toward Issei's sleeping body. She sat down next to his head as Tiamat began to explain the process. First, place your head on his, close your eyes, and try to find the bond between you. Your connection, if you will. Kenneo followed the instructions, resting her head against his and closing her eyes as she began to search for their bond. She felt as if she were swimming, but the water felt heavier than normal. Still, she pushed through it. As she swam, she sensed she was nearing the surface. She swam faster, reaching out her hand as she broke through the surface of the water. She gasped for breath, but then realized she couldn't breathe. It dawned on her that she was inside Issei's mind, or was she? Kenneo stayed afloat, looking around in this seemingly endless space. This had to be their bond, a metaphysical plane between the two of them. Neat, she thought, swimming forward, unsure of what lay ahead. She spotted what appeared to be a small island made of some kind of rocks. The place was dark, with only the multicolored lights resembling stars illuminating the surroundings. It was beautiful, but she couldn't linger. She needed to find a way into his mind. As she reached the island, she climbed onto it, feeling surprisingly energetic despite all the swimming. This place made no sense to her so far, except that she didn't need to breathe or feel fatigue. So strange. I should get this over with as quickly as possible, she thought, walking around the island in search of a way to proceed. Eventually, she discovered a giant magic circle. She approached it, examining it closely. It resembled a Grimoire circle, one she had created before, but when she tried to replicate it, her own circle broke. Confused, she realized it was another rule of this space: no magic. It was possible that senjutsu wouldn't work here either. Fortunately, she preferred hand-to-hand combat, as she was much stronger in that area. She used senjutsu only because few races could withstand a direct hit without sustaining injuries. To her relief, it seemed her strength still functioned in this space. Thank the mouse, Kenneo thought, focusing on the circle before her. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was a transport circle. The strange part was that it was the same one Rias had used before Issei became part of their peerage. She could see the missing scripts and signs. It was from before Issei, Asia, Zenobia, and Rosweiss. I wonder what it's doing here. But wait, this must be a replica of the one Issei got when he was killed by that crow, Kenneo thought, slamming her fist into her open palm. So now comes the question, do I just jump into it? She pondered, formulating a plan in her mind. She decided to pour some magic into the circle. To her surprise, it worked. She could now hopefully teleport into Issei's mind. It was a risky option, but it was her best one since she had no other choices. Taking a calm breath and steeling her heart, she placed her feet on the circle. In an instant, she was enveloped in crimson light as she was teleported. When the light faded, she found herself in Ku, in the park where Issei had died. Wait, why was I brought here? She wondered, looking around. This was definitely the park in Ku, with its trees, bush walls, the old sweet cafe, and the fountain. But then she noticed something strange. The fountain was spewing fire. Kenneo turned her attention to the fountain, which was shooting a significant stream of fire into the sky. The flames began to change shape and color. As the color of raven black took form, it expanded and contracted in certain places, shaping into a woman's body. Kenneo's eyes widened as she began to recognize who this figure was becoming. No, not her. Kenneo's anger flared as she thought about the one who had caused Issei so much pain. Rainier, so you're still alive? She shouted as the dying flames revealed Rainier, her wicked smirk already in place. Rainier giggled before bursting into laughter. Of course I am. He can never let me go, unlike you and those others. Maybe you didn't love him enough, she taunted, spreading her wings and floating a few feet above the ground, her smile piercing Kenneo's resolve. Oh, so you think so too? It's quite amusing, isn't it? I know I'm just a curse that copied someone else, but even I and the other cursed souls from his past are self-aware, and we won't ever let him have a good life. Rainier declared, summoning multiple light spears that surrounded her, all aimed at Kenneo. She raised her hand, channeling more power into her attack. When her hand dropped, over 50 light spears shot toward Kenneo. Kenneo attempted to dodge, but far too many struck her. Though they left no serious wounds, the bruises and strains were dangerous enough. Rainier laughed at her predicament, preparing more spears. Kenneo knew Rainier intended to make her suffer, which is why she began to gather her own energy while Rainier attacked. She hoped her senjutsu would be enough to stop her. Rainier continued to unleash wave after wave of light spears, pushing Kenneo back until she landed on a fountain, extinguishing the flames. Kenneo seized the opportunity, knowing Rainier would likely be fatigued after her relentless assault. She launched multiple balls of senjutsu at Rainier, catching her off guard. Rainier had no time to dodge or create a strong enough barrier to block the incoming attacks. When the dust settled, Kenneo was shocked to see Rainier with multiple holes in her body, flames pouring from them, flames as dark as the night sky. As the fire engulfed her, Rainier began to transform, growing larger until she was nearly the size of Tannen, her wings casting a shadow over the battlefield. So, you think your little magic can defeat me? Don't make me laugh. How could you kill a memory? I am immortal. Reynir cackled, summoning even larger light spears. Though fewer in number, they were much more formidable. I don't care. If Issei could do the impossible, then so can I. Kenneo shouted back, powering up her own beam of senjutsu, which was now significantly larger than before. I'd like to see you try. Even if you manage to take me down, there are still others who will stand in your way. Reynir boasted as she launched her light spears. To her surprise, Kenneo dodged them all perfectly, shocking both herself and Reynir. But she had no time to dwell on her success. Her only focus was on defeating Reynir for daring to exist in any form. The circle of senjutsu expanded as she poured more power into it. Take this, you crow! Kenneo yelled as she fired the beam, striking Reynir directly in the heart. No! I will never let that lowly boy have a good life. Reynir screamed as her form began to disintegrate, flames consuming her instead of empowering her. She shrank, and ash from the flames fell away, revealing a desolate landscape filled with destruction. Kenneo looked around, trying to remember this place but finding no answers. What is this place? Is this Ragnarok? No, maybe this is the battle between him and Riser? No, that wouldn't make sense. That flame bird couldn't have caused this much damage. Then who? She pondered aloud, receiving an answer from a familiar, unsettling voice. Yo, devil girl. Because I have. You never let me cut you up, plus you hurt this beautiful face of mine. That wasn't very nice. Fried Salzen exclaimed, moving oddly as he approached. Kenneko's anger surged at the sight of him. Why are you here? She yelled, not waiting for a response before leaping at him and punching him into the ruins behind him. Afterward, she surveyed her handiwork. He should be dead after that, but I don't know anymore. Reynir was far too strong compared to her old self, Kenneo thought as she braced for the scene to change again. Instead, she heard clapping from above. Impressive, very impressive, little devil. I see why there are so many memories about why he shouldn't anger you. Cocabriel, the pale fallen angel, laughed from his floating throne, looking hardly impressed. Kenneo didn't want to engage with him. She realized this journey to reach Issei's mind would be long. Wait, this was his mind. Otherwise, these figures wouldn't be here. She didn't feel haunted by them, at least not too much. Why did you have to be one of the memories that haunts him to this day? I understand Fried and Reynir, but why you? You only hurt Irina, Asia, and Zenobia. This is Issei. He will defend us no matter what, so of course, you would be here since you hurt those close to him. Kenneo concluded, feeling more exhausted than angry, even managing a small giggle. Issei allowed someone to hunt him, someone who hadn't directly harmed him but had hurt his friends and family. Such an idiot, Kenneo thought as she prepared for another senjutsu beam. Now, devil, can't we have a small chat for old time's sake? He began, but was cut off as Kenneo shot his head clean off with a single senjutsu beam. Okay, this is already becoming tiresome. Remember, you're doing all this for him, so let's get this done as fast as possible, she muttered, slapping her chin as she readied herself for whatever was to come next. The throne Cocabriel was on fell from the sky, creating a giant dust cloud that began to spread out, consuming Kenneo. It spewed her out again at a half-destroyed school building, Academy. So what now? Riser? The Chaos Brigade? Or Valet? Kenneo thought as she looked around for the sign of her next opponent. It didn't take long for Fried to emerge from the rubble, wielding the merged Excalibur. Hello again, Devil-chan. I saw you take out the earlier me, that was not very nice of you. But now I can avenge him with this beautiful baby, he laughed, sprinting toward her. Kenneo wasn't fully ready and felt a sharp pain as he cut her arm. It hurt, really hurt. Oh, did you forget this thing can kill you with just one stab? So try to stand still, please. Okay? Because here I come again, he yelled, jumping at her with a downward slash, followed by a sideways one, then an upward strike, repeating this simple style. Kenneo struggled to defend herself as Fried either sped up his attacks or made the sword grow longer or bigger, sometimes even making it invisible. "Why, God, why did you make this?" she cursed at the dead god. His attacks became faster, and Kenneo found herself barely dodging, only escaping by the skin of her teeth at times. Every slash was now a 50-50 chance of dodging or getting hit. Enough of this. I have beaten other swordsmen. I can defeat him as well, she thought, spreading her senjutsu around her body as a form of enhancement. With newfound ease, she began dodging and even landed a few hits on him, making him lose focus as he had to switch between attacking and defending. "Stand still and let me kill you," he yelled in frustration at Kenneo's comeback. The one-sided fight shifted to a somewhat even match, then to Kenneo gaining the advantage as her hits began to make contact, bending his sword over time. Seizing her chance, she delivered a powerful punch that shattered Excalibur into pieces. "Huh, déjà vu," she thought as she began to beat up Freed, who was now coughing up blood from her much stronger attacks, as Excalibur had provided him with a defense buff that he no longer had. "Shut up and die for good," Kenneo said, likely breaking his ribcage and causing him to spit out blood. "Now that is hopefully over with, what is next?" As she spoke, Freed's lifeless body began to melt into the ground, transforming the sandy PE field into a much grayer and rockier landscape. "Oh, I remember this one. Time to put down the dog," she thought, slamming her fists together and realizing more of her power, elevating her to at least a low-level ultimate-class devil. She stood there, waiting for Loki or Fenrir to appear. Speak of the devil. A giant hill erupted as Fenrir emerged, much larger than last time, but still the same dog who was on the list of beings that had almost killed Issei Haidu, which was surprisingly long. Kenneo prepared a stance, unsure if it would be of much help, but it was the best she could do against this opponent, who, along with Rainier, seemed to be among the most powerful she had faced so far. There was something different about them, she just didn't know what. A Norse rune suddenly formed above Fenrir, splitting in the middle and opening like a door. Out of the rune came Loki, the Norse god of mischief, wearing an unimpressed expression, much like he had back then. "So, we meet again. Well, no matter, I will deal with you and then. Right? I can't begin Ragnarok in here. In you, Red Dragon?" Loki seemed more like his old self, and this memory made him appear defenseless, but that was probably his whole plan. Kenneo glared at him, and he smirked. "So you saw through it? Well, in my defense, when your title is the god of mischief, you can't always expect to trick people. So tiring, let's get this over with." He snapped his fingers, and Jormungandr appeared in a flash of lightning behind him, cracking the landscape around them. Kenneo looked at her opponents, knowing them all too well as she had fought and suffered against them all, the god-slaying wolf Fenrir, Jormungandr, one of the 5 dragon kings, and their father, the Norse god of mischief, Loki Odinson. Why couldn't it just be the dog, she thought. Outside in the familiar forest inside Tiamat's cave. Tiamat had been observing the bodies of Issei and Kenneo, who were sleeping somewhat peacefully. She sensed Kenneo's consciousness beginning to travel through to Issei's mind, noting the strange faces she made from time to time, even wincing as if she had been hurt. Tiamat pieced together that there was some sort of mental defense system placed in Issei's head, protecting him from outsiders trying to invade. I wonder if she has to fight people he and she loves, she thought, oblivious to Kenneo's struggles at that moment. She kept her focus on them both, reacting to the smallest movements that seemed odd or threatening. As long as they didn't hurt themselves too much in the real world, they would remain safe, but if they did, Kenneo would be pulled out, possibly having to endure all her struggles again. I should have really asked you long about how these bonds work. Well, not like he would explain it in a way I would understand, Tiamat thought, known more for her brawn and epic fights than for her wisdom. Suddenly, she began to feel a pricking aura coming from the two. She looked over at them, noticing Kenneo was fine, but Issei. It became more metallic, his scales changed to plates, and his horns turned to gold instead of ivory. Even his wings seemed to become thinner. Tiamat sprang off her seat and moved closer to Issei, trying to understand what was happening to her son. She noticed a giant pinkish gem embedded in his chest. His body began to grow slowly, becoming more metallic with skin underneath, as if he were a mixture between his balance breaker and his new form. What is happening to you, Issei? I really wish I had some. I don't even know if anyone has experience with this, she murmured to herself, watching her son transform before her eyes from a full dragon to a strange mutation between his old balance breaker and his new body. It resembled something like the Juggernaut drive. You are not wrong to think this, Tiamat, spoke an unknown voice that seemed to emanate from the gem in his chest. Who are you? Tiamat asked, feeling a wave of fear wash over her. Once upon a time, a young writer found themselves deeply immersed in the world of storytelling. They believed that writing was akin to embarking on a vacation. The journey began with thoughts about the destination and planning how to arrive there. The end goal was clear, a place they had envisioned or prepared for, but the middle part of the journey was always a mystery. How would they get there? Would they take a plane, a bus, a ship, or a train? This analogy resonated with them, as they often felt confused about the path to take in their writing. As they continued their journey, they were pleasantly surprised to find their story, Dragon of Rias, gaining recognition. It had reached number 29 in the familiar tag category, and they felt grateful to those who had voted for it. Despite the challenges of balancing school and family, they aimed to write a new chapter every 2 or 3 days, hoping that readers would continue to support not just their work, but the efforts of all writers. In the latest chapter, it became evident that the dragon was, in fact, Issei. The writer had not intended for the story to be overly long, but as mentioned in the prologue, Issei would lose his memories. This marked the true beginning of the story, as Kenneo realized her mate was alive, yet he had no recollection of her or their shared past. The role of Tiamat would be revealed through flashbacks in future chapters. With excitement, the writer declared that the story was now progressing toward one of its 2 main goals, signaling the start of a new journey. They had gone through several drafts for this chapter, each with different plot lines that ultimately did not resonate. After much deliberation, they settled on a version that felt right, even if it was somewhat predictable. Inspired by another story they admired, the writer decided to incorporate elements of bonding that resonated with them. They planned to include a flashback detailing how Tiamat met Issei, but it would have to wait for a future chapter due to time constraints. The writer, who identified as autistic, found it challenging to deviate from their planned schedule, but they remained committed to delivering new content every 3 to 4 days. With a sense of determination, they hoped to have the next chapter ready by Friday, but promised it would be completed by the end of the week. The journey of storytelling continued, filled with anticipation for what lay ahead. In the familiar forest, inside Tiamat's cave, Tiamat approached the pink gem with a mix of hope and apprehension. Who is there? Is that you, Drake? She asked, her voice trembling as she reached out to touch the gem. As her fingers made contact, the gem began to glow brightly. Issei stirred slightly within the gem, causing Tiamat to retract her hand, worried that she had done something wrong. The gem's bright glow dimmed and then reappeared in a patterned state. Hello there, Dragon King Tiamat. I am not Drake, spoke a voice that was almost stoic yet familiar to Tiamat. It took her a moment to realize who it was as Issei grunted. Issei? She exclaimed, her surprise evident as she moved closer to the gem again. Tears welled in her eyes, threatening to spill over. An awkward silence hung in the air until the gem spoke again. Yes, it is I, Issei, but at the same time no. His voice remained stoic, leaving Tiamat confused. I don't quite understand what you mean by that, she replied, her face reflecting her bewilderment. Issei sighed, contemplating his response. I am like Drake now, I am a sacred gear. At least I think I am. I am like a past host, the host and the sacred gear all in one. He mumbled the rest to himself, his tone indifferent. Tiamat struggled to follow his thoughts. How? How can you two? How can there be 2 of you? She asked, her voice shaking. Issei remained silent, pondering the same questions. The gem glowed as he sighed heavily. I don't know. It must have happened when we got reincarnated. I was only awakened now since. What was her name again? Oh right, Kenneo has begun reaching far enough to unlock our memories. His voice did not convey the emotions Tiamat expected. Shouldn't he be happy? Shouldn't he be worried about her? These thoughts raced through her mind. Why don't you sound? Emotional? She inquired. Issei contemplated her question. I don't know. I guess since I am the soul of my former self, or maybe because I went through so much before I faced Trihexa. I have no idea. I am sorry, he said, his tone factual, lacking the warmth she remembered from their past encounters. Tiamat recalled how she had met Issei and Rias in the familiar forest while they were trying to recruit her for the war against the Chaos Brigade, a time when she had almost harmed him because he was the host of Drake. It's fine, but if you're like a sacred gear now, why didn't you wake up earlier before Kenneo began my plan to remind you of your past self? Tiamat asked, her gaze drifting to Kenneo, who was sleeping peacefully, hugging Issei's head. Kinda cute, but not now, she thought, redirecting her focus back to the gem. Issei hesitated, unsure of how to respond, fearing that his answer might upset her. I chose not to, as it would ruin everything he has now with you. He is like me before I was thrown into the supernatural and became who I was once. He deserves. No, I deserved this. I didn't want. No, I couldn't take being a part of this world anymore the same way. I wanted my rest. His voice grew emotional, surprising Tiamat. She had thought he would want to be reunited with his friends, family, and loved ones. What do you mean? I thought you would want to be reunited with your friends, your family, your loved ones? She asked, concerned about his demeanor. This was not the Issei she had known. He can't be the same unless this is his true emotions? No. He would try his best to get back to them, she thought, growing anxious as Issei began to grunt and pant in distress, his body becoming more metallic. She reached out to touch his face. It's too late, I suppose. I could always do the impossible, but now I can't, he said in a low voice. Tiamat's heart raced as she turned her attention back to the gem, her expression a mix of worry and hope. Will you let him have his old life back? Will you allow him to rejoin our world again, in a less painful way? She asked, her hope rising. But Issei's next words were chilling. Never. Rainier, Fenrir, Vale, the Juggernaut Drive, Loki's curse, and Trihexa will stop her. I made them for that purpose, and even if she succeeds, she will unlock the insane state I was left in when I died all those times. He will never have that cursed life again. The gem's glow began to fade as he cut himself off, and Issei's metallic body spread further, causing him more pain. Tiamat felt tears streaming down her face, unable to bear her son's suffering. She sobbed quietly, wishing to stop this from harming him and many innocent lives. I am sorry, Issei dear. Mom only tried what any mother would. I wanted you to find happiness again. I am so sorry, she said, embracing him as she transformed into her true form, a blue western dragon, holding him close. Her tears were nearly invisible against her blue scales, but her sobs echoed in the cave. Inside Issei's mind, Kenneo lay on the ground after her battle with Loki and his children. If anyone asked her about her opinion on dogs, snakes, or Norse mythology, she would have responded with a fist to the face and deducted points for being rude. Why did I have to fight them alone? I can't really complain since I beat them soundly. Issei would be proud, she thought, enjoying the idea of him giving her head pats again. She noticed her wounds beginning to heal. The pain was less intense than before, but the frostbite still gnawed at her left leg. The discomfort was bearable now, but she knew that if something attacked her with full force in her next fight, she would not last long. She sat up and tried to analyze the damage on the rest of her body that she might not have seen or felt while fighting. Luckily, she found only small scratches and bruises, nothing major, thank goodness. She got off the ground and stood for a moment to check if everything was okay with her legs. After a few seconds of standing, it seemed that everything was fine. Okay, now to wait for the next opponent. I hope it's something easier, like Freed or maybe Valley? No, he wouldn't be here. I think, she thought. Almost on cue, the body of Fenrir began to grow in size, expanding at an alarming rate. It consumed her and everything on the battlefield in a gray void. Inside the void, Kenneo floated in a sense. Her vision was blurry, her mind half awake at times, and her sense of time was gone. Then she saw a light open in the middle of the gray void. A rift began to open as the light became much more blue than white. Kenneo started to feel herself waking up again, her mind working fully once more. "Kenneo, you must stop before it's too late," yelled the voice of Tiamat through the rift in the void. "How can you speak to me right now? Wait, what do you mean? Why shouldn't I keep going? I am almost there, I think," she yelled back, confused about Tiamat's sudden change of mind. "We've been tricked. Issei's memories were sealed by him or something like that to give him a good life. If we realize his memories, he will go insane." Tiamat yelled again. Kenneo tried to process what she had just heard. Had she really been leading Issei slowly towards insanity with each foe she defeated? "Are you sure? Wouldn't this person just try to trick you?" Kenneo yelled back, unwilling to let Issei continue living like this while she could do something. "I am sorry, but I can't let you continue as his body is transforming right now, and it's hurting him. Please stop. Or you, me, and everyone in the supernatural will have a dragon on their hands to fight against." Tiamat shouted, her voice becoming weaker as the rift started to close slowly. "We don't have much time, just get out of here now." Tiamat yelled again as the rift closed completely. Kenneo was now alone again in the gray void, pondering what she should do. "If I stop, he will live, but he will never know his old family. But if I keep going, then he might kill everything and everyone," Kenneo thought, her mind racing as she struggled to make a decision. "So, what do you choose, little kitten?" Kenneo looked around frantically, trying to find the new presence she had just felt. Her head was turning at an abnormal speed as her body readied itself for whatever was to come. "Where are you? Show yourself," she ordered, her face serious as she glanced around, trying to see or even sense the new arrival. The void suddenly began to change color, becoming much more pinkish. It soon turned the entire void pink, like she was in a toy commercial without the whole set yet. "I am right here, or rather everywhere. I am Issei, or rather his old self," the now pink void spoke, glowing with each word spoken by this being that called itself Issei's old self. "Don't you dare call yourself that. If you were his old self, then you would never have sealed his memories away," she yelled, as the statement made by Issei was not something her Issei would do. He would try to come back to them at any cost. He never ran away from his past self like that. "I am though, Kenneo. I am the old Issei, or at least the memory of him. You see, I chose to let the new live a happy life, something I never got the chance to live. Thanks to you people. I never wanted to feel all that pain or suffering but stuck it out for you." His voice had been stoic at first, but it turned harsh as he spoke about his life. It scared Kenneo to think a part of Issei resented her and everyone else for reviving him and bringing him into the supernatural. "And now you two are ruining my plans for my new self. I like Tiamat as his new mother, I like his new life, even if it may be violent, but at least he was not just thrown into it unwillingly like I was. So leave me alone. Let me stay here and live my life as a ghost of my former self." His voice held anger, resentment, and hatred at first, but it became more like a sad man's voice when he no longer felt the will to live. "This is not my Issei, you're not my Issei." Kenneo cried out at this harsh and sad story that Issei had lived, revealing how much he truly hated it. "But I am, Kenneo, the one and only Issei, the Red Dragon Emperor and fiancé of Rias at your service," he said, his voice now much more stoic, slow, and smooth. Kenneo felt her world fall apart, her sadness visible as tears began to roll down her cheeks. Here was the real Issei she had lost all those years ago, rejecting her and his former life. Her mate, her one true love, her Issei. The man who made the impossible possible. The greatest and strongest Red Dragon Emperor, once respected by Great Red and Ophis. And here he was, denouncing it all like a bad memory. Wait, she thought. If you really hated it all this time, then why would you use your worst memories as a defense against anyone who would come into your mind? Kenneo felt something click in her head at that moment. The pink void became very quiet at her question, as if Issei didn't know how to answer. It was an eerie silence, as Kenneo found herself in a staring contest with the void. I used them as a defense to protect my seal on his memories, my memories. Enough of this nonsense, Just leave already, Kenneo, or it won't end well for you, he spoke, his voice strained as if he were trying to stay calm. Why should I? I don't trust you anymore. You're not my Issei, and you've proven it by not acting like he would. You're only copying him, and you're bad at it, I might add, she yelled back, her will to fight returning as she had figured out, hopefully, who she was talking to right now. Again, the void fell silent, unsure how to respond to her statement. Kenneo felt a surge of determination as she confronted the figure before her. What are you talking about, Kenneo? I am the one and only Issei. Why would I act like I was him when I am him? Geez, Kenneo, can't you just let me rest in peace? His voice sounded more tired than usual, and Kenneo noticed the difference. This was definitely not Issei. He would never speak so harshly about his friends and family or his past life. That was not who Issei was. He always looked forward, even when he was scared, and tried to move ahead. Stop pretending already. You're not Issei, and you want to know why? Because he would never let something like his past define him or make him too scared to run away from it. Kenneo yelled with determination, her voice resonating through the void they were in. Suddenly, a figure fell through one of the cracks in the void. It was Issei, but something felt off. He seemed more like a mask than the real him. He landed on the ground, looking at her with anger and a hint of fear in his eyes. So you figured it out? So what? There is still no way you will ever see him again. Even if you defeat me, there are still more waiting ahead. You can't defeat us all. Issei will never have a good life. He yelled as his body began to morph back into the pink void. He vanished from Kenneo's sight, but she could sense him and knew where he was. The question now was, what would he do now that his main plan had failed? As she pondered this, a part of the pink void shot toward her in the shape of a spike. She jumped out of the way, dodging it easily. More spikes followed, and she continued to evade them with little effort. Just stand still and let me impale you already, he yelled in frustration, sending more spikes her way, draining his energy while she barely broke a sweat. This continued until Kenneo began to create drawings out of the spikes. She would never admit it, but she was having fun messing with him for messing with her, and maybe also for Tiamat. Fine. I give up. I'm not getting anywhere with this. You can leave. I don't care anymore, he shouted, his frustration evident after spending the last half hour throwing spikes at her, only to have her dodge every single one. He formed himself in the void again, but this time his shape was different. It was a shadowy version of Issei, with a very angry expression. He snapped his fingers, and a hole in the void opened up, leading to the next stage that was Issei's mind. Are you giving up so fast? What happened to the whole, I will never let you free him, thing you had going before? Kenneo asked, having calmed down quite a bit. I just don't care enough anymore. That Rainier may say she is the most self-aware one of us all, but she is as self-aware as all of us. I am the only one who is smart because Issei saw me as a smart opponent, so of course, I would try to trick you into giving up. But now I see I can't do anything other than lie. I really am only smart and good at tricking people, he moped, sounding like a small child. To Kenneo's eyes, it was somewhat cute because he looked like Issei, but it also made her angry that he would just give in like that, especially since he had Issei's face, even if it was just a black shadowy mess. Do you really think I would fall for your trick? That hole is a trap, and you are my only way forward. Don't keep playing this game of trickery and using others' feelings against them. I will defeat you, not only to get further but also for worrying a mother and making a lover fear that she has hurt the one she loves. Kenneo spoke with a calm voice, though the anger was still palpable, especially toward the end. He looked up at her, as if acknowledging her words. I hereby give up. Save the kid if you can, kitten, he smirked. Kenneo fired off a beam of senjutsu at point-blank range. He was gone, no longer able to lie or trick people. Now then, lead me to the next opponent. I know you can hear me. I will take you all on if I have to, she yelled, powering up fully. Her ears and cat tail tingled as her ears felt larger and her tail split into two. Kenneo felt proud, but she didn't have time to enjoy this display of her new power, as the gate to her next opponent opened up. She moved forward with even more strength than before, fueled by her love for Issei and her determination to rescue him. Here I come. In the Grimoire territory, within the Grimoire mansion, there was an office room adorned in Victorian style. From the sofas to the bookshelves built into the walls, everything exuded elegance. At a large desk sat Rias Grimoire, the Archduchess of the Grimoire territory, as her father had stepped down after the battle with Trihexa. She was undeniably beautiful, with perfectly smooth hair, a figure that would make any woman envious, and a face that held a charm difficult to describe in words. She was buried in paperwork, fulfilling her duties as the leader of the Grimoires and their territory. Her father had tried to help her, but she insisted it would be better for a retired man to take a break. She finally understood why her brother would run from his responsibilities at any chance. This was just overwhelming, and she was born in hell. She sighed, leaning back in her chair and gazing up at the almost empty ceiling of her workspace. Another sigh escaped her lips as she turned her chair to look at the two objects hanging above her desk. One was a white gauntlet with a blue gem, the piece Issei had taken from Valle, the wielder of divine dividing, during their first fight. It had cost him part of his life, but it was worth it for the safety of his friends. The other was a long, sharp sword. It had a golden handle with a gold hilt featuring 4 claws, and a long, sharp blade protruded from it. This was Ascalon, the greatest dragon-slaying sword known to the supernatural. Rias looked at the artifacts, reminiscing about the old times when Issei was still around. The only real problem back then, at least for her, was his reluctance to say her name. She thought to herself, such simpler days, if only I could go back in time. Her gaze fell to the picture beneath the two artifacts. It depicted her and her remaining peerage when they had taken ownership of the Grimoire territory. They looked happy, truly happy. She loved and hated the picture. She cherished it as a testament to how great her friends were, but she despised it for being incomplete without the person who had made them all great. Standing up from her seat, she walked toward one of the large wall-sized windows and gazed out at her territory. She sensed her peerage roaming around the mansion and her kings, patrolling the territory to keep it safe. A smile graced her face at this thought, though it turned bittersweet as she imagined Issei standing beside her. As her mind drifted into old, sorrowful memories, she failed to notice her queen, Akon, approaching from behind. "Rias, are you okay?" Akon asked, causing Rias to jump at her sudden entrance. "Yes, I am fine, just thinking about things." "Like usual," Rias replied, her voice calm, though a hint of sadness lingered beneath the surface. "Well, that's good. I came to inform you that Kenneo has been gone for over 2 hours now." "She should have returned at least an hour ago," Akon stated. This caught Rias's attention. Kenneo was never one to be late or fail to notify them if something had gone wrong. "That is strange. Send Zenova and Asia to check on her," Rias instructed, turning back toward the window. Akon bowed and proceeded to send Zenova and Asia off to find Kenneo and check on her peerage. As Rias continued to look out into the vast underworld, she suddenly sensed a strange aura emanating from the two artifacts on her wall. She approached them slowly, ready to jump back if necessary. As she examined them, she noticed that they were radiating a much more refined aura than before. It had become pure, while still retaining the same essence. Her worries intensified when cracks began to appear on the artifacts. "No, no, no, no. Please don't do this to me," she cried out, rushing forward in an attempt to save them. But as she dashed forward, the artifacts shattered, leaving only pink dust particles behind. Rias fell to her knees, tears welling in her eyes. She had lost the only 2 things Issei had left behind, aside from the clay statue, and now she felt she had nothing left of him that evoked the same feelings as those artifacts had. The door to her room burst open as a concerned Akon, Rosweiss, Asia, and Zenova rushed in, having heard her scream. They found her on her knees, crying. They tried to comfort her, but she remained unresponsive. Zenova scanned the room for anything out of place and soon spotted the absence of the artifacts, her face draining of color. The others quickly realized what had happened. The 2 hanging artifacts were gone as if they had never existed. Rias's cries echoed through the room, her heartbreak palpable. "Issei, I have failed to keep this small gift of yours safe. I am so sorry, she thought, her mind consumed with guilt for the rest of the day. Her peerage had to gently pull her from the room and into her bedroom, where she fainted from sheer sadness. They understood that if she were to lose anything else right now, she might never truly recover. At that moment, Akon remembered the urgency of sending Asia and Zenoiva to check on Kenneo, which had now become a top priority. Losing Kenneo could severely damage Rias's mental state even further. Asia, Zenoiva, you two must find Kenneo and bring her back safely. That is a direct order, understood? They both nodded and opened a teleportation circle to the familiar forest. I just hope she is safe. Oh dear, today could not get any worse than this. Right, Akon said as she and Rosweiss left Rias in her bed to regain her strength. Inside a somewhat worn training room in the newly constructed Lucifer mansion, 3 young men stood. Among them, the Pendragon, Biko, and Valley Lucifer were present. Valley and Biko were panting heavily, their bodies marked with bruises and small wounds from their relentless training, which had nearly destroyed the room once again. Ortha, though not the strongest member of Team Valley, was known for his ability to de-escalate them effectively. I have said 1,000 times this week alone, stop destroying everything. Even if it can reconstruct itself, that doesn't give you two the right to destroy it to the point that it can no longer function. Ortha exclaimed, his frustration evident as the other 2 listened closely, eager to avoid further angering him. Okay, we won't go this far again, Valley shrugged, having endured Ortha's lectures many times before. Ortha sighed, knowing he would likely have to repeat himself soon, as Valley and Biko had become easily bored since Hayudu's passing. Ortha thought to himself, I understand Valley's restlessness, but why is Biko acting this way? Can't he just fight his predecessor? With that, he left the room. Biko, still in a fighting stance, asked, So, are we going to start fighting again? Valley, however, chose to sit on a bench outside the battle area, looking up at Biko with a confused expression. No, I think I'm going to take a break for today. Besides, it's not worth Ortha's headache over us being bored because there's no one left that we haven't fought and beaten, Valley replied, his tone shifting to a more somber note at the end. Understanding Valley's sentiment, Biko decided to head upstairs, leaving Valley alone, a practice he had adopted less frequently lately. Once the door closed behind Biko, Valley leaned off the wall and summoned his sacred gear, a blue glow illuminating the room for a moment before revealing a pair of silver-white wings with crystal blue accents. Hey Albion, have you sensed the new red dragon? Valley began, but Albion interrupted him. No, I have not, Valley. Drake is still in a sleep-like trance until a host has been found, Albion responded, his strong voice echoing in Valley's mind. Okay, then you go back to sleep or whatever you do in there, Valley said, preparing to unsummon his sacred gear. Fine, partner. I'll be waiting for our next. Wait, what? Albion suddenly shouted, causing the entire room to tremble. Valley quickly covered his ears, startled by the outburst. What the hell is wrong with you, Gramps? Valley asked, slightly annoyed that he almost lost his hearing. Albion did not respond, seemingly vanishing into the gear. Albion, you there? Valley called out, a hint of worry creeping into his voice, as Albion usually didn't just leave without a word. Hearing footsteps approaching, Valley became alert. The door burst open, and Kuroka rushed in, followed closely by Ortha and Biko. They scanned the room for anything unusual before focusing back on Valley, who appeared less tense than before. Valley, what is going on? Why did you suddenly release such a powerful wave of energy? Half of Lilith felt that, and we have one of the Maus inside our house wondering what is happening. Ortha asked, moving closer to Valley, who was regaining his composure. I didn't send it out, it was Albion. He sent something, and now he won't speak to me. I don't know what is happening, Valley replied, just as confused as the others. Kuroka looked puzzled, recalling something that made her wonder if it was connected to Shiren's energy signature fading slightly. Interesting. Are you sure he's completely unable to talk? Surzex, who had entered the room unnoticed, asked as he approached Valley, scanning him for any magic or aura that seemed out of place. Valley instinctively backed away, raising his hands defensively. No, I have been at home for the past 2 years after I won that supernatural raiding game for the second time, he explained. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and his sacred gear reappeared. Albion, can you hear me? He called out again. Yes. Albion's voice boomed in response. Oh, thank the dragon gods. I have been trying to reach you, but it seems the gear has gained some weird bug. But that doesn't matter, as I have wonderful news. Albion almost roared in joy, which left everyone else in the room confused about what could make him so happy after being stuck in the gear and unable to speak to his host. What do you mean? What could make you so happy? Valley asked, raising an eyebrow at Albion's sudden outburst. Do you remember the piece of your gear that Issei took from you in your first fight? Albion asked with unusual joy. Valen nodded slowly, not really understanding what Albion was talking about. It has just been returned to its user, Albion announced, making the group even more confused as to why he would be so happy about something like that, especially in front of the person who loved that thing the most in the world, Vala's older brother. Valley thought to himself, is he trying to get himself and me killed? He sweat-dropped, dreading the thought of the definitely angry Grimson Mao, who was highly protective of his sister, especially now that she was not herself anymore after losing Issei. Albion, speak carefully, Valley warned in his mind. I know how this sounds, but it's not the part of it returning that should make you sad, rather happy, as it has returned to its host. Albion explained, as if everyone should already know what he was talking about. So Valley has taken one of the two things my sister holds dear from her? Surzek spoke. His voice filled with anger as he released a grim aura around his body. I wasn't talking about Valley. Guess me and Drag were right to think of all the factions as idiots compared to us dragons. Do I really have to spell it out for you? Albion asked, as everyone in the room nodded, except for the increasingly angry Surzek, who was not in a good mood at that moment. Albion sighed and began to speak again. Who else besides Valley has used the ability of Divided in this current generation of Dragon Emperors? He asked, not feeling inclined to give a straight answer. Almost everyone's eyes widened at what he said. Albion, don't joke about that. You know Issei is dead, right? Valley asked, confusion and worry evident in his voice, only to receive another roar from his scared gear. Why would I lie or even joke? I am the heavenly dragon Albion, the dragon who stole the principles of supremacy from God. I will put my own name on the line. I speak no lie, nor ever have in my whole life. Everyone knew that dragons were a proud race, and that pride would never allow them to lie without hating themselves for it. Issei is alive, was what everyone thought at that moment. How? He is. He shouldn't be alive, or else I would have found his energy or aura years ago. Surzek shouted, feeling as if his past years of mourning, along with his family and sister's peerage, had been wasted time that could have been spent searching for Issei. I have failed as an older brother for two people if what Albion is saying is really true, he thought, clenching his fists and letting his aura subside back to normal. I know not, but I only know that he is alive and well. Where he is, I don't know yet, but I feel other strong auras near him. I will try to search for his aura, but I will need help to find him or at least get somewhere near his location, Albion stated. I will help, as I am a bit of an expert in that area of magic, Kuroka said, moving closer to the two Draconic metal wings. Her magic began mixing with the wings as they started searching for Issei's aura. Surzek spoke again, insisting that this information stay between the people in the room, or else the Devil Council would try to stop them, as they were never big fans of Issei to begin with, given that he had given the Maos much more power and respect from the people of the underworld. Surzek held a strong opinion about that matter. He soon left Team Valid to their own devices, contemplating whether he should tell the other Maos or perhaps his sister. No, why spoil a great gift like this one? He didn't like keeping secrets from others, but this one was too important to share with even one other person. He smiled sadly at the thought of his brother-in-law having to survive for the past 13 years all on his own. But if he had been alive all that time, then why hadn't he come back? Surzek kept wondering about this as he teleported back to the main castle of Lilith, giving a statement about the recent shock throughout Lilith regarding the leader of the Lucifer clan having a rather hard training session that had almost completely destroyed his room. In the familiar forest, quite close to where their dragoness and kitty duo were trying their best in their own ways to help Issei regain his memories, a red circle, the circle of the Gremry clan, appeared on the ground, spreading out to a full 2-meter length. Soon, a red light enveloped the circle in its crimson glow, and when it died down, it revealed 2 young women standing where the circle once was. Zenobia wore her battle suit, while Asia donned her classic nun outfit. They began to scan their surroundings, sensing the nearby energy of Kenneo being quite close. "You sense her too, right?" Zenobia asked, receiving a nod from her blonde friend. "Yes, I do, though it feels quite weak. I'm worried that something might have happened to her," Asia expressed, her concerns clear as she shivered slightly at the thought of something bad having happened to Kenneo. "Don't worry. Kenneo is one of the strongest people I know. She won't go down easily in this place." "Okay, Asia, let's go toward her location," Zenobia said, holding onto Asia's hand tightly, despite her earlier bravado. But Zenobia was also worried, as Kenneo was her friend. If she acted worried like Asia, they might not see an enemy trying to attack them. "I have to be brave for both of us," she thought. "Issei looked over us, please," she thought as she led Asia and herself towards the energy signature of Kenneo. As the two got closer, they began to feel a slight sense of worry as they sensed 2 draconic auras near hers. Zenobia tightened her grip on Asia's hand, making her wince a little at the sudden pain. "Do you feel that aura too, Zenobia?" Asia asked, her voice trembling with growing fear. Just from this small amount of aura being leaked, they could tell that these dragons were formidable. Zenobia flinched slightly as she felt something detecting her, making her doubt whether she should say anything, but she felt she had to stay strong for Asia. "Yes, and I think they have felt ours too," Zenobia replied slowly, trying to think of their next step. They then heard rustling in the bushes around them. Zenobia went into a combat stance at the first sound she heard, Durandal out and ready. "Who is there?" she demanded as Asia moved closer to her, trying to sense their enemy's energy or anything that could give them more information about their opponent. The bushes continued to make noise, as branches were broken or snapped by whoever was behind them. The sound stopped, making the two prepare for anything as Zenobia tightened her grip on Durandal. Then the sound of multiple slaps was heard, accompanied by cries for forgiveness as a leader figure began punishing them. "You should know better than to try and attack Lady Zenobia and Lady Asia. What will Kenneo think of your actions?" she yelled. The duo headed towards the conversation and hid behind a bush, looking through the branches and leaves, seeing Nene, the queen piece of Kenneo, scolding 5 of Kenneo's other peerage members. Asia and Zenobia exchanged glances, unable to hold it together as this was the kind of scene they needed to calm their nerves. They giggled quietly and made their way through the bush, moving towards the rest of Kenneo's peerage, minus her. Nene saw them and moved over, bowing. "Lady Zenobia, Lady Asia, I am sorry for not showing ourselves earlier, as I had to de-espionage those idiots." "I am so sorry," she said, making Zenobia giggle again. "It's fine, Asia, and I needed that," Zenobia replied, brushing off her apologies, along with those of the ones who had tried to attack them earlier. Asia didn't really mind. She could never get mad about anything, really. Nene looked back at them, wondering why they were there. "Lady Zenobia, if I might ask, why are you both here?" "Kenneo hasn't called for reinforcements," she inquired, knowing what she was doing but needing to confirm their reasons for coming, as they normally stayed close to Rias. "We have come to return you and Kenneo home to Lady Rias, as something has happened that Kenneo needs to be informed about," Zenobia explained, her more professional side coming out. Nene understood that she was serious and that she needed to be careful with how she conveyed the information, knowing that this dragon, or rather Issei, was a sensitive subject for Kenneo, which could also affect the rest of the people under Lady Rias's household. "Of course, Lady Zenobia, I will give you the information about her whereabouts, but I ask you not to freak out or jump to conclusions too fast," Nene requested, bowing as she had asked something of higher standing than herself. Both Asia and Zenobia nodded in agreement not to react too rashly. Nene took a deep breath and began speaking again. Lady Kenneo is currently with Dragon King Tiamat and her only child. We found out after fighting the dragon we had been sent to talk to that it was her child, or rather her son, she explained, making Asia and Zenobia release a heavy breath, thankful that she was with Tiamat and not some powerful evil dragon. Thank goodness, but if I may ask, why is Kenneo with Tiamat and her son and not with you? Asia asked, her voice becoming more controlled, though still soft. Nene flinched at this, which Zenobia noticed. What are they doing? Surely Kenneo would have been done with this hours ago, Zenobia said, moving closer to the nearly sweating Nene. She wasn't trying to hide anything, she just didn't know what she could or couldn't say. Well, you see. How do I put this? Tiamat's son wants to be her familiar, so I would guess they're talking about that right now, she stuttered. Zenobia scanned her face closely, noticing the sweat running down her forehead in an almost comical fashion. Why would making a dragon into a familiar take this long? It's an obvious yes, or maybe Kenneo also has these Asia-like traits sometimes, thought Zenobia, who was still a bit of an airhead. But why would that take so long? And why couldn't you just have sent a message back in the meantime? Asia asked, surprising both Zenobia and Nene, as she rarely took charge in anything. I didn't think about that, Nene admitted, putting her hand to her chin thoughtfully, as she too could be a bit of an airhead. After a moment, she regained focus on the two ladies in front of her and continued speaking. Well, I guess we have not been very smart. I am sorry for worrying you, she said, bowing and eliciting a few laughs from the girls she had scolded earlier about thinking things through more. A tick mark appeared on her forehead. Well, what's done is done. Just lead us to Kenneo and Lady Tiamat. I would like to meet her again, Zenobia said, prompting Nene to organize the others into line before leading the peerage, Zenobia, and Asia back towards Tiamat's cave. On their way, Asia began receiving a lot of questions from the pawn with healing powers and the single bishop, asking her about healing spells and ways to train one's body and mind to suit their role better. Meanwhile, Zenobia engaged in small talk with the two knights, asking similar questions to those posed to Asia. Once upon a time in a world where anthropomorphic animals lived alongside humans, the story unfolded in a bustling city filled with vibrant life. The characters, each with their unique traits and personalities, navigated the complexities of their lives, relationships, and the societal expectations placed upon them. In the heart of the city, a young wolf named Legosher grappled with his feelings for a charming rabbit named Haru. Their worlds collided in unexpected ways, leading to moments of tension and vulnerability. Legosher, often shy and introspective, found himself drawn to Haru's boldness and determination. He admired her spirit, which contrasted sharply with his own reserved nature. One day, while walking through the park, Legosher spotted Haru sitting alone on a bench, her expression contemplative. He hesitated for a moment, unsure of how to approach her, but the pull of his emotions urged him forward. As he sat beside her, he could feel the weight of unspoken words hanging in the air. "Hey, Haru," he began, his voice barely above a whisper. "What are you thinking about?" Haru turned to him, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Just life, I guess. Sometimes it feels overwhelming, you know?" Legosher nodded, understanding all too well the pressures they both faced in a society that often judged them by their species. "I get that. It can be hard to find your place." She smiled softly, appreciating his empathy. "But I think it's important to keep trying, to find what makes us happy." As they talked, the connection between them deepened. Legosher found himself opening up about his struggles with identity and acceptance, while Haru shared her own experiences of feeling out of place. Their conversation flowed effortlessly, filled with laughter and moments of silence that spoke volumes. As the sun began to set, casting a warm glow over the park, Legosher felt a surge of courage. He wanted to express his feelings for Haru, but the words caught in his throat. Instead, he took a deep breath and reached for her hand, intertwining their fingers. Haru looked at him, surprise flickering in her eyes. "Legosher, I know this might be sudden," he said, his heart racing, "but I really like you, Haru. More than just a friend." Her cheeks flushed, and a smile broke across her face. I like you too, Legosher. I've always admired your kindness. In that moment, the world around them faded away, leaving just the two of them in their own little bubble of understanding and affection. They both knew that their relationship would face challenges, but for now, they were content to embrace the possibilities that lay ahead. As they sat together, the sounds of the city faded into the background, replaced by the gentle rustle of leaves and the distant chirping of birds. It was a moment of peace, a promise of new beginnings, and a testament to the power of connection in a world that often felt chaotic. And so, their story continued, filled with hope, friendship, and the courage to face whatever came next. Inside Issei's mind, a giant beam of Yuji pierced through the body of the beast, which roared in pain. When the beam disappeared, it left a large hole in its upper torso. The creature fell forward, and the light in its eyes faded within seconds. On a nearby cliff stood Kenneo, breathing heavily after using the same attack multiple times at her maximum power. Now, she had a chance to breathe and rest. She thought to herself, that should be the last one, as she felt her legs starting to give out. She sat down as the ground shook from the impact of the beast's body hitting the ground, creating a dust cloud that spread away from it. Kenneo felt a sense of pride, having just defeated the strongest being in existence, and in Issei's mind, she reflected, I don't know why, but I kind of figured I would have to fight against the Juggernaut drive. Or maybe something else. Her mind had become calmer after her battle with Trihexa, allowing silly thoughts to stream in. Closing her eyes, she rested them, placing both arms behind her on the ground for support as she bent backward to relax further. While resting, she heard something and stirred her eyes toward the sound, listening carefully. The footsteps were light but slightly heavier than her own, and they drew closer. She tried to scan the aura of the approaching figure but found herself unable to. Attempting to identify the person by scent was futile, as the wind was blowing toward them, rendering her sense of smell useless. The footsteps stopped a few feet away from her, prompting her to open her eyes to see who this mysterious person was. Before she could fully focus, the person spoke in an unforgettable voice. Hello, Kenneo. It's been a long time, hasn't it? Issei greeted her happily. Kaneko's eyes shot open at the sound of his voice, and she turned her head toward him. There he was, with his soft yet shining brown eyes, spiky hair, and the smile she remembered so well. She felt lost for words. Her heart wanted to express so much, but her body couldn't keep up, causing her words to come out as a mix of sounds. Tears streamed down her cheeks, her face adorned with a beautiful smile, her cheeks wet and slightly flushed. Her happiness was overwhelming, and she could hardly believe he was right in front of her, her Issei. Slowly, she began to crawl toward him, and he, in turn, walked to her. He knelt down and supported her trembling body as she buried her face in his chest, staining his old school uniform with her tears. He placed a hand on the back of her head, holding her caringly, and she began to sob quietly as her tears became fewer. Issei, I have missed you so much. So much that it hurts. I can't believe I have you back, she spoke, her voice weak from crying and exhaustion. Me too. I have missed you and the others, he replied, his voice happy yet calm. Kenneo shifted to look into his eyes, and when their gazes met, she struggled to contain herself. She leaned in and shared her first kiss in over a decade. His lips felt just as she remembered, and she became lost in her love for him, just like all those years ago. To her dismay, he did not kiss her back. Opening one eye, she noticed he was simply looking at her. She pulled back from the kiss, worried that she had done something wrong. Issei, aren't you happy to see me? She asked, hoping her fears were unfounded as her emotions took control. He sighed slowly, closing his eyes before reopening them, but now they had changed to a golden hue. His smile faded slightly, making Kenneo think he was sad about something, but what could be wrong? They were together again. Kenneo, do you remember the spirit of Loki's curse? He asked. She didn't quite understand, only nodding to seek answers as her worries began to grow. Well, he was speaking truthfully, at least about me being no more than a ghost of my old self, he explained, his smile no longer truly happy, and his eyes seemed more sad and lifeless than golden and shining. What do you mean? Aren't you the... she began, but he interrupted her. No, not anymore. Now he is, he said, pointing to the sleeping dragon form of Issei, which had suddenly appeared. Kenneo felt a surge of worry, noticing the many chains and locks around his body, almost as if he were a prisoner. I am the old Issei, but only a mask of his real self. If he were truly still alive, he would have kissed you the moment he saw you, he said, smiling at her, which made her feel both sad and happy. She buried her head into his chest again. So, everything I have done was for nothing? She asked, her voice filled with despair. No, well, your goal was to free the old me, but instead, you have allowed me a chance to say goodbye for him, as Issei is truly and sadly dead. He spoke softly, wrapping his arms around her in a tight hug as her sobs returned. Her hope had been crushed. Her entire drive for this singular goal had brought her so far, but for what? Just a final moment with her beloved in the form of a ghost. But then why did I do all this? What is my reward for enduring so much pain? A single moment with a person using my loved one's face as his mask, she asked, her voice shifting from sadness to hopelessness, then anger. You did it for him. He will be given the memories of Issei's old life. You will still gain back your Issei, just not in the way you wanted, he said, his voice soft and caring as he leaned closer to her ear, whispering something that left Kenneo shocked and pulling away from him. Her face began to cry again, but this time it was from happiness. You are such a pervert, always and forever the enemy to all women and their hearts, she said, her tone much happier than before. Issei smiled at her sudden statement, tilting his head to the side. As I always say, appreciating beauty is a way of life, and I will stand by that until the day I die. His words made them both laugh a little. After regaining himself, Issei stood up and reached his hand out to her. She looked at it for a moment before deciding to take it. He led her over toward the sleeping dragon, stopping a few meters away from his body. The chains rustled as the dragon breathed in and exhaled air. He turned to her, moving one of his hands over one of hers. He opened his hand, letting a small key drop into hers. Kenneo looked confused until she glanced back at the dragon. He was covered in chains and locks, and now she had a key to one of those locks. She looked back up at Issei's calm face and friendly aura surrounding her. She wanted to ask him, but she was almost certain that if she did, he would say something that might hurt her more. I know this is going to be hard, but you must do it. Not for me or for anyone else, but for him. He is a child who will soon be given memories and powers he could never have dreamed of. And he will need his mate's help. Kenneo looked at him, her eyes beginning to fill with tears again, knowing he was right. So when I use this key, he will remember me like before? She asked, her voice hopeful but tinged with the bitter thought of him possibly rejecting her. Issei placed his hand on her head, petting her like he used to. He will remember you, and only you for now. The others must all travel through their bond to get him back, but thanks to you, it won't be as hard. Kenneo understood it somewhat. He stopped petting her and moved back, his smile fading as his face became more serious. Kenneo didn't understand why at first, but she realized that maybe her time with him was up. She turned to the sleeping Issei and began walking toward him. Every step felt heavy as memories sprang in and out of her mind. She didn't look back at Issei, knowing it would only make this harder. She stopped in front of his sleeping body, and the rustling chains sounded like a simple melody at this distance. It was beautiful in a way. Once you put in the key, both you and he will wake up again. Take him to the others. Take him home for me, please. His voice didn't sound serious at all as she had imagined, it felt happy. She turned her head to see a young man with brown spiky hair, a scar on his left cheek, a stubbly beard, and that all-welcoming smile. She saw Issei, the Issei who had survived and lived with them in the underworld. She didn't cry, knowing he wouldn't like to see her cry. She just smiled as she turned her head back toward the sleeping dragon. Click. One of the chains fell to the ground, making a metallic sound that echoed around her. It began to glow a pinkish color and soon transformed into many small particles that floated into the air. She looked back at the sleeping dragon, seeing his now open eye looking at her, shaking as it focused on her. She could hear a small, weak sound, like an animal's whimper when scared. She reached her hand out to him, and he moved his head to feel her touch, beginning to connect with her. "Welcome back," she said softly. In the familiar forest outside of Tiamat's cave, Nene and her fellow peerage members had somehow managed to get the shaken and pale duo, Zenobia and Asia, to walk slowly closer to Tiamat's cave. They had been unable to talk to them as they would just ignore them, and when they did respond, they only mumbled the names Issei and I missed you. It was becoming unsettling. They had led them for the past half hour closer to the cave, and they finally arrived. Nene told the other girls they could go on patrol. Or just rest, as the day had already been overwhelming. "Here we are. Are you two ready?" Nene asked, but Zenobia and Asia just stared blankly at the cave entrance, giving her what she would call the creepiest stare of her life. "But, I'll go," she was interrupted as the two women began walking toward the entrance, passing by her without a single word or glance. "Why are these people so fixated on this Issei guy? I don't get it," she thought as she decided to walk to some trees and rest. Meanwhile, Zenobia and Asia walked down the cave as the light from the purple sky outside faded, replaced by glowing fungi that illuminated the cave with a bluish light. After what felt like an eternity, they finally stood face to face with the auras of three powerful beings. One was Kenneo, who they guessed was behind the second, the giant blue dragon known as Tiamat. The other aura was also behind Tiamat's body, but they sensed that both its aura and power were definitely as strong, if not stronger, than Tiamat's. They walked slowly toward the front of Tiamat's body, where they heard what sounded like crying and sobbing as her neck and head curled around the body of what they now saw was a young male red dragon. They could now feel his aura much better, sensing Issei's signature within it, along with others, mostly Trihexa's. "Issei," they both spoke weakly as they stepped closer, 1 foot at a time. Their steps were almost silent, but their worried breaths were not, and it was noticed. They couldn't breathe as the sight before them made their hearts ache. It hurt them almost as much as when they had spoken harshly to him back when things were much simpler. Asia fell to her knees, her body weakened, while Zenobia stood frozen, equally affected by the sight. The two looked at this dragon that was supposed to be their Issei, but how could he be? Everything except his aura had changed. He was no longer the same brown-haired boy they had fallen in love with. He is still the same boy. He has just forgotten his past, spoke the giant blue dragon, her voice trembling slightly at the end. The girls looked at her, unsure of what to do or what to think. The dragoness moved her long neck and turned her head to meet them face to face. "Hello, I didn't welcome you earlier as I was, well, trying to help my son," Tiamat said, and the two girls noticed the hurt and worry in her eyes. "I am guessing that Nene told you who my son is?" she asked. Zenobia and Asia nodded slowly, struggling to hold themselves together. "Well, it is true, my son is the reincarnation of Issei Haidu, though now he is just Issei," she continued, her voice softening. She understood how these girls felt and was trying to ease them into the painful truth of Issei's new life. Zenobia glanced back at Issei's body, a small tear rolling down her cheek. As it fell to the ground, she turned back to Tiamat. "But why didn't you tell us or anyone that he was alive?" she asked quietly, the anger barely contained in her voice. Her eyes narrowed, giving her a fierce look, but she was too weak to unleash her full feelings. Tiamat lowered her head, bowing like a humanoid would. "I am sorry. I kept him hidden for my own reasons and also because he had forgotten everything. Only his name remained in his mind," she replied, still bowing to the two girls who were shocked by this new information. "What do you mean, Tiamat-sama? How could he forget?" asked the timid Asia, her voice a mix of confusion and hurt, making it hard for her to articulate her thoughts. Tiamat sighed deeply and looked up at them. "I do not know, but he just has. I tried many times to bring back his memories, but it never seemed to happen." "Again, I am truly sorry," she answered, causing Asia to sob quietly into her hands. Meanwhile, Zenobia lowered her head, her hair obscuring her eyes as she trembled slightly. Zenobia looked back up at Tiamat, her eyes still hidden behind her hair. "How long have you taken care of him as his mother?" she asked, confusing Tiamat and Asia with her question. Tiamat thought for a moment, a small smile appearing on her face as she recalled the happy life she had shared with her son. For 11 years. I found him a few months after the battle with Trihexa. He was wandering around, looking for something or someone. I took him in as my own that day, she replied, her smile almost radiant as she thought of her time with Issei. Zenobia kept her eyes covered, but the sound of tears falling to the ground could be heard. She lowered her head, bowing deeply. Thank you so much for taking care of him when we should have. I thank you from the deepest part of my heart, Tiamat-sama, she said, surprising Tiamat, who had expected her to be angrier. Instead, she felt gratitude for Tiamat's care over the years. Asia stood up and moved beside Zenobia, bowing as well. I would like to thank you too, Tiamat-sama. Tiamat was unsure of how to respond. She felt grateful that they were not angry with her, yet she also felt shame for never having told them about Issei being alive. You don't have to bow to this terrible mother. I never tried to tell anyone he was alive because I didn't want to let him go after how he looked at me, like he was my real son. I am so sorry for my selfishness, she said, attempting to bow but stopping as she heard Issei grunting in pain again. Asia and Zenobia exchanged worried expressions. Almost instinctively, Asia ran to him and used her healing powers, while Tiamat wrapped herself around his body, hoping to ease his pain with her motherly embrace, as nothing else had worked. Zenobia watched, feeling ashamed for not having the ability to help her one true love. She moved to his head, noticing Kenneo sleeping beside him, her arms wrapped around him. Deciding to do the same, she rested her head against his, closing her eyes. I am so happy to see you again, even if you are not the same on the outside. I hope you are still my Issei on the inside, she thought, feeling his aura encircle her slowly, almost like a hug. She reciprocated, feeling their auras intertwine, like fingers tangling together. Her mind began to blank as the sounds of the surrounding area faded away. Then light came as swiftly as the darkness before it. Inside Issei's mind, she felt like she was flying, soaring over the clouds. Suddenly, clouds began to appear around her, and land far below emerged from nothingness. She felt at peace in this wonderful state. Soon, she spotted a giant flat cloud drifting peacefully across the nearly perfect sky. She wanted to land on it for some reason, so she began to flap her wings to gain more speed and soon landed on the drifting cloud island. So pretty, she thought to herself as she looked around. Then she spotted a young man dressed in the Ku Academy male uniform walking toward her. She narrowed her eyes to analyze him, and then she noticed his long spiky hair. Only one person she knew had that kind of hair. Issei, she spoke quietly as the figure drew closer. Unable to wait, she dashed toward him. He stopped, opened his arms, and greeted her with that friendly smile she could never forget. Issei! Issei! She yelled, tears streaming down her face. She jumped at him, landing on him and pushing him down onto the ground. Wrapping her arms around his waist, she hugged him tightly, crying into his chest. He giggled happily and put his arms around her as well. Hello, Zenobia. How have you been? He asked, smiling gently at her. She lifted her face to meet his eyes, those gentle brown eyes she had missed so much. Tears streamed down her face, but her joyful smile showed that she was overwhelmed with happiness. I miss you, Issei. I have missed you so much, she cried, holding him even tighter than before. He chuckled softly at her cute response and reactions. I see, I have missed you too, my knight, he replied gently, noticing her eyes glistening with tears. She lifted her head to meet his gaze and slowly lowered her lips to his. It was their first kiss in almost 12 years, and it felt just as wonderful as it had back then. However, she realized he did not reciprocate the kiss. Pulling away slowly, she looked worried. It's okay, Zenobia. But I am not the real Issei, I'm just a ghost. I can't do what he could, but he would have loved to kiss you one more time, he said, his smile fading slightly. She stared blankly at him. So you really are dead, she managed to say, but her sadness overwhelmed her, and tears flowed freely down her cheeks. He placed a hand on her head and patted it gently while tightening his grip on her. It's okay. His memories of you are still with him. Issei himself is gone, but not his new self. So don't cry for his sake, Zenobia, he spoke softly, gradually letting go of her and gently pushing her away. He stood up and reached out an arm to her. Confused, she hesitated but eventually took his hand. He led her deeper into the cloud, and as they approached, she saw the body of the sleeping dragon, Issei. "Why are we here?" she asked as they walked closer. He suddenly stopped and released her hand. "I want you and the others to help him reclaim his old life while allowing him to remain his new self. The boy has suffered enough. His life has never been easy since he entered this world of magic and gods," he explained, extending one hand toward her. "Take this and help him find peace with his family again, both new and old. For his sake, mine and Issei's," he added, dropping a key into Zenovia's hands. She looked at it, then back at him, only to find he had vanished. Looking around, she saw nothing but the sleeping dragon, now bound by chains and locks. Feeling a sense of purpose, she walked closer to him. Each step felt heavy as memories of their time together flooded her mind. She reached him, and the chains rustled as his body inhaled and exhaled, creating a melodic sound. Holding the key out, she inserted it into a lock and turned it. Click! A chain fell to the ground, and as it hit, it began to dissolve into pixelated pink light, soaring into the sky. She gazed at Issei, her heart no longer caring if he was a dragon. She felt that he was Issei, her Issei. Don't try to get his children just yet. He is only 11 years old. At least ask Tiamat for permission first, a voice called out. She turned to see an older version of Issei. With a happy smile, she waved at him, and he returned the gesture before turning and disappearing into the clouds like mist. She gazed longingly at the spot where he had stood for that brief yet eternal moment. "I love you, Issei, and I will always do so," she whispered, hoping for one last response. Instead, she felt someone watching her. Turning, she saw the dragon Issei looking at her, small tears forming in his eyes. She embraced him, and the tears soon faded away like the older version of Issei had. Meanwhile, in the familiar forest inside Tiamat's cave, while Zenobia had entered Issei's mind, Asia and Tiamat were too focused to notice as they tried their best to stop whatever was causing Issei to wince and growl in pain. The pain subsided around the same time Zenobia fell asleep next to him, holding on to him tightly. Tiamat and Asia felt a sense of calm, though they were puzzled by Zenovia's seemingly first action to help him being to fall asleep, as they had not seen or felt what she had before that moment. "He's okay for now, but the pain. It will come. It won't stop anytime soon, and I don't know what it is. I can only heal it away if I knew what it really was," Asia said, breathing heavily with each word, reaching her mental and emotional limits. Tiamat looked at her with understanding, wishing she had that kind of power. "I understand, young devil, but only gods can possess such abilities." Tiamat paused, realizing something she should have done years ago. She began to giggle sadly. Asia looked at her with a confused expression. "What do you mean? Did you remember something that could help?" she asked, her voice filled with newfound hope. Tiamat began to glow a bright blue, shrinking to the size of a human woman. The glow retracted, revealing Tiamat in her human form, resembling Rias but with blue hair and more revealing clothing. "I do, well, we both do. How I never thought about this is beyond me, but I think they might want to help," she said, her face breaking into a beautiful smile. Asia tilted her head in confusion, unsure of who Tiamat was referring to. Tiamat giggled at Asia's obvious bewilderment. "I will try to get them here to help. Then you'll see who I am talking about. Take care of him and the others in the meantime. If anything happens that you don't think you can handle, feel free to call for help, as he will most likely re-enter our world in the next few days or weeks, no matter what," she instructed, starting to form a dragon gate. Asia watched as Tiamat left through the gate, heading to an unknown destination. Asia looked back at the bodies of her two friends and Issei, her one true love. It felt almost too good to be true, but there he was. It may not have been the same body, but she hoped he was still the same person, even without his memories. She recalled what Tiamat had said, continuing to ponder it but reaching no conclusion about who it could possibly be. In a nearby park, two men sat alone, with only each other for company. The fountain shot streams of water into the air, creating a picturesque scene in the small park. The clear blue sky had almost no clouds, and the bright sun shone down, making it the perfect day to be outside or perhaps for a date. A gentle breeze ruffled their spiky brown hair, landing a few small green leaves in the older man's hair. "Just my luck, gotta look good for my date." "These leaves," he muttered, picking them out with his hands. The younger man watched him with an amused smile, chuckling a little at his troubles. The older man shot him a glare. "What? It's funny to see you get annoyed over small things when you should be mad about our current situation," he said, sighing as he leaned back on the bench, letting his head hang over the back. "Well, I have to keep my spirits up, or I just dwell on the problems. You know what I mean. Besides, as you know, I have to look good for my date," he replied seriously. "I know, just teasing you is all. I guess you're right, I do take after Akon in some ways, don't I?" the younger man said, a playful smile creeping onto his face. "Yes, you do. I made you like them after all, or else I would have gone insane after the first week," the older man remarked, gazing at the fountain still spewing water into what seemed like an eternal pool around it. "I know, but this will end when she comes. And then we can no longer stay here, no matter how." "I know, and I am ready. I have been for a few years now," the older man interrupted, smiling happily. The younger man stood up and began walking toward the edge of the park. "If you say so, I'll be getting ready for the last few of them. They miss you a lot, you know," he said, stopping to look back at the older man, who stood up as well, returning his bright smile. "Oh, I know. I only let them see for a brief second as promised. They looked so happy. But as we promised, I'll talk with her myself. After the one before her, you can finally have your rest, you beast." He chuckled lightly at his joke, while the other sighed at his antics. "I still don't get how you beat me or even made me your friend, Issei. But our time together has been something I wouldn't trade for anything. And don't worry, I won't forget. I am not like those strange ghosts of yours. I never really cared about destroying this world and never had any real hatred toward you," Trihexa said as it turned around and walked out of the park, vanishing into thin air. Issei sighed at its peculiar way of talking and doing things. "If I ever get trapped with someone again, let it at least be Draig or a charming woman, not someone I killed. It gets so awkward sometimes," he murmured, looking back at the fountain. "But it is true, soon all of this will be over. What to do in the meantime?" He sighed again, sitting back on the bench, stretching his body until he found a comfortable position. He closed his eyes and began humming an old song from his TV show, giggling as he couldn't bring himself to sing the rest. "Oh God, why did we ever say yes to that show? Why did we, Rias? Maybe I'll ask when we start our date," he said, laying back on the bench and drifting off to sleep. Inside Tiamat's cave, after Tiamat had left, Asia pondered her question while keeping an eye on her two friends. She wore a puzzled expression, as each time she thought she had found an answer, she quickly abandoned the idea and started over. Eventually, she decided to stop trying to figure it out and instead focused on her friends, who were sleeping on the massive Draconic body of Issei. Their faces bore small, happy smiles, with a few tears rolling down their cheeks. Asia hoped they would wake up soon, all three of them. She had more or less accepted that this dragon was Issei, as his aura was unmistakable. She sat down next to the sleeping Kenneo, leaning against Issei's body. She could feel his neck moving slightly as he inhaled and exhaled, a calming motion that soothed her. She longed to fall asleep like this, with him and the others, just as she had done years ago. But she knew she had to stay awake until Tiamat returned or until one of them woke up. Suddenly, she felt a hand on her arm. Turning her head, she saw Kenneo gripping her arm. Looking up, Asia noticed Keneo's face, which wore a sad expression but still had a strange, bright smile. Kenneo seemed both happy and sad, leaving Asia to wonder what she was dreaming about. How could she feel both emotions at once? Asia wrapped her arm around her friend in a comforting gesture. A moment later, Kenneo began to wake up, her body stirring slightly as a tiny, cute yawn escaped her lips. She opened her eyes slowly, and upon seeing Asia, shot up and hugged her tightly. Asia, caught off guard, found herself being squeezed by Kenneo. Just then, Zenobia also began to wake up. Instead of joining Kenneo in her enthusiastic embrace, she moved to the front of Issei's head and hugged it lovingly. Kenneo, with her eyes closed, sobbed into Asia's shoulder while Asia whispered, "Kenneo, please, stop squeezing me. Kenneo." At that, Kenneo opened her eyes, released Asia, and bowed her head, repeatedly apologizing. Asia reassured her it was all right but felt confused, thinking it would have been Zenobia to hug her like that. "Are you two okay? What happened while you were sleeping? You seemed both sad and happy," she asked, finally able to breathe more easily. Kenneo and Zenobia exchanged glances, as if having a silent conversation, then both nodded and turned back to the still confused Asia. Kenneo stood up and motioned for Asia to do the same. They moved together to sit beside Zenobia. Asia could feel Issei's warm breath behind her. It was a strange sensation, yet comforting. Looking at her friends again, she noticed they had developed a slight blush as they thought about their dreams. "What happened? Why do you two seem so sad before, then happy, and now this? Please tell me, I'm getting worried," she said. Her friends exchanged shocked looks before bursting into giggles at her concern. "We're okay, more than okay in fact. We were happy when we saw him. We saw Issei again," Zenobia explained, and Kenneo nodded in agreement. Asia's confusion deepened, but it quickly transformed into joy at the mention of Issei. "Really? You saw him? You saw Issei?" she asked, her face lighting up with a beautiful smile and happy tears that made her even cuter. They both nodded, prompting her to close her eyes and clap her hands together as if in prayer. "This truly is a wonderful day. Issei is still alive inside this dragon." Unbeknownst to her, this statement caused the expressions of her friends to shift to sadness, reopening wounds they had tried to heal. Zenobia reached out, gripping Asia's shoulder tightly. When Asia opened her eyes, filled with unknowing happiness, she noticed the tears in her friend's eyes. Kenneo mirrored Zenovia's concern, prompting Asia to turn her head toward her. "Why are you crying?" "He is," she began, but Kenneo interrupted, her voice growing weak with every word. "Issei is dead, Asia. He died and has been dead for the last 11 years. He isn't coming back this time." Asia's expression froze, her smile fading into a sad look as her eyes took on a vacant quality. Tears streamed down her face, and her arms fell to the ground. She couldn't process it. Her dream of Issei coming to her had just been shattered in an instant. Her heart broke, and she felt nothing, saw nothing. Overwhelmed by sadness, she fainted, much like Rias had earlier that day. Kenneo and Zenobia caught her and gently laid her down on the ground, hoping she would recover from this emotional blow. They exchanged glances, unsure of what to do next. Then Zenobia remembered their purpose for coming. "Kenneo, Asia and I came here to bring you and your group home, but with everything that's happened, I don't think we should," she said. Kenneo looked at her, her expression turning serious. "I think we should call back and tell them that he is alive. Rias would be over the moon when she hears this," Kenneo suggested, a small smile appearing on her face, though Zenobia did not share her enthusiasm. "I don't know if we should. You see, Rias fainted because the two artifacts broke. She is currently sleeping, and Akon has taken command for the time being," Zenobia explained, causing Kenneo to look slightly worried. They fell into a moment of silence, contemplating their next steps. They needed to inform Akon that they had found Kenneo, but was that truly the right decision? Because if she were to ask what had kept Kenneo there, they couldn't lie to her about it. That would be too cruel. Zenobia believed they should just tell her the truth. They couldn't ignore her or they would send more people to find them. Her tone was strong as she expressed her opinion. Kenneo had doubts about this approach. It would be easier, but did they really believe it? Would she or any of them really believe it? "I mean, I hardly still believe it, but it's the truth," Kenneo responded. Zenobia sighed, acknowledging that if it weren't for the aura, she too would have doubted it. They both sighed again and sat in silence for a while. Nothing happened for a bit until a small red circle appeared next to Zenovia's ear. They exchanged worried glances as Zenobia prepared to answer the call. "Zenobia? Have you and Asia found Kenneo yet?" Akone's voice came through, filled with concern. Both Zenobia and Kenneo could hear her clearly. Yes, we found her. I am with her right now, Zenobia replied. The circle moved away from her ear and hovered in the air between them, turning flat. Soon after, a small figure appeared from it. It was Akon, her welcoming smile evident, yet a hint of worry lay behind it. Ah, Kenneo, we have been so worried. You know what happened to Rias earlier, right? Kenneo nodded slowly, beginning to sweat a bit, hoping Akon wouldn't notice the large dragon behind her. Hey, good. Then you three should get home as fast as you can. Wait, where are you? Is this a cave? Where is Asia? Akon asked, finally noticing their surroundings. Her magical body moved around, her gaze landing on Asia's sleeping form. She turned back to the two. What happened? She inquired. The two girls gulped, knowing they had to tell the truth. They exchanged glances while Akon looked back at Asia. Unbeknownst to them, their conversation had awakened Issei, who was quietly observing them. As a dragon, he found it intriguing to watch weaker beings unaware of his presence. Well, you see, we found someone. The dragon we were sent to deal with turned out to be Lady Tiamat's son, so. Kenneo started, feeling the weight of Akon's gaze. She was not in the mood for games. She wanted answers now. And what does that have to do with Asia? Did the dragon attack her? Akon asked, her voice commanding. No, I fought him before they even came here. But you see he is Kenneo struggled to find the words as Akon's gaze intensified. He is what? What is he, Kenneo? Akon pressed, sensing a strange pressure around her. Kenneo gathered her courage. He is the reincarnation of Issei, she exclaimed, starting off weakly but ending with a shout. Akon stood there, unsure of what she had just heard. The circle closed soon after, leaving the two women confused and Issei wondering who Akon was. Issei pondered where the devil had gone. At least she had stopped threatening Kenneo and Zenobia. But how did he know their names? He looked at the two with slightly opened eyes, just enough to see them. He felt a strange familiarity with them, particularly Kenneo, but he was unsure how he knew Zenobia. His mind began to hurt as he felt, saw, heard, smelled, and remembered things he had never experienced. I know them, but how? These aren't my memories, they belong to someone else. But why do I have them? He wondered. He saw flashes of their happiest and saddest moments, feeling a deep emotional connection. He wanted to cry, overwhelmed by a sense of joy and longing. He felt a connection to the sleeping blonde girl as well, even though he didn't remember her. Why do I feel like this? Why am I seeing all of these things? I feel happy, scared, alive. What is happening to me? He thought as more memories flooded his mind. Then he heard two names that resonated deeply within him. The first was Issei, a name that brought him happiness. Is this the name of the owner of these memories? Or is it mine? He contemplated. But when he heard the second name, he felt numb. It brought a whirlwind of emotions. Happiness, sadness, and confusion. Hundreds of images of a red-haired person flashed before his eyes. That name was special to him, but he didn't understand why. Why do I feel these things? Who are these people, and why do I miss them so much? He wondered, searching through the memories of himself and the two women. Yet he found no answers, only more questions about who they were and who Issei was. He realized he might be able to get answers from the two women in front of him. Determined to make his presence known, he opened his eyes, only to find one more woman there. A tall, raven-haired woman with a stunning figure that could rival his mother's. Her purple eyes made him feel weak at the mere sight of them, and his heart raced with joy. Who are these people? Why do I feel so happy to see them? He wondered as his confusion deepened with every new feeling and memory that surfaced. Meanwhile, Akon had teleported to Kenneo, Zenobia, and Asia. Her face bore red circles under her eyes, along with lingering tears. She had cried earlier, feeling sad because of what Kenneo had said. Kenneo, I know you miss him, but right now is not the time to joke about such things. Rias is already. She was cut off as a roar echoed from the body of the sleeping dragon, unaware that he had been awake for quite a while. Akon stepped back, frightened at the thought of facing a dragon of such power. She could feel his aura, his power radiating off him. Kenneo and Zenobia looked on with worried expressions, unsure of what was happening. Issei now stood on all fours, staring them down, sadness, rage, and despair in his eyes as his mind struggled to cope. Issei, calm down. Everything is okay. I am here, Aisha is here, Zenobia is here, Akon is here. Kenneo spoke, raising her hands in a non-threatening manner as she slowly approached him. Meanwhile, he became increasingly confused. Akon looked shocked, unable to comprehend how this dragon was her Issei, but as she felt his aura and power, she began to understand. Oh my Satan, it is him. But how, she thought. Kenneo moved toward him one step at a time, with Zenobia following shortly after. Issei glared at the two, feeling a whirlwind of emotions that didn't seem to belong to him. They came closer, and he could have easily struck them down in his anger, but something held him back, a voice or feeling telling him that acting on his rage would only worsen his turmoil. He lifted his head as high as he could, staring them down, using his golden eyes like he had when he fought against Kenneo. It stung as his glare narrowed on them. Who are you? What have you done to me? He roared, a small flame bursting between his teeth. Kenneo and Zenobia continued to approach him, their eyes filled with determination. Akon stood by, unsure of what to do in this unfamiliar situation. Issei focused more on Kenneo and Zenobia as they now stood at his feet. He could crush them right now, make them pay for whatever spell they had cast on him. But again, that voice in his head urged him not to act, as it wouldn't alleviate his feelings. Kenneo and Zenobia both placed a hand on his front leg, looking straight at him without fear. He was impressed. The only being he had met who could meet his gaze for more than a fleeting moment was his mother. He was still grappling with the influx of memories and knowledge about these two, as well as the blonde and black-haired women who stood in the middle of the cave. Against his better judgment, and much to the delight of that inner voice, he lowered the aura he was releasing. This made Akon release a breath she didn't realize she was holding. The stinging in his eyes faded, along with the feeling of being outmatched. The two who still looked at him with no fear gave him small smiles as unspoken thanks, and it made him happy. He didn't know why it made him happy, but it did. Akon regained her composure and decided to address the elephant, or dragon in the room. Kenneo, is that dragon really Issei? Kenneo turned her head back toward Akon, her smile still present. Issei looked on, pondering what she meant and why he suddenly knew them all. He is a reincarnation of Issei, she said, causing Akon to close her eyes in thought while Issei stared at the white-haired girl as if she had just grown 2 heads. He lowered his head so that it was only a meter or 2 away from hers. What do you mean by that? He asked, his sudden ability to speak surprising not only him but also Kenneo. She looked at him, wondering how he had gained the ability to speak. The only explanation was that his memories had given him that ability. Issei was thinking the same thing, just slightly differently. You can speak now. That is wonderful. Just wait until Tiamat hears this, she said, her smile growing even wider, making Issei's heart race for a brief moment. Cute, he thought. But to answer your other question, yes, you are the reincarnation of Issei Hayadu, the former Red Dragon Emperor. And my mate. That last part was more of a whisper, but thanks to his draconic senses, he heard it loud and clear. If he weren't a red dragon, they would have seen a giant blush on him. He didn't understand why he felt happy, yet he did. This whole memory thing had begun to affect him more than he expected, even in this short time. Then something clicked, something she said that confused him. I was the dumb red idiot? Then why hasn't my mother killed me yet? All the women were taken aback by this almost childish question, but they, or at least Zenobia and Kenneo, remembered that he was only 11 years old or younger. It surprised them even more that this was the first time he had acted his age. Well, yes, you were the dumb red idiot when you were Issei Hayadu, though you were not called dumb red idiot. You were called the Red Dragon Emperor, Zenobia explained, giggling a little at this childlike Issei. Issei turned his head sideways, his confusion growing. Kenneo reached out to his snout, and he moved his head closer, wanting to feel her touch. She nuzzled him softly, earning a few grateful growls from him. Yes, you were called that. You were also known as the strongest Red Dragon Emperor and even the strongest being in this world, she said, giggling slightly. He turned to her with awe in his eyes, eager to learn more about this incredible version of himself. He had more or less gone into total hatchling mode. Issei asked Kenneo if she could tell him more about the mysterious figure, speaking with a childish glee. Unbeknownst to him, his words caused Kenneo to blush madly at the sound of his name, as if they were old friends rather than mere acquaintances. Of course, Issei, she replied, tilting her head to the side with a cute smile, a single happy tear rolling down her cheek. This made Issei freeze as he gazed at her face, an image flickering in his mind. It was a beautiful woman, her face almost pearl white, with 2 sky-blue eyes and a smile he would have died for. Her crimson-red hair flowed around her as the purple sky behind her passed by, and feathers from some creature fell gently around them. She smiled at him, and in that moment, his world froze. He remembered everything about her in an instant. His king, his master, his lover, his Rias. My Rias, my Rias, my Rias, my Rias, my Rias, my Rias. My Aris, his mind screamed, then fell silent again. He had forgotten what he was just thinking about as he returned his focus to Kenneo, Zenobia, and Akon, who were telling him stories of his past self. Somewhere in the dimensional gap, 3 of the top 10 strongest beings in existence floated around, positioned in a circle as they engaged in conversation. One of them was a tall, handsome man with red hair, dressed casually, wearing an almost devilish smirk. The other 2 wore similar clothing and were almost physically identical, except one looked like a young girl with lively eyes, while the other had a caviar body and dull eyes. They both wore simple long-sleeved black shirts paired with small black skirts. These 3 beings were Great Red, Ophis, and Lilith. They were discussing something rather important, something that could change the world as they knew it, whether they should start a family together. Lilith and Ophis had been asking Great Red about this for the past decade, but he had refused each time, insisting he did not want a family or a mate. I am telling you too for the last time, go ask someone else. I am not a family dragon, I am a god, he exclaimed. Ophis stared at him, her expression unchanged, while Lilith hid behind her mother. I am only asking if you would like to be my mate and have more children with me. How is that such a bad thing? I even made myself look more attractive just for you. Why is this not working? I am always surrounded by men of almost any species when they see me in this form, Ophis said, her words flowing into an audible thought train. Great Red sighed, knowing he would be stuck in this conversation for the next month or so. Before they could continue their important discussion, they all felt the aura of another dragon entering the dimensional gap. They turned their heads and saw a beautiful woman with blue hair floating towards them. Ophis felt a twinge of offense when she noticed Great Red showing more interest in the newcomer than he ever had in her. So he likes blue hair, she thought. The blue-haired dragoness bowed before the 3 dragon gods. Great Red turned his body towards her, signaling for her to speak. The others followed suit. I apologize for interrupting whatever you were discussing earlier, but I need a favor from you all, she said, worry evident in her voice as she addressed the 3 dragon gods, including Great Red. Oh, well, let's hear it. It can hopefully be more interesting than my last 2 conversations this year, Great Red replied, a tired sigh escaping his lips. I assure you it is. I feel rather foolish for not doing this earlier, but I would like to ask you to help my son. He is in great pain and does not know what to do. She bowed again, a small tear falling from her eye, which caught the attention of Lilith and Ophis, who moved closer to her, sniffing her as if she were something they had never encountered before. Tiamat felt strangely frightened by this, fearing she might become food for the 2 goddesses. Ophis and Lilith moved back towards Great Red, who had also sensed what they had. The 3 of them exchanged glances before looking back at her. You have a son? Great Red asked. Tiamat hadn't expected that question, but it was better than being eaten. Yes, Great Red Sama, I have had him for over 11 years now, she replied. Suddenly, Ophis was in her face, her lifeless eyes staring into Tiamat's chromatic ones. Why do you smell like Draig? Ophis asked. Tiamat had a shocked reaction to Ophis's sudden statement. Great Red and Lilith looked at Tiamat with the same question in mind. Tiamat didn't really know what to say. Her mind had become overwhelmed by Ophis's unexpected inquiry. She sighed, took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and opened them again as she exhaled. I smell Drake because his former host, Issei Haidu, is my son, she said, trying to maintain steady eye contact with Ophis. In response to her answer, Ophis tilted her head, and the two other dragon gods mirrored her action. It became painfully quiet, even for this place. Tiamat began to sweat under the gaze of the strongest beings in the universe. Isn't Drake's host dead? Ophis asked, staring into Tiamat's eyes, almost as if she were trying to peer into her soul. Tiamat breathed a relieved sigh and prepared to speak again. Yes, I don't know how or why, but he seemingly reincarnated as a dragon, or as Drake in some way or form. She spoke as the three gods listened with what she hoped was interest. Suddenly, Great Red giggled, followed by Ophis, who seemed to smile slightly at Tiamat. This reaction made Tiamat very scared. Why would all three dragon gods react this way? Was it good or bad? Great Red moved closer to Tiamat and placed a hand on her shoulder, his face breaking into a small smile as his eyes sparkled with interest. Say, Tiamat, did you put seals or something on your son? His question confused Tiamat, and she wondered how he had found out. Well, yes, Great Red Sama. His power was much too great when I found him. It could have ripped his body apart. I could only guess it was because of the power he gained from Drake, but I was never quite sure, she replied truthfully, as she really had no idea how powerful he truly was. Interesting. I would like to meet him. You wouldn't mind since you came here for my help, right? Great Red asked with a smirk, feeling quite pleased with himself until Ophis hit him on the head. Baka Red, so you don't want me or Lilith, but you're fine with Tiamat and her son? Ophis said, showing a hint of jealousy for once in her existence. The two began a small argument, exchanging words and sometimes playful jabs at each other. While that was happening, Lilith and Tiamat continued their conversation. Tiamat was, however, quite scared of the small fight between the two god-class beings next to her. So how old is your son again? Lilith asked childishly. Tiamat couldn't help but feel a bit glad that at least one of the three dragon gods was somewhat normal. He is 11 years old, but if what Kenneo and I are trying works, he might end up being 19 or 20 years old. As she said that, Tiamat's heart felt a slight crack at the thought of what if. What if it succeeded? Would he forget their time together? Would she lose her son and would he return to those he once saw as family? She was pulled from her thoughts by Lilith shaking her. Tiamat looked at her and saw the small glint in her eyes. She was happy. Really? Can I play with him one day? I am only 12 years old, but I have never had a friend. Mother says they would use me for my power and ruin the world. Lilith pouted at the end of that, sounding rather truthful and somewhat sad. Tiamat giggled slightly at this childish conclusion. Well, I would have to ask him, but I think he would like to. Besides, not all your friends would want you just for your power. Your mother was just being a bit. I shouldn't say that last bit, Tiamat said as she knelt down to have perfect eye contact with the small dragoness in front of her. Lilith gained a happy smile at the hopeful promise of gaining a friend. Yay, I can get a friend. So mother really is an idiot like Papa said, she celebrated. Wait, Papa? I'm Lilith. Who is your Papa? Tiamat asked, confused as she had always thought that Lilith was just created by Ophis. Lilith stopped her celebration and turned to Tiamat, ready to give an answer, but was interrupted by Ophis stepping in front of her. No one. She doesn't have a Papa, understood Lilith? Ophis's tone was serious and harsh, and Lilith nodded in response. Okay, mother, I am sorry, she said quietly. Great Red joined the three others, his body bearing a few bruises, the same going for Ophis. So anyway, we will all help you. We owe Drake's host for dealing with Trihexa, which we should have done, Ophis said. Great Red sighed, having given up and also wanting to meet the boy, as he was an unknown variable in the god system. I wonder, how did the god systems allow him such a rare possibility? Reincarnation is a thing, But not to this level that I can sense just from Tiamat, he thought, as Tiamat bowed in gratitude for their offered help. In Tiamat's cave, the three devils had been telling Issei about his former self, as he had begun to want to know more about how he used to be in his old life. They kept recounting the wonderful things he had done, how he was always one of the first to fight against evil and protect what was good. Issei had always supported those close to him and made those he fought fear him. He never gave up and always returned with wounds and a cheerful smile. As he listened to stories about himself, sparkles filled his eyes. They talked for over an hour, and during that time, Asia woke up. She tried to hug him, but Kenneo advised against it since Issei still didn't remember much about anyone except her and Zenobia. Asia's expression turned sad at this revelation, while Akon looked confused. She wondered why he only remembered those two and asked Kenneo, "How does he only seem to remember you two? What did you do to make him remember?" Her question caught the attention of everyone in the cave. Zenobia shared Akon's confusion, having only just thought about it herself. Kenneo, however, felt slightly embarrassed as she had known the answer all along but hadn't shared it. Issei listened intently, eager to understand how he knew these things now. Kenneo explained, "Tiamat told me that we have to enter his mind while he is unconscious, like when he's sleeping. We need to feel our bond with him to enter fully." A small blush crept onto her face as she realized she had forgotten to mention something so important. The other women in the room looked confused, while Issei thought the idea sounded a bit strange. However, if his mother said it was the only way, then so be it. "So we just have to feel our bond to him to enter his mind?" Asia asked, her eyes shining with hope. Kenneo nodded, making both Akon and Asia smile at this wonderful news. "So how do we feel it or find it?" Akon asked, her expression turning determined. Kenneo looked at her blankly before answering, "I have no clue. I just got into his mind while I was crying." She paused, reflecting on her actions before entering his mind. Suddenly, an idea formed in her head. "We have to use a strong emotion tied to him, like happiness, anger, or sadness," she exclaimed, startling Issei with her sudden outburst. Akon and Asia exchanged glances before looking back at Kenneo. "Are you sure?" they both asked. Kenneo nodded confidently. "I would never lie about something like this." The women turned their attention to Issei, who gazed at their smiling, determined faces. Initially, he didn't want to know more about them. He just wanted the images in his head to fade away. But now, he felt compelled to uncover more of his past life. His mind, heart, and spirit seemed to call out to him, urging him to discover his past self. He lowered his head and lay down on the ground in a comfortable position. "All right, I'll let you do what you must do," he said. "Issei, thank you for doing this for us. It means everything to us," Akon said as she and Asia approached him. He opened one eye and giggled at them, still embodying the child he was, even if he could act mature at times. "I don't mind, Akone-san, Asia-san. I want to do this too for my own reasons," he replied, closing his eye as he prepared to drift off to sleep again. "But really, I want to know more about that red-haired woman the most. If I remember more memories, then maybe I can find out more about her," he thought as he felt Kenneo use some energy to help him fall asleep. Akon and Asia sat on either side of his head, contemplating what Kenneo had told them. "Use a strong emotion between me and Issei." But what would that strong emotion be? They both wondered as they reflected on their time with Issei. The happy moments, the silly ones, the sad times, and the devastating experiences. A small tear slipped from Asia's eye as her mind wandered, recalling all the times he held her and kept her safe. She fell asleep, remembering the first time she met him. Akon wore a kind smile as she reminisced about the time Issei helped her reunite with her father. It may not have been the happiest moment, but it was certainly one of the most important, as it helped both her and her father immensely. "You could never let anyone stay sad for long, could you, Issei?" she thought as her mindscape shifted to a familiar room. She found herself in her old house's living room, with the floorboards, walls, and furniture just as she remembered from her childhood. She too fell asleep, dreaming about her past life and perhaps one with Issei. Kenneo and Zenobia watched the three of them sleeping together, feeling a bit sad that they couldn't bring him fully back, as the ghost of Issei had said. Zenobia turned to Kenneo with a happy smile, making her look even more beautiful. "Did you also see him? The older version of Issei?" she asked. Kenneo experienced a brief moment of shock followed by happiness at the thought of seeing his possible real face, even if it was just for a moment. "Yes, I did. He was quite handsome, wasn't he?" Both women giggled, enjoying the light-hearted conversation as if they were discussing ordinary couple matters. They hadn't felt this way in a long time. They had previously talked about how Issei might look if he were still alive. They never imagined he would take after his father, but they couldn't deny that he looked quite handsome in that brief instance they saw him. "I wonder what they might see inside there?" "What did you see?" Zenobia asked, and Kenneo giggled again, enjoying the pleasant mood. "Nothing too special, but I did see a pervert," she replied, and they both laughed as their conversation continued. Inside Issei's mind, Akon opened her eyes to find herself on a clean floor mat. She moved her arms to sit up and began searching her surroundings until she saw something unexpected. The room was a classic Japanese living room, with floor mats everywhere, a low table with one pillow on each side, and a small side kitchen to the left, along with double doors right behind the table. The door was open, letting in golden rays of sunlight that made small shadows dance around on the floor. However, what truly caught her off guard was the sight of three people sitting in the doorframe, all close to one another: a man, a woman, and a small girl. The two females had long raven black hair, while the man sported brown spiky hair. Akon slowly began to stand up, walking toward the scene before her. She was bewildered, questioning whether she was inside Issei's mind or in her own dream world. Who were these people and where was she? As she approached, she noticed a picture on the wall to her right. She walked closer, hoping her eyes weren't deceiving her. With each step, she realized that this wasn't just any old Japanese house. It was her childhood home. The picture on the wall confirmed it. A photograph of her younger self sitting on her late mother's lap, with her father beside them. A small tear ran down her cheek as she recalled this blissful memory from the past, before everything became so messy and sad. "Why am I here? And who are those people in my house?" she asked, not receiving any answers or attention from the strangers. "Who are you people?" she repeated, straining to see their faces, which were obscured by the sunlight. Moving closer, she sought a better view, stepping into the light. The first face she saw was that of the little girl, who looked like a smaller version of herself. "Is that me? Wait, does this mean that woman is? No, it can't be, or can it?" she wondered as she moved even closer. But what she saw was not the face of her late mother. Instead, it was her own face, smiling while playing with the small girl beside her. The man looked on with a satisfied smile. "But why am I here? Why do I have a daughter with someone who isn't Issei? What is this?" Tears began to fall as her mind struggled to comprehend this strange betrayal of her once dead lover. Why would she have a child with someone who wasn't Issei? She needed to know who this man was so she could figure out what to do. With slow, hesitant steps, she approached the brown-haired man, each step bringing more life to this home and family. She could hear the dream version of herself talking to her daughter, saying things like, "When you get older, remember to find someone like your father, as they're always the most fun to tease." Akon felt a slight disgust that she, even if it wasn't really her, could say such a thing. "Stop it, Akon. I would feel bad for the poor boy, especially if she inherits your traits," the man said. His voice caught Akon off guard. She felt she recognized it, but who could it be? Taking a deep breath, she made the final step toward the man. She closed her eyes, not wanting to see this dream Akon's choice for a partner, someone who wasn't Issei. When she opened her eyes, she fell to the floor, tears streaming down her face. All her anger, disgust, and fear of whoever this man could be vanished as if it had never existed. It was him, it was Issei. His messy brown hair, cheerful smile, and those beautiful honey-brown eyes were just as she remembered. He was with the ideal family she had always wished for. They sat together with their daughter, a beautiful little girl. Akon stared at this almost fairy tale image of what she had dreamed of for so many years, If only he were still alive. Issei, my Issei, she whispered, reaching out a hand to touch his face for the first time in what felt like a lifetime. She felt his warmth, his rough yet gentle skin against her soft, delicate hands. Before she realized it, the scene shifted, and she found herself sitting next to him in the doorframe, their daughter on her lap, swinging her legs and giggling. She looked to her side to see Issei holding her hand against his cheek, smiling gently at her. Tears began to flow. She cried as she had when he died, when her mother passed away. She felt like that scared little girl again, holding on to her mother's lifeless body. But this time, she wasn't crying tears of sadness. This time, she was crying tears of happiness. "Hello, Akon. It's been a long time, hasn't it?" he asked, his smile as friendly and charming as always. She moved her daughter off her lap, and within moments, she had thrown her arms around Issei, kissing him lovingly on the lips, tears of joy rolling down her cheeks. Without noticing, she shifted to a new position again, back to where she had stood before. She watched as her dream version and Issei kissed each other patiently. "It's okay, it's easy to forget yourself," she heard a voice say. Inside Issei Haidu's dreamscape, Great Red found himself in a small, serene park that belonged to Issei. Upon his arrival, he was enveloped in a bright light and then appeared on the sidewalk of the park, surrounded by lush bushes and an elegant fountain at its center. An adult man with long, spiky brown hair and a small beard sat behind the fountain, unaware of Great Red's presence. As Great Red approached, he noticed a younger version of Issei standing nearby, but before he could hear their conversation, the younger Issei vanished into the garden. The older Issei turned his head toward Great Red, who had been lost in thought about the peculiar younger version of him. "Hello, Great Red-sama. Nice to finally meet you." "Comes down," Issei said, breaking Great Red's train of thought. Surprised that he hadn't noticed Issei's gaze, Great Red moved closer and took a seat on the stone bench at the opposite end. "Nice to meet you too, Haidu-san." "It is an honor to meet you," Great Red replied, bowing his head slightly in respect. Issei chuckled lightly, which confused Great Red. "Oh, I'm sorry. It's just a bit weird to be bowed to, it's been so long." "You don't have to bow to me," Issei explained, making Great Red even more puzzled. "It would be strange for the strongest being in our universe to bow to someone like me. I'm not important anymore." "Hee, I'm just an old fool," Issei said, gazing at the fountain with a bittersweet smile. Great Red understood the sentiment but felt differently. "I don't think so, Haidu-san. Ophis and I hold great respect for you. You are not a fool, you were once the strongest being in our universe," Great Red asserted confidently, eliciting a small chuckle from Issei. "Thanks for that, I needed to hear it. After all this time, you start questioning a few things about yourself. But I guess that's not why you came here. So, what brings you here? If it's just for a chat, you should probably leave, as I have better things to do," Issei said, his expression shifting from warm to serious. Great Red remained unfazed and replied, "I came to ask why you didn't take over his body and come back to life." Issei fell silent for a moment before bursting into laughter. Once he calmed down, he looked up at the clear blue sky. "I don't know, I never really thought about it. But before you say anything, the answer is no. I chose long ago to leave this body and the rest in this dream until this universe finally ends." "Quite dramatic, isn't it?" he answered, a satisfied smile on his face. "But why? Don't you want to live?" Great Red inquired. "No, not really. I did at one point, but I realized I would be harming a child if I did that. His body would become mine, but his mind and soul would be discarded. I could never live with myself if I did that," Issei replied, a grim smile crossing his face. "I see. So once this plan of yours is complete, you truly die?" Great Red asked, but Issei shook his head. "No, not really. I just won't exist in this plane anymore. I might go to heaven or perhaps the abyss, or even end up in some random god's domain. Or maybe I'll become a god of my own little realm. Who knows?" Issei answered, leaving Great Red somewhat stunned by his profound thoughts. This gave Great Red an idea. "What if you became part of the eternal dream?" he suggested, receiving a shocked expression from Issei. "Maybe, but could you even do that, Great Red-san?" Issei asked, intrigued and hopeful that he might be able to live through Great Red's domain. Suddenly he stood up, laughing. I am the dragon god of dreams. I can achieve the impossible, as that is my dream and will. I will give you access to my realm, or rather to the realm of dreams, he declared proudly. Issei smiled at this, but the joy quickly faded. I would love to, but I feel it would only prolong my suffering and that of others. Instead, I would prefer you to end my life. Once I meet Rias, I would like you to take me from this realm into the eternal dream of my own design, he said, tears streaming down his face. Great Red initially struggled to understand but soon grasped the depth of Issei's wish. I see. If you're just a free spirit there, you might one day be unable to resist visiting their dreams, Great Red remarked, an understanding smile forming on his face. Issei nodded in agreement. So instead, you want me to put you in an eternal dream where you will never realize you are dead? So you can be with your loved ones? Great Red asked, and Issei nodded again. With a sigh, Great Red sat down once more. I understand. I will do it. See it as my thanks to you for doing what I should have done, he said. Thank you, Great Red-sama. Suddenly, Issei gained a small smile as something told him that he had to leave. He stood up and walked toward the end of the park, and Great Red stood up as well, reaching toward him. Where are you going? He asked. Issei turned toward him, his smile much brighter than before. I am going to see my Asia. You can stay if you want to, but I don't think we have much more to discuss, not until. You know. He spoke as his smile faded for a second but returned again. I understand. Until then, Issei, hey, goodbye, he said, feeling himself leaving Issei's plane. He felt himself leaving the dome he created and returning to the real world. Inside Issei's mind with Asia, she found herself in a familiar room, on a familiar bed. It had magazines on the floor and posters of nearly NDE women on the walls. But even though it had those things, she couldn't help but feel comfortable here, as this was Issei's old room. She was lying next to him, but he was not awake, nor was he the one she saw dead for their sake. This was Issei before his fight against Rias for Rias's freedom. He still had a few burn marks, but he was breathing normally. She didn't know why she was here, but she didn't care enough as she could hold onto her Issei. She felt his breathing, his warmth. His smell was also soothing for her, but what she was mostly happy about was that his left arm hugged her into him. She felt so happy. It had been so long since she felt his touch, his warmth, his everything. She could almost cry, that was how happy she was. The door opened slowly, but she didn't notice as she was in her own little world. Out from the door came another Issei, his appearance much like the one he had when he died. He stood there in a white robe, looking at her as she was at peace for the time being. He coughed into his hand, making her finally notice him. When she did, her eyes could barely hold back her tears. Here was her Issei before he died. She then became confused at having two Isseis here, but when she looked down at the sleeping Issei, he had vanished. Sorry, Asia, but he was only a memory, nothing more, spoke the other Issei. She looked back at him, her confusion evident as well as her tears of either joy or sadness. She wasn't quite sure. You see, Asia, this is all just a dream. You and I are the only things in here, he explained as he walked closer to her while she just sat on the bed, still confused. Then why did it feel so real when I held Issei? She asked, her voice croaking a bit, her tears rolling down in much greater force. Issei reached his arms toward her and held her in a tight hug. It's okay, Asia. It feels real because you want it to be real, but sadly this is not a dream anymore or ever was. It's only a memory, my dear Asia. He cupped her face, bringing it up so that she could see into his eyes. Asia leaned forward, thinking that maybe he was the real one. She kissed him on the lips, enjoying the sensation of kissing him again after so long. Though she noticed he wasn't kissing back, making her pull back with a worried face, thinking she had done something wrong. It's okay, Asia. I don't mind. But you must understand that I am not Issei Haidu. I am only a spirit or a guide. But trust me, he would have kissed you if he had the chance, he said. Asia's eyes began forming tears of sadness and happiness at these words. While she was crying, Issei decided to pick her up, carrying her bridal style out of his room. Asia almost wanted to leap out of his arms, but she felt that she should just let him take her to where he was going. He carried her into the halls of the remodeled house, down the stairs into the living room. She saw her adopted parents sitting there with their son talking, but she couldn't hear what they were discussing. "It's only a memory, Asia. Besides, this one is not for you to see, it's for him." He pointed with his finger toward one of the large windows, where she could see Dragon Issei lying down and looking in on their conversation. How is he here?" she asked, not that she wasn't happy, but just confused. "He has been in everyone's dreams, but this time he is looking through his memories himself. He can't see us," he answered as they moved toward the front door, opening it and going outside. But they weren't outside the Hayato mansion anymore. They were rather in the old abandoned church in front of a row of destroyed pews. Asia recognized this place within seconds of being there, but something was different this time. There was a small red-haired boy, with scars across his face and a small tail, lying on the pew that she should have been lying on. Who is that?" asked Asia, confused as to why this person, whom she had never seen before, was lying on her deathbed. Issei set her down so that she could look around herself. "I see. It seems like Issei has gained some sort of human form." "Interesting," spoke Issei as he turned toward Asia. Her face held confusion, but it then turned to shock. "He looks just like he did in those old photos of him and Irina," she said. "Oh really? I would have never guessed he'd choose this form." "Oh Asia, take this," he said as Asia turned toward him. He held out his hand, and as he opened it, a small key fell out, landing in her open hands. She looked at him confused. He motioned with his eyes to look back at the boy, where she now saw 2 chains and 2 locks on him. "I am sorry to say this, but this will be goodbye forever. Once you unlock one of those locks, then he will be the new Issei," he said. Asia wanted to cry, but she tried her best to hold it back. She felt his hand on her back, gently pushing her toward the kid version of Issei. She began walking toward him, feeling her legs to be rather light, almost like she could run. No, she wanted to run to him. As she began running from the church door, memories flooded her mind. Happy tears fell down her cheeks at every one of them. When she reached him, she knelt down, holding one of his small hands in her own. She placed the key in one of the locks, and as it turned, she heard a click. One of the chains fell away from him, only to vanish in a green glow reminiscent of her own twilight healing light. Suddenly, she felt a hand on her back. Turning, she saw a different man who resembled her adopted father, but then she noticed his spiky hair. "Issei? Is that you?" she spoke weakly, reaching out an arm toward him. He took her hand, smiling at her with that all-too-familiar smile. Inside the bedroom of Rias Gremory, the head of the Gremory clan and Archduchess of Gremory, 3 people stood around her bed. Kiba, Gasper, and Rosweiss were all very worried about their king and best friend's well-being, as Rias had been unresponsive for the last 4 hours. They all knew the reason for her state, which only deepened the somber mood throughout the mansion, affecting everyone except the servants. The room was silent, with only the soft breaths of the 3 companions breaking the stillness. Occasionally, footsteps could be heard outside. Gasper sat on a chair next to Rias's bed, holding her hand, and by what Kiba and Rosweiss could guess, praying for Issei's spirit to help Rias feel better. Kiba had considered doing the same but felt guilty for relying on Issei's help, as it made him feel useless, a sentiment he sometimes believed to be true. Rosweiss shifted her focus several times over the past few hours, as she had been asked by Akon to take charge until she returned or Rias woke up. She had taken a few calls, silently of course, and received several messages. One of these messages, sent only a few minutes ago, was from Lu Fei. It contained something very interesting, and Rosweiss had been reading it for the last 5 minutes to ensure she wasn't being misled. "Kiba, Gasper, come see this," she said, her voice shaky. The 2 boys looked over at her, noticing the shocked expression on her face. Kiba was the first to approach, followed slowly by Gasper, whose legs felt weak after sitting for so long. Rosweiss enlarged the message and turned it toward them. They both looked confused. "What does Lu Fei want?" Kiba asked, his voice initially uninterested until he read the message. "Dear Rias Gremory, I have wonderful news that I and the rest of Team Valley would love to share, but can't do to Lord Surzex Lucifer's request. However, since they decided to leave without me, I have taken it upon myself to inform you that earlier today, Albion sensed the energy of Issei Hairu. In other words, we theorize that he is still alive, which the rest of the team has now confirmed. He is alive somewhere in the familiar forest. Lu Fei. The message left all three of them stunned. Rosweiss, having already read it and regained some composure, stood and looked at the two boys in front of her. Kiba's expression shifted from happiness to confusion and shame, while Gasper was crying, overwhelmed by a mix of emotions. As Rosweiss tried to devise a plan, she noticed that Rias's bed was empty. She was gone. Where is Rias? Rosweiss asked, jolting the boys from their sadness. They looked toward the bed and saw the same thing, an empty bed. They exchanged uncertain glances until Rosweiss had a small idea of where Rias might be. I think she must have seen the message from Lu Fei. She must be in the familiar forest. We need to go there now, she ordered, and the two boys nodded in agreement. In the familiar forest, Valley and his team, along with Surzex and Grafia, had arrived, searching for Issei's energy or any clues to find him. Have you sensed anything since we arrived, Albion? Valley asked. Albion responded, No, nothing. Wait, I have something. To the north, over at that mountain, I feel his energy. But be warned, it is not the only Draconic one I can sense from there. The others turned their attention to the mountain, now sensing it too. 4 or 5 Draconic signatures were present in one area, all strong. It didn't help that they sensed 4 devils among the dragon energies. They also detected a few more devil energies in the area, a group about the same size as theirs heading toward them, and another who seemed to be rushing toward the mountain. Both Surzex and Grafia felt this energy and, for a brief moment, felt compelled to pursue it, though they didn't know why. It seems that Kaneko's little sister's peerage is on their way here, perhaps to fetch us, Albion noted, having felt the other devil energy but not focusing too much on it. As he had mentioned earlier, Kaneko's peerage approached them after spotting them a bit further down the road. My king, the rest of our master's peerage has been sent here to fetch you, as per both our master and Lady Tiamat's orders, Nene Kaneko's queen, said, bowing before Surzex, followed by the rest of the peerage. Thank you. I would like to have an ideal chat, but that can wait. Is Issei with Tiamat? Surzex asked as he began walking toward the mountain, the others following closely behind. He was worried but kept his concern hidden. Though Grafia knew he would always stand around and make ideal conversation whenever he dealt with a problem. Of little importance. Nene spoke nervously as she followed Surzex. Yes, my king, we don't know who this person is, at least not enough to understand how or why a Mao would come all the way here. Nor would you, thanks to those old fools. He is important, very important. That should be enough for now, Surzex replied, a bit more friendliness emerging as he sensed the poor girl trying her best not to stumble due to her nerves. Karuka suddenly grabbed the now much calmer Nene by her left shoulder, making her slightly shocked at the sudden contact. Is my sister okay? Is she? Karuka asked, her tone revealing her worries. Nene looked puzzled, unsure of how to answer. She wanted to believe that her sister was okay or at least safe, but she couldn't be quite sure after everything that had happened. She hadn't seen her sister since she went inside the cave with Tiamat and Issei. I don't know, but I believe she is safe as Lady Zenobia and Asia are there with her. Nene tried to hide her own doubt, but felt the piercing glare of Karuka's worried expression. Good, thank the Maos, Karuka spoke with relief, prompting Nene to sigh in relief as well. I'll be going on ahead of you, this is going to take too long, Valis said as he suddenly summoned his silver wings and flew toward the mountain, followed shortly after by Biko, who was curious to see who these dragons were, along with seeing Issei for the first time in a decade. Even if he doesn't want to admit it, he has missed him a lot, Arthur remarked with little emotion in his voice, but a friendly smile and clear blue eyes were directed toward the silhouettes of Valley and Biko. He is right, going by foot will take longer, but I can't make myself go to him any faster, Surzex said, continuing to walk forward without looking at the others, more to himself. Grafia understood why. He had confided in her that he felt responsible for Issei's death. If only his plan had worked, then Issei would still be around. She held a small smile as her husband continued to doubt himself over something they both knew Issei would never hold against him. That was just not the kind of person he was. Inside Tiamat's cave, Tiamat, Lilith, Zenobia, and Kenneo had been talking to help Tiamat not feel too worried about Issei and his incredible power. She could still barely understand how he had been allowed to keep or gain such tremendous power as only an 11-year-old hatchling. Zenobia and Kenneo kept saying he was called the Red Dragon Emperor of the Impossible for a reason. Tiamat laughed at these comments, but her worries lingered, along with her own selfish thoughts. Would he leave me now that he is stronger and knows about his past? Will he ever look at me the same way? She wondered, feared, and dreaded. She felt two people exit the dome around Issei that Great Red had created to keep his power, his aura, from destroying the cave. Akon and Asia emerged, both smiling widely. Akon seemed a bit sad, but even then her smile was radiant, while Asia appeared to have had a much more pleasant experience compared to what she had heard from the others. Kenneo stood up along with Zenobia and walked over to the two. They shared a group hug, all smiling and speaking in low tones. However, since the others present were dragons, they could hear every word. How did it go, Asia? Did you meet him as well? Kenneo asked, and Asia nodded happily, tears streaming down her face. Yes, I did. It makes me miss him even more. She paused, looking down for a moment, the others understanding why, only for her to look up again with an even brighter smile. But I saw Issei in his human form, I think. He was so cute, and he called me one Isen, she shared, her tears rolling down her cheeks, her smile ever bright. The other girls were shocked to hear about his human form, as was Tiamat. Akon smirked a bit, her competitive nature surfacing. Oh, well, I met Mai and Issei's daughter. I even got a kiss from him as he was my husband, she said with pride, the others awed by her, then turning to playful aggression as she had called him her husband. What do you mean your husband? He is mine. Asia started. No, I believe I should have him as my husband as I found him, Kenneo chimed in. No, I believe the real Issei was trying to tell me he wants to marry me and only me, Akon said with a playful smirk. Meanwhile, Zenobia was confused about why they were fighting over who would get him as their husband when it was obviously her he would marry. The four dragons let them play their little game, as it was better than crying over having seen him. Tiamat and Lilith listened in every time something interesting was said. So you spoke to him? What did he say? Ophis asked, gaining the focus of every dragon in the cave. Great Red looked at her, then back to the sleeping body of Issei, then back to her. Once this thing that all of his former loves are doing is over, I will come and take his soul into a dream of his own, where he will dream forever until my own demise, Great Red explained, causing the three females to look at him with a bit of shock in their eyes. So you will grant him his own heaven of sorts? Interesting. Why did I never think of that? Can I offer my own instead? Ophis asked, receiving a negative signal from Great Red as soon as her words left her mouth. No, as I don't think he or you would like that to happen. Imagine being in limbo as your heaven? Sounds awful. That is why I am taking him into my very being as part of the endless dream, Great Red replied, earning a small pout from Ophis, who kind of wanted to let him find peace in her own being, and a thankful smile from Tiamat. Great Red and Ophis turned their heads toward the entrance, followed by the two other dragons. It seems like people just won't stop bothering me today, Tiamat said as she began to walk toward the entrance, followed by Lilith and Ophis. As they recognized the person and were curious about his presence, Great Red stayed behind to keep an eye on Issei. He wondered if Issei was aware that he could sense whether he was awake or asleep. Great Red observed Issei slightly open his left eye only to close it again, much like someone waking up slowly. He chuckled to himself, finding it amusing to watch how beings of different races and statuses acted in this world. Oh mortals, the funniest creatures, only followed by gods and Ophis in how laughable they are, he thought as he continued to look around the cave, using his dreamlike abilities to see what this place had witnessed over the years. He envisioned a motherly Tiamat playing with her first and only hatchling, and Issei learning and growing up as a dragon. As Great Red continued to reflect on the past, he was interrupted by the sudden approach of a destructive presence nearing the cave. He looked shocked for a moment, then confused as the presence vanished into thin air. He attempted to sense it again, but it felt as if his senses were being interrupted or cut off somehow. He didn't fully understand what was happening. What could be powerful enough to disrupt his senses in this way? He persisted, feeling the presence a few more times as it drew closer. He glanced over at Issei's sleeping form, noticing that he seemed to be reacting to something as well. Could he be sensing this too? He wondered. However, when he looked at the 4 devil females in the room, he was puzzled. They didn't seem to have sensed anything at all. He began walking slowly toward Issei, feeling that whatever this presence was, it was after him for some reason. The girls noticed his movement and looked at him with concern. Akon stood up and walked slowly toward him, with the other girls following closely behind. He was so focused on the strange presence that he was unprepared for the sudden feeling of a hand on his shoulder. "What?" he exclaimed, not caring about his outburst as he continued to track the presence. "I am sorry, but you seem a bit stressed or worried, perhaps? Can we do anything to help?" Akon asked, concerned for him. "I keep feeling this weird presence near us, but I can't seem to track it down other than sensing its location for brief moments. It keeps cutting off my senses, leaving me blind. If you 4 can also try to sense it, that would hopefully tell me what it is after," he explained. The 4 devils nodded and began to focus as he had been doing. However, after a solid minute of trying, they couldn't find anything unusual. "We can't find anything, maybe it's just too strong for us," Kenneo said, making Great Red growl in frustration. It seemed this presence was so powerful that only he or perhaps Ophis could sense it consistently. Speaking of which, he felt Ophis entering the room again, accompanied by Tiamat, Lilith, and the host of Albion along with the new son Wukong. He turned his head to see the shocked faces of Valley and Biko as they beheld Issei's new body. But he was more concerned with the 2 individuals he believed could assist him with the current problem. "Ophis, Albion, come help me. You must have sensed this strange presence, right?" he asked. Ophis nodded, having sensed it, but felt that Great Red might already be handling it. 2 silver wings emerged from Val's back, and a booming voice resonated from them. "What presence might you be talking about? I have only felt." "Oh, I see." Albion had just realized what Great Red was referring to and sensed the disruption in Great Red's abilities. "Help, will you? I fear this thing might be after Issei for some reason," Great Red urged as he focused his full power on locating the strange presence, joined shortly by Ophis and Albion. "Can you sense anything, Albion?" "I can feel it being cut off as I sense the slightest bit of it," Valley inquired. Albion understood what he meant, as he was experiencing the same issue. "No, not really. I am having the same problem as you, Valley. Whoever or whatever this thing is, it is clearly powerful if only Great Red and Ophis can sense it as well as they can," Albion replied, groaning at his inability to detect anything. "I believe you are right about its current goal, as it seems to be searching for Issei. You can feel that destructive aura surrounding Issei, right?" Ophis asked, to which Great Red nodded in agreement. The others in the cave looked at Issei's body and noticed the strange crimson-red aura enveloping him. It began to spread out as if warding off those near him. The 4 devils realized that this magic or aura was Rias Gremmary's aura. "It's Rias, she is awake. But what is she doing here?" Akon asked in a low voice, though every dragon in the room heard her. "Rias? What is she doing here? I thought Surzex wouldn't tell you about her until we found Issei." "Geez," Valley said, as the situation seemed to be growing more complicated than he had initially expected. He turned to the rest of the group, making eye contact with them all. "Biko, you guys and I will go out and find her. Hopefully we can calm her down. Or else we will have another incident in Kutown on our hands," he said, lowering his voice to avoid bringing back bad memories for the girls. However, Kenneo's mind went blank at the mention of it. "No need, she is already here," Great Red said, and as if on cue, the cave walls behind Issei exploded, sending dust, stones, and debris flying at everyone inside. The 3 dragon gods braced themselves, while Tiamat, trying not to cough too much, stood near them, her motherly instincts urging her to protect her hatchling. The others waved their hands around to shield themselves from the chaos. Valley used a small wind spell to clear the dust from the room. Everything seemed to change with the new hole in the cave, allowing everyone inside to see the imposing figure of Rias Gremory. Her entire body was enveloped in a thin layer of destructive magic, not as strong or dense as Surzek's in his super devil form, but quite close. The magic was leaking from her, primarily from her legs and feet, spreading across the floor. It didn't hurt, but it was unsettling to witness her power. If she chose to unleash it fully, they would all be in grave danger. Valley attempted to step forward but was halted by Akon, who shakily approached, followed by her friends. Rias seemed oblivious to their presence, her focus scanning the cave for something or someone. Akon found her voice, albeit weakly, and asked, "Rias, what are you doing here?" Rias turned her cold gaze toward her and replied, "I am here to see my Issei." "Where is my Issei?" "He is right there," Akon managed to say, pointing toward the sleeping form of Issei. Rias followed her gesture, her eyes widening as she saw the slumbering red dragon. She turned back to Akon and the others, her voice rising in anger. "That thing is not my Issei. Where is he?" The cave trembled slightly as her aura intensified for a brief moment, causing discomfort to those present. Akon winced, feeling a burn on her skin. She looked back at Rias, who now had sad eyes. She understood that if Rias became any angrier, they might have to intervene to prevent her from harming anyone in the cave. "I know it sounds insane, but trust me, Rias, that dragon is Issei," she said, trying to sound brave for the sake of her friends, though fear gripped her heart. She had witnessed the consequences of Rias's fury before. The aura around Rias grew slightly more intense, instilling a sense of dread in the room, except for Ophis, Lilith, and Great Red. Rias scrutinized Issei, examining every inch of his body. After a few moments, her eyes widened as she sensed his aura. She fell to her knees, trembling as she looked at Akon, silently asking if it was truly him. Akon nodded slowly, hoping and praying that Rias would not lose control. Tears filled Rias's eyes as she whispered, "My Issei, he is right here." Everyone in the cave remained still, their attention fixed on Rias, wary of any sudden spikes in her power. After a moment, Tiamat decided to approach her son. Great Red would have stopped her, but Ophis held his hand, conveying without words that Tiamat was his mother and wanted her hatchling to be safe. They both watched closely as Tiamat neared Issei, who remained unresponsive to her presence, kneeling beside him. She gently stroked his head, uncertain of what to do. Rias's gaze remained locked on Issei until it was obstructed by Tiamat's hand. Rias looked up, taking in the beauty of the woman touching her Issei. Anger surged within her as she slowly stood, taking deliberate steps toward Tiamat, who continued to focus on Issei. Tiamat's instincts screamed that danger was approaching, but her maternal instincts urged her to stay close to her hatchling. Rias stood a few feet away, her aura calm yet radiating a palpable killing intent, especially noticeable to the dragons in the room. Tiamat turned to meet Rias's gaze, but the color of Rias's eyes had shifted to a blood-red hue, sending a shiver down Tiamat's spine. "Why are you touching my Issei?" Rias shouted, her aura flaring as she spoke, sending Tiamat and several others flying. "He is mine. No one will take him or touch him but me." Rias yelled, unleashing another wave of destructive magic that shook the cave violently. Ophis and Great Red observed with calm expressions, choosing to remain detached from the escalating situation. Rias noticed their indifference and glared at them, her anger intensifying. "And who are you two?" she demanded, frustrated that they appeared unconcerned. Great Red huffed, which only fueled Rias's annoyance. "What's so funny? I will kill you," she shouted, her emotions spiraling out of control. "Oh, sorry, Devil Girl, but I think you should apologize to Tiamat, or her hatchling might just kill you without knowing who you are," Great Red replied, gesturing behind Rias. She turned to see Issei standing, checking on his mother, appearing less like himself and more animalistic, nudging his snout against her unconscious body. "Issei." Rias said softly, a smile creeping onto her face at the sight of him awake. She moved closer, her aura calming slightly, unaware of the implications of her actions. "Issei, it's me, Rias," she called gently as she approached him. He paused, turning his head slowly toward her, but instead of the joyful eyes she expected, she found something else entirely. His eyes narrowed as the golden light within them intensified, causing discomfort with their mere contact. Ophis asked Great Red if he thought she would survive. He shook his head, expressing doubt unless they intervened. Rias, trying to reach Issei, reminded him of their shared past, of his first kiss and everything else. She hoped he would remember her, but she was unaware of the overwhelming hatred and killing intent emanating from him. When she spoke his name, he reacted. A sharp pain surged through him, first in his head and then in his stomach, as he felt his skin hardening. A growl escaped him, a mix of pain and anger, prompting Rias to worry. "Issei, are you okay?" "What's wrong?" she asked, noticing the metallic plates forming around his body, reshaping him into something she had hoped never to see again. He roared with such power that even Great Red and Ophis were pushed back slightly. His body continued to morph, golden gems appearing in various places. Rias took a step back, nearly losing her balance from the fear that gripped her. "The Juggernaut drive," Valle murmured from the ground, his shock mirrored by the others witnessing the transformation. "I am the abandoned host of dragons," Issei's voice echoed, deep and resonant. "I was lost in a mist of nothing, with only a shell to call myself." Rias stared at him, her eyes filled with fear. The others in the room, including the dragon gods and Tiamat, began to retreat slowly, overwhelmed by the immense power radiating from him. "I had it all, only to lose it all to you. I am blind to the infinite and have forgotten the dream." With each new line, his power and form intensified. They realized that with the next line, he could destroy everything. "I will take you to the forgotten and let you sleep in the pit of no memory." The urgency of the situation compelled everyone to flee as fast as they could, leaving only Ophis, Great Red, Lilith, Rias, and Tiamat to confront his wrath head-on. The three dragon gods used magic to shield themselves and teleport Tiamat and Rias out of the cave just as Issei completed his chant. "I am Issei Haidu, the dragon everyone forgot. Forgotten Juggernaut Drive." An explosion enveloped the entire cave in a bright crimson light. Kenneo, Asia, and Zenobia had finally met the new Issei, or at least seen him for the first time. The chapter was enjoyable to write, though the previous chapters, where the stoic and young Issei led the girls to his sleeping body, were painful. It felt as if a life had ended in some way. The sadness mixed with a strange romanticism was hard to shake off. The author admitted a lack of knowledge about the canon lore of High School DxD. All they knew was what the anime presented, which was not much compared to the light novels or manga. Much of the story might be flawed if someone approached it with the expectation that the author was well-versed in the lore. They had only recently learned that Issei was a humanoid dragon and that Ophis had been debuffed after Lilith was born. Despite the gaps in knowledge, the author hoped readers enjoyed the chapter and wondered if they could figure out who the individuals Tiamat had mentioned might be. After a brief break from writing, the author returned, feeling a bit strange about getting back into it. They were in the midst of exams, which made writing feel like a chore at times, but they hoped readers would still find enjoyment in the story. In this chapter, the author considered having Rias go completely psychotic but ultimately decided it would be more interesting and simpler if it were Issei instead. They expressed gratitude for the readers who had followed the story and encouraged them to enjoy the unfolding events, as the rage of a dragon was not something to be taken lightly. Surzex, Grafia, and Team Valle, except for Valle, Biko, and Lufei, along with Kaneko's peerage, had all rushed toward the mountain as a significant amount of demonic magic began to surge from within. Just as they were about to get closer, they saw 6 figures emerging from the cave, followed by 2 others who teleported next to Surzex. He sensed a powerful draconic energy rising from inside the cave, an energy he recognized as Issei's. It struck him that the energy was about to explode. "Grafia, magic shields now," Surzex commanded, pouring as much magic as he could into a shield he had summoned. Grafia quickly followed his lead, and the 6 figures reached them just as the shields were acted. The burst of energy was stronger than they had anticipated, but their shields held, just barely. A massive cloud of smoke rose from the mountain, enveloping everything in its vicinity. Surzex looked at the 8 newcomers and noticed his sister among them. He hurried to her side. She opened her eyes and saw her older brother, worry etched on his face as he held her hand. "Oni-chan? Where am I?" she asked, her mind finally settling, though her memories remained hazy. "You're in the familiar forest. But why are you here?" "The last I heard, you had fallen unconscious and were lying in bed," he replied, watching her struggle to remember what had happened. Surzex then turned his attention to the other person Grafia was tending to. "My lord, it appears this woman is Lady Tiamat. She is currently unconscious," Grafia informed him. Suddenly, they heard a sharp slap nearby. Surzex turned to find Akon on her knees, her hand raised. He noticed the fresh red mark on Rias's cheek, and she looked bewildered, unsure of why she had just been slapped. "Akon, what's wrong?" he began, but Valley interrupted. "You hit Issei's mother, you jealous idiot!" Valley exclaimed, with Akon nodding in agreement. Both Surzex and Rias looked confused at Valley and then at Akon. Grafia, however, quickly pieced together the situation, recognizing that Tiamat's aura was similar to her own when Milicus had nearly been killed. Rias's eyes widened as she began to remember what she had done. "I hit Tiamat. Issei's mother is Tiamat," she murmured weakly, looking at the 2 people in front of her. Both Akon and Valley nodded, causing Rias's heart to race as panic set in. Surzex realized how dire the situation had become. He is going to kill me. My Issei will. He'll kill me," Rias stammered, her breath becoming ragged as fear and horror washed over her. Akon wanted to comfort her, but they all froze as they felt a powerful glare directed at them. Valley, Surzex, and Grafia turned to see the massive form of a dragon, Issei, emerging from the smoke. However, something was off. He didn't resemble a typical dragon but more like the Juggernaut Drive, as Great Red remarked, stepping out of the smoke alongside Lilith and Ophis. They approached Rias and Surzex, stopping in front of them, with Ophis sitting down beside them. Rias and Ophis locked eyes, and Ophis spoke bluntly. "I won't lie, you might die, devil girl." Rias struggled to comprehend the gravity of the statement, but Great Red clarified. "What Ophis is trying to say is that Issei will try to kill you. You already know why, right?" he asked, receiving a slow, frightened nod from Rias. "Good, at least you recognize your mistake, but now you must fix it," he continued, observing the confusion on Rias and the other devils' faces. "How? Am I supposed to fix it? I hit Tiamat, I hit his mother. No child would forgive you for something like that." Rias replied, with the others agreeing, sharing the same concern. Children are deeply attached to their parents, especially their mothers, and they become furious when harm comes to them, especially when the parent is a dragon. True, normally a child wouldn't, but Issei isn't your typical child or hatchling in this case. He is a dragon of Dragon King power, more than his mother, which makes him a potentially new heavenly dragon. If you don't resolve this issue, then you know what will happen. Dragons are known to hold grudges. It's a matter of pride, Great Red explained. Rias listened intently, contemplating how to rectify her mistake, but it felt nearly impossible. A troubling thought crossed her mind. What if I fail to earn his forgiveness? Well, you would die, and I would have to kill him or seal him away like other dragons before him, Great Red answered, causing Rias's eyes to widen in shock at his ability to read her thoughts. Don't worry, I believe you can do it. Dragons are not beasts. We are noble creatures, but our pride is our worst flaw, he added, extending a hand toward her. She hesitated for a moment before reaching out and placing her hand in his. He helped her to her feet, and the others watched, uncertain of what to do, including Surzex, who felt worried but trusted that Great Red knew what he was doing. The two of them moved away from the group, nearing the smoke and dust. Great Red stopped and released her hand. Rias looked at him, confused about what she was supposed to do next. I can't go with you any further, That wouldn't teach you anything and would insult the angry hatchling waiting inside, who requested this of me, Great Red stated in a stoic tone. Rias gulped, feeling Issei's intense glare through the dust. She hesitated for a moment, then steeled herself, summoning her bravest face as she took her first step into the dust. As she continued to take slow, cautious steps, her vision began to fade, and the sounds of the outside world became muted. All she could see was a swirling mix of gray, light brown, and black dust and smoke surrounding her. She couldn't shake the feeling that she had just signed her own death sentence, but a small hope inside her urged her to keep going. For Issei, she thought, I must earn his forgiveness. Only then can we be together again. Hopefully. With determination, she pressed forward, leaving the dust and smoke behind as she entered a cave. Looking back, she saw the dust had vanished, replaced by a solid wall of rock and stones. The path ahead was her only option. She couldn't run from this problem, nor would she. I am coming, Issei. I will earn your forgiveness, she whispered, feeling her feet grow wet. Glancing down, she noticed a liquid pooling around her, but the darkness of the cave obscured her view. Summoning a small ball of fire for light, she was horrified to discover she was walking in a pool of blood. Frozen in place, she struggled to comprehend the sight around her. This was not the only pool, there were many, which soon turned into lakes. The stench and sight of rotten bodies falling from the ceiling and floating in the lakes made her stomach churn. What is this place? She wondered, her breath quickening as fear gripped her. Thankfully, she soon left the gruesome area behind and entered a part of the cave that was less terrifying. Here, the water was black, resembling tar or oil. Hesitant, she dipped a foot into it and found it heavy and almost solid. Though she was reluctant, she realized this was the only way to move forward. She removed her heavy clothing, including her shoes and crimson-red dress, and neatly piled them next to the water. Taking a few steps back, she ran forward and jumped, sliding into the black water. The heavy liquid enveloped her, pressing down on her as she swam. With each slide, she felt her body and mind growing weaker, the lack of air taking its toll. Her eyes began to close, her limbs felt heavy, and her thoughts faded. She sank deeper into the darkness, reaching out with her hand, desperate to grasp something, anything. As her body descended, her mind went blank. In a forgotten dreamscape, two figures sat in a dark void, a black space of sorts. One figure lay motionless on the ground, alive but still. The other figure, resembling a dog, stared intently at it. The silence was profound, broken only by the sound of the lying figure's breath, which soon stopped as it felt no need to continue. The smaller figure looked at the larger one, noting its size but feeling no fear. It was as if nothing in its body or mind told it what to do, like a blank canvas with no direction. The two figures regarded each other, their bodies resembling black tar, lacking definition, and missing eyes yet still able to see and hear. The smaller figure continued to observe the other, which lowered its head to meet its gaze. Black liquid dripped from the larger figure as they came face to face, both expressionless and uncertain of what to do next. The smaller figure decided to stand, and the larger one followed suit, mirroring its movements. After a moment, the larger figure felt compelled to stand as well, revealing its much bigger form to the smaller figure, which looked on with curiosity. Both figures stood, maintaining eye contact, as more of the tar-like liquid dripped from them, revealing new colors beneath, as if they were merely a blank surface hiding their true selves. The smaller figure was the first to be fully revealed. It was a young woman with long red hair, fair skin, and dull green eyes, wearing only a bra, panties, and socks. She studied her body, discovering more about herself, then turned to the other figure, only to find that the massive form had transformed into a small boy with messy golden hair and tan skin, his dull golden eyes featuring a green slit. The boy wore only shorts and was equally bewildered by his new form. They both examined each other, unsure of what to do next. Their bodies had changed, and they questioned whether they had always possessed these genders or if they had forgotten everything before entering this place. The woman knelt down to establish eye contact with the boy. She didn't understand why she felt compelled to do this or why she now recognized herself as a woman, having felt like a blank figure moments before. As they gazed at each other, their dull eyes suddenly sparkled with life, igniting a shared understanding between them. They felt things they had never felt before, a desire to act on these feelings, but they were unsure of how the other would react or what they would even say. Could they even say anything? The boy put his hand to his face, searching for something he didn't know was there or would have ever known was there. He found 2 holes going up, then stopping at a wall he couldn't get through. He then moved his hand a bit down and found 2 flaps under his nose. He put a few fingers inside, finding another wall, but this time he felt he could move through it. He opened his mouth, and the woman looked at what he was doing, trying the same to find her own mouth as well. "Who are you?" the boy asked, his tone sounding unsure of himself. This was his first time speaking, as far as he knew at least. The woman looked at him, trying to think of a good answer to give him, as she had somehow understood what he had said. "I don't know. Who are you?" she asked, feeling just as unsure of herself as she had asked and answered the boy's question. The boy looked at her, unsure of how to respond since he didn't know. No, he thought he knew. He just remembered his name, or at least he thought it was his name. "I am Issei," he said, not sure if he said it correctly, but it was the first time he had heard it. The woman's eyes widened at the mention of his name, but she wasn't sure why she felt so happy just by hearing it. Or was she happy? She didn't know, nor did she have time to dwell on it, as Issei asked another question. "Where are we?" he asked, his voice less stoic and more curious than before. The woman began to wonder where they were as well. She looked around the dark black space, at the floor, the walls, and the ceiling. There was no exit, no way forward, nothing. Just a black space with only these 2 as a contrast to the rest of the emptiness. "I don't know. Where do you think we are?" she asked Issei, who also looked around the space, feeling almost trapped inside it. It felt too small for him. He shook his head, and the woman understood it as his way of saying no. Suddenly, he looked into her eyes, and he felt as if he were diving into those beautiful green gems. He felt something as he did this. They reminded him of something he once knew or had always known. The woman, too, at the sudden eye contact, began to dive into his golden eyes, not by her own will, but by a deeper-rooted desire to do so. She felt herself relax at their eye contact, but at times she felt fear for her life, and sometimes even wanted to jump at the boy and hold him. She didn't understand why, but she felt a strong connection to him, to Issei. A sudden pain hit her in her brain, and her mind flashed an image of her with a crimson red armored person, his face revealed. It looked much like Issei's face, but older. Was this the real him, she wondered. Then suddenly Issei said something that shocked her to her core. "Rias, is that you?" Rias's eyes widened as everything came rushing back to her. Her life, her name, her family and friends. She stood up suddenly, backing away as she realized that the boy before her was the new Draconic Issei, the one she was certain would kill her for having hurt his mother. But even so, her naivete pressed her to see if this was her Issei or the boy who wanted to kill her. It's me. It's me, say you're Rias." She spoke, unsure of how he would react, and to her surprise, his reaction was not what she expected at all. "Rias? Who is that again?" "Oh right, the girl who got me killed." Over and over and over again. Issei's voice was cold, but it was not the only voice. No, it was mirrored by many old and dead people who had affected both of their lives. Rias saw the shadowy figures of Rainier, Fried, Reiser, Cocabriel, Kuroka, Valley, Biko, Arthur, Loki, Diodora, Shalba, Chow Chow, Rizverm, Crumcrunch, Trihexa, and even herself. She was taken aback as she slowly walked back away from all of these ghosts. What are you doing here?" she asked in bewilderment. They all began to giggle, some chuckled, even laughed, while Issei kept a stoic face. His eyes pierced her with how cold they were. "Isn't it clear, Miss Gremory? The boy has held a terrible secret all this time, and now he can finally let it out after all this time." "Oh, how you became a nuisance is beyond me," spoke the older figures, while the younger ones just kept giggling and chuckling. Rias became more worried, not understanding what they were saying. "What do you mean? What secret?" "I know everything there is to know about him. He would have told me if something like that was real," she yelled, her tone unsure as they seemed to bask in her statement. Do you really, little devil? Come now, I knew more about him after only one date than you did after sleeping in his bed for half a year, spoke Rainier as her figure put two arms around Issei's shoulders, holding him into her shadowy liquid-like form. It began to fall off her body, revealing her real self. The other figures also regained their real appearance soon after. Isn't that right, Issei dear? Asked Kuroka as she hugged his small body from the side, while the other figures began to close tightly around him. Get away from him. Rias spoke weakly, feeling powerless in the current situation. Oh, does Riser have to spell it out for you? It's rather simple if you think about it, Riser started, but it was interrupted by Valet. He has always had a small part of him that hates you more than anything, answered the other version of herself, smirking while saying it, almost as if she enjoyed it. No, that can't be right. He loves me, Issei loves me, she almost cried, but she held it in for now. That was until Drake began to speak. Are you sure, Gremry? After all, he may be foolish, but he is still smart enough to put two and two together. I was there with him when he almost killed you that night. I even tried to stop him, but now I see I might have been wrong to do so. My best partner died for your selfish dreams and wants, Drake growled from behind her. She turned her head slowly to see him in his true form, glaring at her as soon as their eyes met. Drake, how are? He is here because this place is one where all of Issei's memories can be set free, Trihexa spoke, lowering its many heads to her level. A shiver ran up and down her spine at this sudden confrontation. She looked away from the many eyes of the beast and saw Issei being surrounded by the numerous women who had all harmed him in some way. She felt the gaze of the figures around her, each one having played a role in affecting his life, as well as her own. She began to walk toward Issei, believing that everything would stop if she reached him. The other figures let her pass, revealing the many women who almost completely covered him with their bodies. But as she approached, she saw how those bodies began to melt into tar, enveloping him. She started to run past the remaining figures, who also began to dissolve. But before his body was completely covered, she caught a glimpse of his hate-filled eyes. She stood still, frozen in place by that one glance. His body was engulfed in black tar, but it soon began to expand into something much larger. 4 giant legs formed, along with a longer body and neck. A tail sprouted from it, and 2 longer, thinner arms emerged from its back, gaining spikes that elongated and sharpened. Its body transformed into that of a dragon, initially appearing as a black dragon, but even that began to change as the tar fell. An armored body was revealed beneath, every plate of metal gray, with red and golden lines in some places. Its edges were sharp, and every claw and spike was deadly to even touch. Rias stood in fear beneath its monstrous presence, her heart racing painfully in her chest. It shifted its burning golden eyes to her terrified green ones, causing her to fall back in sheer fear. Issei was all she could utter at his new form, no longer the cute boy or young man she remembered, but now a creature out of a horror story. I remember everything. Everything you have done to him, to me. You ruined my life. You ruin everything you touch. But that is not the worst. You even dared to kill my mother. Lowly devil scum, he roared, succumbing to his inner anger as a result of regaining his memories. Not only did all the good times come back, but also the moments that made him question his friendships, his lovers, and even his sanity. Rias began to crawl slowly away from him, fearing that any other action would lead to her demise. He slammed both of his front legs into the ground, causing the entire space to shake from his sheer strength. My whole life has been one big joke. And now I finally had a chance to have a good one. But you and everyone else just had to come along and ruin that. That's all you are good for, he roared, his aura radiating in waves, knocking her back with each powerful surge. And now you even went so far as to kill my mother. You heartless wretch. I see now why they call you the Princess of Ruin, because you ruin everything, he roared again. Rias would have been more terrified if not for something he had said. But I didn't kill her, I only knocked her out, she thought. She tried to stand up, getting knocked down a few times, but she managed to rise after several attempts. What do you plan to do now? Want to tell me another lie? Come and try me. Because this will be your last one, he roared, lowering his head to her height, his mouth only a meter or two away from her. She breathed in and out, trying to calm herself, knowing that if he sensed the slightest hint of fear, he would kill her. She opened her eyes, staring into his burning golden ones without flinching. I didn't kill your mother. You may not believe me, but I will admit that I have never once been as good of a master, friend, or lover as I should have been to you. I let you bear the burden of my shortcomings because I was never able to, at least that was what I told myself every time. She paused, bowing before him, lowering herself as far as she could. Her shame was evident to Issei or anyone who could see this. I have failed over and over again, and never once did I learn my lesson. Only when you died that day did I finally understand that I was not. She stopped as she felt his gaze intensify, the pure fear she felt making her unable to continue. What? You were not what? He asked in an angry tone, bringing her back to life, fearful he might just kill her outright if she didn't answer. That I wasn't able to do anything, as I had never lost anything when I had lost before. When I lost you, it finally hit me. I had finally lost something, and I could never get it back. She finished, her voice cracking as she cried, remembering how she felt that day. Issei became shocked. He could feel her sadness, shame, and sense of loss. He would be lying if he said he didn't feel bad for her. He could also tell that she had been truthful in every word, making him doubt what he was doing at that moment. What was he doing and why? Rage? Was that really the emotion that had driven him to this point? He felt both his older self and his new self unsure of what to do, as they both wanted to hurt her yet also spare her. There was silence as neither spoke. Rias continued to cry into the ground, mumbling about wanting his forgiveness, even if he killed her. She didn't see his body vanish, nor the more human form standing where he used to be. Nor did she hear him begin to walk toward her, each footstep making a splashing noise as the floor rippled like water. She didn't see the 2 feet standing right in front of her, but she felt the sudden sensation of a hand on her head. The voice of the younger Issei broke the silence as he said he was sorry for going too far. Rias slowly turned her head up to meet his face, where she saw his tear-stained eyes and his distressed expression. She was shocked. She had thought he would have harmed her, but he looked genuinely ashamed of himself. Why would he say sorry? She had been far worse than he had ever been, she thought to herself. As she continued to look at his crying face, she realized he felt shame for how he had acted, and it made her understand that he was just a kid who had just been given a heavy burden once again. She knelt down, feeling the wet floor touch more of her body. Then she reached her arms around him, holding him close as she felt his tears stream down her chest and stomach. She held him carefully, stroking his spiky golden hair. It was okay, she should be asking for his forgiveness. He didn't have to apologize. It was okay now, she wouldn't let anything bad happen to him again, she whispered softly next to his ear. Soon after, she felt his tears stop, replaced by his quiet breaths as his body fell asleep. Suddenly, a voice interrupted her thoughts. It remarked on how unexpected it was to see her lower herself so far just for his forgiveness. Rias looked toward the voice and found a young adult man standing there. He had spiky brown hair, golden eyes, a small beard, a few scars, and casual clothes. She asked who he was, accusing him of being another one of those troublemakers. Oh heavens no, geez, can't even remember your number 1 pawn? He replied cheerfully, causing Rias's eyes to widen at what he had just said. Yo, how have you been? Issei asked, his appearance resembling that of his father in some ways. Rias realized this was what he would probably have looked like if he had lived to this day. Unlike the others, his life force had returned to that of a human, so aging was normal for him again. Rias's eyes couldn't widen more at the sight of him, the real him. Issei, was all she could manage to say as she slowly reached an arm out to him. He took it in his own. Yes, Rias? He asked with a smile she would never forget. What's wrong, Rias? Aren't you happy to see me? Issei asked, his smile growing even friendlier as he noticed tears forming in Rias's eyes. She reached out with one hand to gently hold his face, gazing deeply into his eyes. He took her other hand, leaning into it slightly, his smile relaxing as a few tears began to form in his own eyes. "Hey, what's wrong, Rias? Don't cry, or I'll cry too," he said, causing Rias to giggle softly at how little he had changed over the years. "It's really you, isn't it? My Issei?" she said, her smile radiant and beautiful, the kind that Issei had missed dearly. These moments, when her true self shone through just for him, were precious. "Yes, it's me, Rias. It's me, Issei, your Issei," he replied, smiling as he spoke the last part, which made Rias unable to hold back her tears any longer. They began to roll down her lovely face. In a sudden movement, Rias leaned forward and kissed Issei for the first time in over a decade. This was no longer just a dream or a fantasy, it was real. Issei kissed her back moments later, holding her close, reluctant to let go even when they pulled away. They looked at each other, breathing heavily after their long kiss, feeling emotions they hadn't shared in many years. "Rias, you wouldn't believe how much I have missed you. Being trapped like this for so long, unable to see you or my family, it was so painful just to wait for that one chance," Issei confessed. As he spoke, Rias felt a pang of sadness over something she needed to tell him but didn't know how. "I know, Issei, but now it's all over and we can be together again. You can live with me and the others in the underworld. You can become my husband after all this time," she said, a slight blush creeping onto her cheeks. Issei blushed too at the thought of marrying Rias, but as happiness shone in his eyes, it quickly faded, replaced by sadness, and a tear rolled down his cheek. "What's wrong? Aren't you happy that we can finally be together?" Rias asked, unaware that the younger Issei was watching them, his eyes filled with sadness, knowing that what she wished for could not happen. "I can't be your husband, Rias," Issei replied, his smile gone, replaced by sorrowful eyes. Rias was confused. Why can't he? "I thought that once this was over, me, Issei, and the younger Issei. It's only me and Kid Issei who get to leave, isn't it?" she thought, looking at Issei with sadness in her eyes as she sank into him, sobbing. Why can't I be with you? You're the only thing I want. So why, Issei? Why?" Rias cried, holding on to him tightly, fearing he might disappear if she let go. "Rias, there is no easy way to say this. But I am not safe to be around, not after all this time inside here. So once I am done here, I will leave for a perfect dream as my resting place," Issei explained, gently patting her back and resting his hand on the back of her head, feeling her silky crimson hair. Rias continued to sob as his words sank in. She wanted him to come back to her, to live with him, to share so many moments together. "Isn't there any way to get you back to me?" she asked between her sobs, her cries growing louder at the heavy sigh that escaped Issei's lips. "There isn't anything you can do. I made my choice and that's all there is to it," he explained, lowering his head to rest on hers. They stayed like that for what felt like seconds, minutes, or maybe even an hour. They didn't know, nor did they care. This was their last moment together, and they wanted to make the most of it. The younger Issei watched them embrace, feeling sorry for both of them, but also relieved for the older version of himself, who could finally end his long and unpleasant afterlife inside his mind. He looked around at the beach they were on, a place his mother had told him about. The sand was soft beneath his feet, and a vast lake connected to other beaches, home to a dragon king named Midgardsormr. Thanks to the memories he had unlocked from his past life, he understood that this place was special to both his past self and Rias, making it significant for him now as well. But he had never truly considered it before. All the people he had seen outside his mother's cave were not there for him. They were there for his past self. So what did they want from him? He wasn't his past self. Even with all his memories, powers, and strengths, he was still just Issei Tiamat, not Issei Hayadu. He hadn't realized he had subconsciously transformed into his dragon form until he did, but he didn't care much. Instead, he decided to wade into the ocean. The refreshingly cold water hit his scales, and the sand beneath the surface gave way under his weight with each step. Once he was a few meters from the shore, he sat down, creating massive waves around him. He began to ponder what he should do once they left this place. Should he stay with his mother, or should he learn more about his past life? That's when it struck him. He had wanted to become Kaneko's familiar. Why did I want to do that again? She almost killed me, but then again she also led me to meet all these people. What should I do? He mentally screamed at his own problems. He understood it was tough for Rias and the others to lose Issei, but what about him? How would they perceive him and what would they see him as? Would he become Issei Hayato, or would he remain Issei? He didn't mind becoming Issei Hayato too much, but at the same time, wouldn't it mean he would have to give up his true self to play the part of someone who would be gone and forgotten? If he stayed true to himself, would those people still care, or would they abandon him, viewing this entire day as a waste of time? Would they even resent him for giving them hope? These were unfair burdens to place on the shoulders of a child, a hatchling. He didn't even know what belonged to him or what was part of his past life anymore. Everything felt so intertwined. It was as if he were a blank canvas that had received a few colors for practice, and now someone had begun painting over it. His mind raced with fear, terror, dread, and despair. Was he going to die and let his past self take over? His body screamed in pain as he turned and rolled in the water, the agony becoming unbearable. His mind felt no longer his body was both his and not his. Everything was split in two, and he felt he only possessed the weaker half. He couldn't hear Rias's worried voice calling out to him, trying to calm him with magic or through gentle touches. He let out a roar of pain, which was replaced by a cascade of colors, green, then blue, then crimson red, and finally golden flames. His mind was blank. His body was not his. He was nothing, just a small part of a larger picture within this body that once belonged to him. Issei. Can you hear me, Issei? Rias screamed as she frantically looked over Issei's body, which lay utterly still in the water, not moving a single inch, not even breathing. She shook him, searching for any sign of life, but there was none. She stood in dead silence as the waves crashed against his still body, as if nothing were wrong. Suddenly she felt a hand on her shoulder, but when she turned to see who it was, there was no one there. It's now up to you. Just do as I told you, Rias, and all will be as it was meant to be. She turned again, looking desperately for the source of the voice. When she looked back at Issei's body, she saw a chain wrapped around it, secured with two locks. One lock was brown, adorned with a crimson heart, and had a key hanging from it by a chain. The other was golden, featuring a broken crimson heart, also with a key attached. Rias was unsure what to make of this until it hit her like a familiar plot twist in a romance story. She had a choice to make, a choice about which Issei she wanted to free. At first, it seemed easy, but it was anything but. As she reached for the key to the brown lock, images flooded her mind, a young Issei crying, hurt and in chains, while she and her Issei shared joyful moments together. It made her cry. It made her sick to think she could make such a choice without considering the possible consequences. But she wanted that. She wanted her Issei. Yet the images returned, this time darker. She saw Issei angry with her, Tiamat setting flames to the underworld in grief over losing her son, and every other dragon helping their king mourn. She also saw her friends disappointed in her. I want him. But Issei doesn't want me to bring him back. He wants his peace. She giggled quietly at first, holding a hand to her head, but it quickly turned into sobs. Make the right choice and take him home to see his mom. Rias turned her head at the familiar Draconic voice of Drake. Stared in awe as he stood before her in all his glory, looking at the hatchling Issei with pride and sorrow. I believe he wants to finally have his peace. He has experienced more than any normal supernatural being ever has in less than 2 years. He deserves his peace, and the hatchling deserves the chance to live his own life. Drake spoke, offering Rias what seemed to be a smile. How are you here? I thought you were still asleep in that new host of yours? Rias asked, her voice filled with shock. Drake roared with laughter, lowering his head to meet her gaze. Do you really think I couldn't find a way in here if I tried hard enough? Asleep or awake, I can do anything. For I am the heavenly dragon of domination, Drake. His laughter created enormous waves. Rias stood there in shock, realizing he had just arrived, meaning he had just missed Issei. You know he is already gone. He is waiting for Great Red to take him to his own heaven. I know, Gremory. I knew all along that he would never truly possess his reincarnated body, but only a part of it. I am happy he finally found peace, so don't drag him back into this crazy yet beautiful world of ours. Let yourself be free of him and find someone new. It's the only chain holding him back. Rias looked stunned at Draig's words as she turned back to Issei's body. The golden lock had to be the right one, and she was determined to find out. Click. The wall of smoke, sand, and dust swirled around Tiamat's cave, appearing weaker than before. Great Red and Ophis stood still, observing the scene, which had remained unchanged for hours. Lilith had given up watching and started playing with Asia, who was grateful for the distraction from the overwhelming events that had transpired. The girls who had spoken with Issei were all feeling exhausted. Surzex, Graphia, and Team Valley were fully aware of the situation, informed by the perspectives of the four girls who had been inside Issei's mind. Meanwhile, Nene, Kaniko's queen, was tending to Tiamat, who remained unconscious after Rias's attack. Tiamat's breathing had become more relaxed, but her underlying fear was palpable, especially to Nene, who could sense such emotions more acutely as a Nikomata. Biko, looking confused, asked, "So let me get this straight, you all met him inside Issei's mind?" The girls nodded, except for Asia, who was too engrossed in her play with Lilith. I thought he was already aware of his own memories, not that he was living inside someone else's. As he spoke, Zenobia pressed the blade of her sword against his neck, her expression fierce. Biko raised his hands in a gesture of peace, noting the angry expressions on the other girls' faces. "Am I wrong on that part?" he inquired. The girls nodded, and Zenobia slowly lowered her sword. "Issei is Issei, but the Issei who owns the body is just A." She paused, realization dawning on her as her words sank in. Tears began to roll down her cheeks. The other girls exchanged worried glances, having never witnessed such a breakdown from Zenobia since Issei's death. Akon and Kaniko placed comforting hands on her shoulders. Biko, shocked and slightly confused, realized he might have triggered this reaction. "I am sorry, I didn't mean to," he began, but Zenobia raised a hand, silencing him. "You're right, he is just a memory inside someone else's body." Her voice sounded defeated. The two other girls looked at her in confusion, trying to understand her perspective. Biko glanced at Valley and Author, hoping for assistance, but neither offered help. Instead, Surzex stepped in, walking over to Zenobia. "So, you realize that the Issei you have been seeing inside the new Issei's mind is no more than a spirit trapped inside a new body. He isn't the one you have all been helping by unlocking those chains and locks you talked about. You helped that hatchling," he explained. His words resonated with truth, as if he had known all along. Everyone listening turned their full attention to Surzex as he elaborated on his theory. "If you notice, in the stories you've all shared, Issei never once began to talk to you like he once did. Instead, he spoke as if he knew you from another perspective, not as a friend or someone you've known for years. You may have convinced yourselves that he was slowly becoming the old Issei, but I don't think he ever was. He was just gaining knowledge of things he had never known before," he concluded. Akon, Kaniko, and Zenobia froze at his words, reflecting on their conversations with him. Surzex was right. He didn't seem to be becoming Issei but was merely acquiring information and insights into Issei's past. They exchanged wide-eyed glances, realizing how misguided their hopes had been. Did I really fool myself into believing that if he regained more of Issei's memory, he would then become Issei? Zenobia murmured, her gaze defeated as she looked down. The other two girls mirrored her state, unsure how to process the harsh reality that had just struck them. This was something Surzex and most others outside of Rias's peerage understood. They had never truly lost anything completely, and if they did, they would always regain something similar. The loss they had genuinely felt was Issei's, and now that a chance to get him back had appeared, their minds had led them to believe they could return to how things used to be. "I'm sorry, but this isn't a fairy tale where the hero dies and then comes back later on," Surzex said as he stood up and walked away from the group toward Tiamat. The three girls remained lost in thought, uncertain of their next steps. Should they believe him, or wait to see if their hopes were valid? In the midst of their contemplation, another thought struck them: Asia. How was she handling this? Wouldn't she be the most affected by these words? In unison, they turned to her. Asia was crying, and Lilith was trying to comfort her, gently patting her shoulder. "Big sis, why are you crying? Was it because of what the devil said?" Lilith asked, unaware of the depth of emotion Asia was experiencing. Asia sniffled loudly, struggling to hold back her tears. She looked up at Lilith, causing the little goddess to wear a surprised expression, which was mirrored by the others who witnessed Asia's face. Asia was not crying out of sadness. She was not crying because she wouldn't get Issei back. She was crying because she was happy. Her kind and brilliant smile made that clear. "I am okay. I am relieved that Issei doesn't have to return to life. He has always suffered so much for me and everyone else. I couldn't bear to see him go through such things again," she said, her voice rough as tears streamed down her face, soaking her clothes. Lilith felt joy that her big sis was not sad, but the others were shocked. They had all believed she would be the one who wanted him back the most, yet she was the one who wanted him to find peace the most. Akon looked at Asia with confusion in her eyes. She couldn't understand how Asia, of all people, would want him not to return. They all needed him. Without him, they felt incomplete. It struck her as she began to remember all the times Issei came to their rescue, all the times he saved them and gave his own life for them. She and the others, except for Asia, had not noticed the extent of the pain he had endured for them. Every new challenge they faced, he would always lead the charge, as they were never strong enough to do so themselves, and he would always return hurt more than they were. Akon to realize it had taken her so long to notice this obvious truth. It pained her even more to think that she wanted him to return to a life where they offered him their love, and he offered them his life. How could they ever repay him for all he had done? How could they repay him for the lost limbs, battle scars, trauma, and loss he had faced for them? She felt terrible for never seeing this and for thinking all he needed was her love to continue sacrificing for her and everyone else. As the younger people began to comfort the four girls, Grieving and Surzex stood with Nene, watching Tiamat carefully. They had hoped she would awaken a few hours ago, but she was still unconscious. "I am sorry, my king, but I believe Lady Rias may have hit her with all her strength. We should send her to a hospital or at least ask for someone who knows better healing magic than Lady Asia," Nene suggested upon the arrival of Surzex and Grieving. "It's fine, but I agree. It makes me both proud and sad that Rias could achieve something like this. This day is really getting to me, all this new information, discoveries, and power scaling. I should take a..." Before Surzex could finish, a deep growl emanated from Tiamat as she slowly stirred awake. Nene's eyes widened. She hadn't expected her to wake up so soon. Surzex and Grieving were almost as surprised, but they had met Issei and witnessed his incredible feats of recovery, so this was almost normal for them. "Lady Ting, let me help you." Nene quickly recomposed herself and attempted to assist Tiamat off the ground, but Tiamat shrugged her off, nearly pushing her over with her strength. She turned over, getting onto all fours. Her long blue hair covered most of her body, even lying on the ground. In mere seconds her energy surged, sending a large wave of energy radiating from her. The wave wasn't strong, but it pushed most of the unprepared people over. Surzex and Grieving took the hit and stood nearby. Surzex tried to approach her to calm her down, but as he moved closer, Valley suddenly summoned his wings, and Albion shouted, "Surzex, be careful. Tiamat is likely disoriented. She could attack if you're not careful." Surzex halted, knowing better than to doubt a dragon's judgment regarding another dragon. He stood still, waiting for Tiamat to speak or make a move. She began to glow a bright blue color, expanding in size, prompting Nene, Surzex, and Grieving to step back. The glow faded, revealing Tiamat in her true form, a giant blue western dragon. Surzex hesitated, unsure whether to speak or wait, but Albion beat him to it. "Team, take it easy, you've been out for a few hours now." "It's me, Albion." "I know it's you, Albion. Now shut it." Tiamat snapped, her voice echoing with authority. Tiamat scanned the area, searching for something or someone. Her gaze landed on Surzex, and she turned fully toward him, lowering her head just enough for him to maintain eye contact. Her chaotic eye colors glared at Surzex's blue ones, clearly filled with anger about many things, but one thing stood out. "Where is she, devil?" Her growling voice was laced with wrath. Surzex felt a similar aura surround him, as Tiamat had just threatened him. "What will you do if you find her, Tiamat?" Surzex asked defensively. Many of the devil higher-ups knew that Surzex and Seraphal were most dangerous when their little sisters were threatened. Grafia was fortunately there to protect the nearby people. "She is with Issei, Tiamat," Grafia spoke up, earning a shocked expression from Surzex and an even angrier aura from Tiamat. "She is what? Where is my son?" Tiamat roared, slamming her front legs into the ground, causing many nearby people and trees to topple over. Cracks appeared beneath Tiamat as her rising anger began to affect the space around her, drawing the attention of the two dragon gods away from the dust and smoke. Grafia and Surzex remained standing, while the others had fallen on their backs. "Please calm down, Tiamat. Your son is all right." It was Rias who was in danger, Grafia spoke, releasing a small fear that had been building inside her, yet she remained steadfast. Tiamat examined Grafia's features closely, searching for any signs of deceit. With a low growl, Tiamat raised her neck high and began to survey the area. Her eyes widened when she noticed that her mountain had been reduced to rubble and dust. Tiamat's upper body began to rise as she prepared to slam the ground in anger, a natural response for a dragon whose home had been destroyed. However, Great Red intervened before she could cause further damage. "Calm down, Tiamat. Don't take this out on the devils, it's your hatchling's fault. He destroyed your cave." Great Red roared as he approached her calmly. Tiamat lowered herself back to the ground, causing the earth to tremble slightly. "What? How is that even possible? My red gem. He is powerful, but I didn't expect him to be able to do something like this. What happened to him, Great Red?" Tiamat asked, her voice filled with shock and worry. Great Red noted her lack of respect when mentioning his name but chose to overlook it for the moment. "I believe he thought you had been killed or at least gravely injured by the red-haired devil girl," Great Red replied, standing alongside Grafia and Surzex, forming a line in front of Tiamat. Tiamat looked at him in disbelief, her anger flaring briefly before subsiding. She began to walk closer to the wall of smoke and dust, sensing his presence within it, realizing he was the one who had created this barrier. Everyone followed her movements with cautious gazes, and Great Red trailed behind her, still showing no signs of worry. Ophis stood at the forefront of the wall, watching Tiamat as she approached, waiting for the two to return. Inside the forgotten dreamscape, Rias cried out, Issei, wake up. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry that I almost chose my Issei over you." She cradled the small, young body of Issei in her arms. His tan skin had turned pale, and his hair had lost its color, resembling that of someone under immense stress. But the most alarming aspect was his breathing, or rather the lack of it. He hadn't breathed for what felt like an eternity, and Rias was overwhelmed with unbearable shame, believing it was her fault. It was always her fault that Issei got hurt. Tears streamed down her face, leaving clear lines on her cheeks. Her hair was a tangled mess, sticking to her wet skin. She felt lost, unsure of how to escape this place. "Issei, you should never have met me. You should never have." She halted, feeling shame claw at her again, this time for not being smarter or a better person, as she had promised Issei. She hugged his cold, lifeless body tightly before standing up and carrying him in her arms. She had to try. She needed to try harder than ever before. That was the only way to honor her promise to him. But first, she needed a plan, otherwise she would be running around aimlessly. She began to search for any teleportation magic, spatial magic, or even sacred powers that could transport them. With each passing second, she found only ordinary magic. Nothing about this place felt familiar. It was as if they had been transported to a forgotten dream. As this theory formed in her mind, she recognized the sky as that of the underworld, with its multicolored sun and purple hue. Had they truly been in the underworld all along? How had Rias not noticed earlier? And if they were, how could Issei and Drake have been here? Rias struggled to think clearly amid the confusion of thoughts and theories. How did I never notice this? How did we get here from the familiar forest? Did Issei use teleportation magic? She wondered. This realization made it slightly easier to find a way to get Issei to a place where he could heal. Rias remembered that time was short, and she was wasting precious moments still sitting there instead of preparing a teleportation circle. She began to draw the circle with the coordinates of Grieving territory, specifically the medical wing that Asia managed. All other thoughts were pushed aside for the time being, as they would not help her save Issei, they would only breed more doubt. She almost stopped preparing the circle when she was startled by the sound of breathing. Looking down at her left arm, she saw Issei's chest rising and falling slowly. She could even hear the faint sound of his weakened breaths. A smile broke through her tears as she finished the teleportation circle, hoping they would arrive in Grieving territory or somewhere familiar. Normally, when teleporting, one needed to know the coordinates of both the starting and ending points. She stepped onto the circle with Issei in her arms, finally feeling a glimmer of hope. Rias activated the circle, praying that it would work. The circle began to glow, crimson light enveloping both her and Issei. She gazed at him, hoping she held him in a way that was comfortable, or at least conducive to his breathing. She looked up and out toward the beach they had been on, the island they had visited. She might never see this place again, but at least she was there one last time with Issei, even if he was just a ghost. The circle vanished, taking them with it. Time passed, and in the underworld's Grieving territory, under the orange sun's light, a massive blue western dragoness lay in a sprawling garden that stretched for kilometers. She positioned herself to view both the sky and the garden on her left, while inside a room in the grand mansion owned by the Grieving family, she kept a watchful eye. She had been there for a week, lying still and observing the room on her right. She had barely eaten during her time there, but she showed no signs of weakness. Not as much as her eyes, which were stained by tears from her almost sleepless nights where she had to cry herself to sleep. Inside the room lay a young boy with tan skin and blondish hair. He appeared to be sleeping peacefully, at least to anyone not in the know. The truth was he had been in this state since he was brought here a little over a week ago. He had been sleeping ever since the owner of the mansion had brought him here. Why would Lady Rias bring some random boy? And why is the great Lady Tiamat here as well? Do you know anything, Graphia? Asked one of the maids who had been taking care of the boy that day. Graphia paused as her name was called and looked over to the group of maids who stood gossiping about this strange guest. She entered their little circle, causing a few of them to stiffen up a bit, mostly because she was the head maid of the Grieving family and the wife of Surzex Lucifer. The boy's name is Issei, and he is Tiamat's hatchling, or what we would call a child. They are staying here because Lady Rias has a special attachment to Issei, Graphia explained to the other maids, who all nodded and giggled. Oh, the Duchess is taking care of such a cute boy. Maybe she wants a child, said one maid. Maybe she does. Wouldn't it be great to take care of another Grieving child? Millikas was so cute when he was still young, said another maid, as the other four maids and Graphia agreed. Maybe she owed Tiamat a favor and offered to help when her son became sick, said a third maid, prompting Graphia to leave the gossip circle as she knew they would run wild with speculation if she said something again. Graphia walked down the hallway toward the garden doors. She turned another corner, and a few steps later reached the door and went outside. She took in the fresh fragrance of the many flowers and plants in the garden before turning toward Tiamat and walking over to an outdoor table and chair that she had placed there, as she and Tiamat had talked a lot over the last few nights. She reached the table, but before she sat down in the nicely crafted metal chair, she bowed to Tiamat. Good afternoon, Tiamat. Has your day been well? Colder winds blew over the main garden of the Grieving family's estate, as fall arrived, bringing its orange, yellow, and red color scheme. The tall bush walls were nothing more than branches clinging to the few remaining leaves. They appeared bare, and with every gust of wind, a few more leaves fluttered away, disappearing into the unknown. Yet, this was a beautiful sight, even for the nearly immortal beings who resided in the estate, especially for the dragoness who slept outside. She positioned herself so that one side of her body rested against the garden, allowing her to observe its gradual, yet beautiful hibernation. The other side faced the estate, with her left eye having a perfect view into a single room. Inside that room was a medical bed, accompanied by a bedside table and a few chairs. On the bed lay a blonde-haired child, his left hand clutching something, a woman's hand. Next to him, in one of the chairs, sat the owner of the estate, holding his hand gently. This boy was not human, but he possessed the soul and memories of one. These were part of the reasons he lay in that bed, sleeping peacefully, or rather in a peaceful coma. His mother, the blue dragoness outside, had been waiting for what felt like months. She felt worried, sad, and afraid of who he would be when he awoke. Thankfully, thanks to a friend and fellow mother, she had regained her composure and managed to go through her days with less worry. The woman inside, holding onto his hand, was in a similar state. However, she couldn't act on those feelings publicly, as she didn't feel she had the right to. Still, she could at least hold his hand a little longer. In those moments, she felt the weight of her many titles and her family name, which felt like a curse. The crimson rose of the Gremmeries. A rose, the most beautiful flower that existed, yet one that could sting if touched. Princess of Ruin. She seemed to ruin almost everything and anyone who came close to her, especially those she loved. It filled her with despair that these once great sources of pride had become the source of her cursed private life. What did it help to be a princess without a prince? What did it mean to be a beautiful crimson rose if even the one she loved could not touch her? She looked up, feeling a slight pain in her right hand. The little boy, whether he sensed her worries or not, tightened his grip on her hand. It made her smile happily, though it did little to stop her tears from falling. But at least they weren't tears of self-hate, they were tears of gratitude for this little dragon's helpful gesture. After a while, she left, as she still had duties to attend to. Even though she wanted to stay, she needed to take care of these matters so that once he woke up, he wouldn't have to bear the same pressures that her old lover had faced. Time passed, and Asia spoke in the middle of Rias's office. She informed Rias that the boy should be waking up soon, perhaps today or tomorrow, though it was still uncertain. Rias sat in her chair, her hands under her chin, contemplating this information. To her left stood the raven-haired beauty, Kenneo, smiling happily. To her right stood the head maid, Grieving, who held her emotions well but hoped to share the news with Tiamat. Rias raised her head and made eye contact with Asia. She praised Asia for her work and requested that Kuroka and Kenneo come by her office sometime in the future, as she wanted to thank them personally. Although this was not entirely certain, it was still a hopeful thought. If true, Tiamat and Issei could finally be a family again, and she could finally have, what could she have? She was pulled from her thoughts as Grieving sought her attention. Lady Rias, may I have permission to leave? Grieving asked, her face barely concealing her emotions. Please tell Tiamat that I am happy for her, Rias replied, her smile masking her own small inner turmoil. Grieving nodded, bowed, and walked out of the office, heading down the hall toward the gardens. Kenneo chuckled softly, as it was uncommon to see Grieving act this way. Don't laugh too loudly, or you'll have to take more classes in queen duties, Kenneo, Rias teased, which seemed to trigger Keneo's memories of her first class. She had been taught by both Venelina and Grieving, who had not held back, especially regarding her more important duties. To say Kenneo had been scared for life would be an understatement. Please don't, Rias-sama, Kenneo replied, shuddering at the thought of returning to that room with those two older women. Good. Thanks again, Asia. You may return to your duties. The same goes for you, Kenneo, Rias said, her tone shifting from sweet to smug when addressing her queen. Kenneo felt a pang in her heart at how Asia was being praised while she felt dismissed. I am doing my duties right now, Kenneo said, her voice comically weak. Rias giggled at her response. I know. It's just so much fun to tease you, Kenneo. Plus, it's revenge for The mood in the room shifted. Asia had just reached the door but paused, as if unable to continue walking. They all carried thoughts of him, as it had been less than 2 months since they said goodbye for good. It was hard to learn to live without him, only to have the slightest bit of hope, only for it to be crushed. Realizing her mistake, Rias was about to stand up, but Issei turned around. She didn't look sad, nor did she have teary eyes. She appeared uncomfortable with Rias's joke, but she didn't let it affect her as much as it normally would. Issei hesitated before speaking. I don't think he would have minded if you teased her. Then she fell silent. Rias and Akon exchanged shocked glances at her unexpectedly mature reaction. However, the moment was somewhat ruined when Issei suddenly bolted out of the room, searching for an empty space. Rias and Akon looked at each other, then smiled calmly at how, well, Issei was handling the situation. Akon, Zenobia, and Kenneo were coping similarly, occasionally entertaining thoughts of what if. But Issei and Rias were dealing with it in two very different extremes. Issei tried to act normally around others, though she slightly broke down whenever someone mentioned him or when she was alone for too long. Rias, on the other hand, felt ashamed of her own coping methods. She too had what-if thoughts such as, what if I had chosen the brown lock? What if I had just brought him back to life? These thoughts often led her to drink herself to sleep, accompanied by the faint comfort of holding Issei's hand while he slept. Well, it seems she is still the one most affected by this. After all, she was the second person who depended on him, besides you, of course, Akon remarked awkwardly. Her comment went unnoticed by Rias, but it pulled her out of her reverie. She turned to Akon, confusion etched on her face. Oh, sorry, what did you say, Akon? Rias asked, her tone apologetic. Akon decided it wasn't worth repeating herself, especially since it wouldn't help the current mood. It's nothing, just a silly joke, Rias, she replied with a friendly smile. Rias shrugged it off. If you say so, now let's get back to work. We still have a mountain of paperwork left. Rias sighed, glancing at the sizable stack next to her, which hadn't magically disappeared. Is this how my older brother feels? She pondered. In the Gremmery main garden, Tiamat lay on the patch of slowly dying grass, her scales feeling the cold winds of fall. She gazed at the garden as it transformed into a mix of brown, green, and orange, a beautiful display of colors. She could even make out shapes of people and things in the piles of leaves. Some odd humanoid shapes reminded her of Draconic and Albion, though she wasn't quite sure why. Perhaps it was because two squirrels were fighting over a nut? Neither she nor the world would ever know. She also saw a shape that resembled Ophis, an almost perfectly shaped infinity sign. This little game of hers was quite fun, though oddly confusing, as she never thought she could be entertained by something so childish. Yet here she was, observing a strange mix between Trihexa and a cow. You would never see these kinds of things back home, my red gem, Tiamat spoke softly, looking into Issei's room. He remained in a coma, but she noticed he had shifted positions, making it appear as if he were sleeping. She gently placed one of her massive claws on the window, careful not to break it or scratch the glass. I promise you, when you wake up, I'll show you so many new things that you've never seen before. I promise, so wake up soon, my red gem, Tiamat said, keeping her gaze fixed on his small body, observing every movement he made. It filled her with worry and relief, the curse of a parent. You are always worried and relieved when you see your child sleeping. She heard footsteps approaching, prompting her to turn and see Kenneo and her queen, Nene. They both bowed before her, a gesture Tiamat would normally return, but not in her current mood. Oh Kenneo, what can I do for you? Tiamat asked, her words friendly, though her tone was cold. Kenneo hesitated, unsure how to respond, but decided to share what she and her sister had discovered. I come with good news. My sister and I performed a ritual to look inside Issei and find out when he would probably wake up, Kenneo informed Tiamat, who looked at her in shock. Tiamat instantly transformed into her human form and rushed over, gripping Kenneo's shoulders with almost bone-crushing strength. When will he wake up, cat? She yelled, startling both Kenneo and Nene with her sudden aggression. Realizing her intensity, Tiamat released Kenneo and took a few steps back. I'm sorry. I've just been so worried that he wouldn't wake up again. So when you said that, Tiamat apologized, her voice softening. Kenneo and Nene exchanged glances, both feeling a slight fear of all female dragons. Thank the mouse she didn't eat us, they thought simultaneously. It's okay, and I should have told you sooner. But anyway, I believe he will wake up either later today or tomorrow, Kenneo explained, causing Tiamat to smile. She had expected it to be weeks or months, but it would be within the next 48 hours. In a show of her immense strength and speed, Tiamat pulled Kenneo into another bone-crushing hug. While Tiamat cried and whispered her gratitude for the good news, Kenneo struggled to breathe. Nene stood to the side, unsure whether to help or simply watch. Tiamat finally released Kenneo when another voice broke through the moment, coming from the garden door. Leave the poor girl alone. She's going to die before she gets to see your son again at this rate, Grieving said, stepping out with a bottle of wine in hand. Tiamat walked over to Grieving, her smile still bright despite her tears of happiness. Grieving returned the smile, warm and comforting. I see you've heard the news, Grieving remarked, earning a nod from Tiamat as she moved to the table and chairs Grieving had set up for their nightly talks. Yes, these two have just informed me. They have my deepest gratitude, and maybe even my blessing, Tiamat spoke, her voice a whisper so low that only a dragon or Nicomeda could hear it. It seemed loud enough for the two present Nicomeda to blush, one from embarrassment and the other from her friend's luck. It would seem you have a rather promising daughter-in-law over there, but let's not tease her too much, or else Lady Gremory might get too jealous. Besides, let's wait until Issei wakes up, Grieving interjected, having caught on to the conversation through Tiamat and Kenneo's reactions. Fine, I'll stop for today, but can you blame me for feeling this happiness and relief that I am currently experiencing? I feel as if a heavy burden has been lifted, Tiamat said, pausing as a part of her that had hoped for a different outcome resurfaced, leaving her with a troubling thought. Will he be your Issei or theirs? This thought vanished into the depths of her mind, but the fear of losing her son lingered, even if not in body, then in spirit. Grieving noticed the shift in Tiamat's mood, along with the two younger women, who were equally uncertain about how to respond. A wave of fearful energy emanated from Tiamat, her aura shifting into a controlled yet chaotic display of colors and power. Grieving had learned through her many conversations with Tiamat that this indicated she was in a mentally difficult place. Before Grieving could speak, Tiamat asked, Grieving, can we take a walk through the gardens? I need to be away from people right now. Without waiting for a response, Tiamat began walking toward the grand garden's archway. Grieving stood for a moment, exchanging confused looks with the two younger women before nodding reassuringly and following Tiamat in silence. As they walked, they passed numerous flower beds filled with hardened dirt and withered plants. Grieving kept a close eye on Tiamat, whose aura remained visible but stagnant. Tiamat walked ahead until she stopped in front of a special spot in the garden, a small grow bed surrounded by smooth stones, featuring a cherry tree. Though its leaves had long since fallen, it was still a beautiful sight. The significance of this grow bed was marked by a sign that bore 3 names and a message at the bottom. Tiamat knelt to examine it closely. Grieving hesitated to intervene, not wanting to upset her friend further. Tiamat continued to stare at the sign before shifting her gaze back to the tree, noting its oddly unnatural structure, with 2 main branches extending from a sturdy trunk. Grieving, what is this place? Tiamat asked slowly, causing Grieving to feel anxious about her response. This was a sensitive area for many devils in service to the Gremories. Grieving stepped closer to Tiamat, who remained focused on the tree. It's a grave for Mr. and Mrs. Hayadu, as well as the inhabitants of Ku Town, Grieving said softly, unable to meet Tiamat's gaze. Why is it here? What does this have to do with the Gremories? Tiamat inquired, her confusion evident. Grieving remained silent, clenching her hands tightly, unwilling to revisit the painful memories associated with that day. However, Tiamat's aura began to spike, causing nearby leaves to flutter into the air. She turned slowly to face Grieving, who instinctively looked away, unable to confront her friend's intense gaze. What did Rias and you people do? Tiamat asked, her voice tinged with anger as her aura shifted into a chaotic display of colors. She stood up slowly, her aura expanding and making the air feel heavy around them. Fortunately, the garden was empty, leaving only the dragoness and the Ice Queen. Grafia felt the weight of Tiamat's aura, but she managed to maintain her composure even as her breathing quickened. She pushed out her own aura as a counter, not strong enough to overpower Tiamat's but sufficient to help her breathe normally and feel less threatened. With her breathing stabilizing, Grafia knew she needed to address the situation carefully. Taking a deep breath, she prepared to recount the events of that fateful night, aware that the truth might lead Tiamat to misunderstand and react violently. Yet, she saw no other option, so she began to share the story of one of the most terrible nights of her life. After a brief pause, it was clear that Tiamat was not just shocked, she was absolutely furious at what she had learned. She understood the horrors of the Cows Brigade and the true mastermind behind it all, but this revelation felt like a step too far. Rias and Trihexa had already lost the moment Issei died, having used all his life energy to kill Trihexa, which also inadvertently resulted in the destruction of most of the remaining members of the Cows Brigade. However, those despicable beings had created a curse-like version of Issei, similar to the one Loki had conjured long ago during his attack. This cursed being was given a simple goal, one that would lead to even greater grief and sadness than they had initially anticipated. Instead of merely killing Issei's parents and destroying their home, it ended up obliterating the entire town of Ku. But it wasn't the curse that caused that final devastation, it was the ones who had come to rescue Issei's family and the town. Rias and her peerage had rushed in with all their power, desperately trying to protect the last remnants of what they could remember of Issei, even while grappling with their own grief. Yet, their inner turmoil made it difficult for them to fight effectively, and Rias, in particular, struggled the most. At one point, Rias lost all sense of control and went on a rampage throughout Ku, destroying everything in her path. The cursed being had anticipated their arrival and had deceived Issei's parents into believing that Rias and her group had killed their son. It also fed them lies about the supernatural world, claiming that Issei had been a SLV to Rias all along. Tragically, they believed him. When Rias came to their aid, they rejected her, belittled her, and disowned her as their daughter-in-law. When she attempted to convince them that he was lying, they dismissed her, and in a cruel twist, the cursed being killed them right after they uttered words that left a deep wound in Rias's already broken heart. "Don't you ever call us your family and never speak my son's name again." In an instant, they were both slain by the curse-like Issei. In that moment, Rias completely lost herself, feeling as though she had lost everything that remained of Issei. She unleashed a tremendous amount of power, nearly rivaling that of her brother. In those terrifying minutes, she laid waste to the entire town of Ku, resulting in widespread destruction and loss of life. When she finally stopped, she was found crying and wailing, consumed by self-loathing for the devastation she had caused. This experience shattered her mentally, leading her to retreat into hiding for a long time. She eventually emerged from her self-imposed isolation after realizing that Issei would not want her to remain in her room, blaming herself indefinitely. Instead, she resolved to channel her energy into ensuring that such a tragedy would never occur again. The Cows Brigade was primarily blamed for the disaster, as no one dared to hold Surzex's sister accountable during his own time of grief. Even though Rias tried to hide it, the events had a lasting impact on her. For instance, when she confronted Tiamat after discovering Issei, Rias's emotions surged. Tiamat had almost forgotten her own grief, as Grafia had shared her experiences and those of the Gremry peerage. Tiamat felt guilty for believing that they were only interested in retrieving Issei for selfish reasons, when in reality, they sought forgiveness from his parents and redemption for that fateful night. Tiamat looked at Grafia's pained expression and reached out to pull her into an apologetic embrace. For a moment, Tiamat was consumed by the fear of losing Issei, of him forgetting their time together, and of losing her only son. She felt selfish for her fears, yet justified in her emotions. She believed the girls might share her feelings. In their own selfish desires, they had hoped to bring Issei back, believing he would forgive them and return to live his life with them as they had always wanted. Both sides were caught in a situation where neither fully understood what would happen or how they would react when Issei awakened. Would he be hers or theirs? Inside Rias's office, She methodically placed the last piece of paper on the nearest of the 3 stacks of work. A heavy sigh escaped her lips as relief washed over her, quickly followed by a wave of worry. She felt uneasy about Kenneo, who had been standing silently in the corner of the room for quite some time. They hadn't spoken much since Asia left a few hours earlier, and when they did, it was mostly about work. But why did they focus on work instead of discussing Issei? The answer was simple: they both felt uncomfortable talking about him. If what Asia had told them was true, they would soon have to face him. Like Tiamat, they were engulfed in worry and doubt about who would awaken. Would it be their Issei, the one they loved and sought forgiveness from for their past mistakes? Or would it be Tiamat's son, the one they had come to know as a friend? For Kenneo, she longed for Issei's return, dreaming of a life together as she had envisioned during her visit to his mind. Yet, she began to feel that such a desire was selfish. She had also formed a bond with the new Issei, as she sometimes referred to him. It wasn't a romantic connection. She felt it would be inappropriate and selfish, especially since he was only 11 years old. She wanted to be friends with him, perhaps even family by bond, as he had affectionately called her and the others, one Issei. It was endearing, and like the others, it made her feel guilty about her own desires. But she believed, or at least felt, that Rias felt differently, as she may have developed feelings for him. Kenneo didn't want to ask, fearing a confrontation about their differing views, especially since she felt that Rias would only love him as the old Issei and not as he was now. If he even was the new Issei when he woke up again. Rias walked over to Kenneo's side while she was deep in thought about this whole situation. Rias had been calling out to her, but Kenneo was so focused on her thoughts that she couldn't really hear or feel the world around her. Kenneo, what's going on with you today? You're never this quiet. Is it because of what Asia said? Rias wondered aloud, but the only ones who heard her were herself and the many old books surrounding them. She tried shaking Kenneo, but with no success. Kenneo remained in her trance. Rias sighed and decided to walk over to her window, feeling a bit tired and overwhelmed with thoughts. She had wanted to talk with Kenneo about them, but since Kenneo was in her own world, she figured the setting sun would suffice. Reaching the window, a large pair of glass doors with golden handles, she opened them and stepped outside into the sunlight. The rays hit her body, making her dark red dress appear lighter, almost translucent, as the vague shadows of her legs could be seen beneath the silk. Some parts even revealed a bit of skin, as the light hit just right. She found the warmth pleasant and sat down on a small balcony chair, simply watching the sun set. A soothing breeze flowed by, causing her hair to dance for a moment before falling back down against her back. She enjoyed the view this place offered, a perfect sight of the sun setting, her glorious territory, and the 2 figures standing near the gravestone of Ku. "Wait, what?" Rias exclaimed, jumping onto the side of the railing to get a better look. She recognized the hair colors of the 2 people. One had silvery gray hair, and the other had pale blue. Realization struck her. The 2 people were Grieving and Tiamat. A gulp formed in her throat as fear began to set in, remembering where they were standing. The constant reminder of one of her biggest mistakes, the gravestone and tree of Katown and Issei's parents, flashed through her mind. It made her shudder, but then an even worse thought surfaced. What were they doing there, and how much did Tiamat know? The mere thought terrified her, as the story behind that tree was not a pretty one, nor one she wanted to relive. What did Tiamat think of her and everyone else now? That was crucial for Rias to know, as it could greatly affect her chances with Issei. She understood it was already a long shot to have him be a part of her life, especially considering what people would think, particularly Tiamat. If they became friends or something similar, it could work. At least she believed that it might lead to other possibilities. She knew her feelings were complicated and not entirely pure. But she couldn't help herself. She had fallen too far for the old Issei, and the new one had, even in the short moments she had known him, displayed many of the same traits that had drawn her to the old one. But now, this dream of hers might be impossible, as Tiamat would likely not want Issei anywhere near her or her peerage. Rias could understand why. Who would want her as a daughter-in-law? No one, that's who. And now, the one person she wanted to be with, or at least wanted to try to be with in the future, was likely going to be out of reach. She felt her arms weaken, almost sliding off the side of the railing. Fortunately, someone pulled her back from behind, guiding her back onto a chair. She began to breathe heavily, still in shock. Yes, she could fly, but it would still shock anyone if they were about to fall from a height. "Rias, are you okay? What happened?" Kenneo asked, worry evident in her voice as she came into view of the still shocked Rias. She reached out to hug her, which Rias accepted gladly, but instead of thanks, Kenneo heard sobs. She felt something wet dripping onto her shoulder. Looking to her side, Kenneo saw Rias trembling as she sobbed into her shoulder. Kenneo was rightfully confused. Why would something like that make her cry? But before she could ask, Rias turned to face her. Her face was stained with tears, some still dripping. "Tink knows. She knows about what we did." Rias spoke softly, weakly pointing behind her toward the tree where Tiamat and Grieving still stood. Kenneo felt herself freeze for a moment at the sight, a similar train of thought running through her mind, much like Rias had experienced. "We're in trouble. She'll never let me, or any of us near him again." Rias spoke, her voice defeated, as if she already knew how this would play out. Kenneo felt the weight of that defeat, almost accepting the harsh reality they faced, until she remembered a key element of their situation. She made Rias look back up at her, locking eyes with her. I believe it will all depend on what Issei decides, if he wants to be friends or stay with his mother and away from us for life," Kenneo said. She tried to sound confident, but she barely believed it herself. However, she had learned from Issei that if you believe something hard enough, it can come to pass. They stood like that for a few minutes, not minding the slowly vanishing warmth from the setting sun or the cold wind hitting them. Kenneo could feel Rias calming down, as her quiet sobs ceased and her tears stopped falling. She felt happy that she had been able to ease Rias's mind, and maybe even her own slightly. "Thanks, Kenneo, you really are a good friend," Rias said softly. "You're right, it's all up to him. We have accepted his choice no matter what we feel," Rias said, her tone still sad but carrying a sense of maturity. The next day in Issei's room, everyone who had a hand in this situation had gathered, anticipating his awakening. Tiamat and Grieving stood on his left side, with Tiamat sitting in a chair and holding his hand. Grieving stood beside her, offering comfort as a good friend. Rias occupied a semi-office-like corner to the left of Issei's bed. She didn't hold his hand. After trying earlier, Kenneo had gently touched her and whispered that it would be a bad idea at that moment. Rias had received a glare from Tiamat, which left her uncertain about their relationship. Were they friends, or did Tiamat harbor resentment towards her and her family? Rias's peerage was also present, standing behind her with Kenneo at her side. Surzex and Team Valis stood at the front of the bed, with Surzex leading and Vala next to him. Both had a hopeful glint in their eyes, something Grieving noticed with amusement. Despite her own similar emotions, she was better at concealing them. The room was quiet, filled only with Issei's light snores, as everyone held their breath in anticipation. Then, a slight groan escaped Issei, prompting Tiamat to grasp his hand tighter, watching him intently. He began to turn slightly, and his snores turned into slow yawns that grew louder. He raised his left arm slightly before putting it down for support as he attempted to push himself up. Tiamat moved closer to help him, placing her other hand on his back. No one spoke, as if they feared that any sound would shatter the moment. Tiamat leaned onto the bed, still supporting him as she held his hand tightly, small tears forming in the corners of her eyes. When he finally sat up, he opened his eyes slightly, only to close them again against the bright lights and sun rays. However, he managed to keep them open long enough to register the tight feeling around his right hand. Turning towards it, his golden eyes shone as he made contact with his mother's dark blue eyes, which appeared lighter due to her tears. "Mother, is that you?" he asked, his voice weak after weeks of sleep. Tiamat couldn't hold back her tears, which streamed down her face. She nodded slowly, overwhelmed with joy and relief at the sight of her son awakening. "Yes, my red gem mother's here." Unable to contain herself, she hugged him tightly, pouring all her love into the embrace, almost crushing him in her joy. The rest of the crowd shared tears of joy at the reunion of mother and son, celebrating Issei's return to consciousness. They continued to hug for what felt like an eternity, but neither Tiamat nor Issei cared about the time, lost in their happiness. The people around them could hear the soft sobs from the two as Issei tightened the hug with the little strength he had. However, one person remained still. Rias sat with a happy smile, though it wasn't genuine. She tried to hide her sadness at the thought that she might not get her Issei back, even though she understood this was for the best. Akon noticed her struggle and placed a comforting hand on her shoulder, hoping to ease her sadness. Rias placed her left hand on Akon's, silently thanking her old friend. "Now all I can do is hope that he will maybe be friends with us. That is all I hope for," Rias thought as she continued to watch the joyful scene before her. What does Issei choose? Will he stay away from Rias and her family for good, finally breaking their belief that everything always ends with a happy resolution, no matter the cost, time, or effort? Or will he choose to be friends with them and live out his life with the new knowledge and power he has gained through this whole experience? In Issei's room, the sounds of quiet sobbing and soft expressions of gratitude filled the air as Tiamat held her hatchling tightly in his bed. Both were in their human forms. Tiamat, a stunning 30-year-old woman with long dark blue hair and aquatic blue eyes, possessed a beauty that could rival most supernatural goddesses. Issei, with his spiky golden blonde hair and equally golden eyes, had always been quite the charmer. For the last half hour, they embraced, allowing their worries to fade away. The room was mostly empty, with only the mother and son pair, along with Graphia, Surzex, and Rias remaining. Each of the three devils had their own reasons for being there. Graphia felt happiness that her new friend had regained her son, but she also worried about what might happen, considering their conversation from a few days ago. Surzex, too, had his own complicated feelings. He sought Issei's forgiveness for failing him and inadvertently causing him to sacrifice himself for others. He felt he had let Issei down as both a leader and a brother. Yet, he knew Issei would likely forgive him, as he always did. Still, the Issei he wanted to apologize to was not the same. This Issei was a shadow of the boy he once knew. Rias longed for Issei to be her Issei again, but she realized that was no longer possible. The boy before her was different, yet he retained many qualities that made her love Issei Hayu. She believed Tiamat was aware of one of her darkest moments, a mistake made in blind rage, sadness, and rejection. Because of this, Rias felt she might never have the chance to speak with Issei again. As silence enveloped the room, the sobs gradually ceased, replaced by the sound of light breathing. This tranquility was soon broken by the creaking of the bed as the two dragons shifted. Tiamat sat back down in her chair beside Issei, still holding his hand. Her face bore streaks of dried tears, yet her smile radiated pure joy. Issei's face, too, was marked by tears, but his golden smile shone brightly. They both noticed the silence that had returned to the room, and the three pairs of eyes focused solely on them. Issei turned to the first person he saw, other than his mother, a beautiful woman with long silky silver hair standing behind Tiamat. Although he had never met her, he recognized her name and had memories of her that were not his own. Next, he sensed a tall man with long red hair and blue eyes, almost the same shade as his mother's fiery breath. He knew this man's name and had memories of him, even if he barely knew him. Finally, he saw Rias. She was undeniably beautiful, with her long silky red hair, lovely face, and sky-blue eyes. He had memories of her, too, most of which were not his. The one memory that was his held a mix of hatred towards her, yet he could not truly hate her for bringing him here. Rias tried her best to smile warmly at him as his gaze landed on her. However, she sensed that he wasn't truly looking at her, he was viewing her and the others through the lens of the memories he had acquired. What was a child like Issei supposed to do in such a situation? He didn't know most of these people, yet they felt like family. He felt conflicted emotions towards Rias, stemming from his hatred for her past actions against his mother and new friends, but also a strange, unfamiliar emotion. Everything had changed since he met Kenneo and fought her and her peerage. His life was now heading in an unknown direction, and he couldn't determine whether it was good or bad. He only knew he felt confused with every new step, memory, and person he encountered. He also discovered new things about his mother, including her apparent disdain for the person he had been in his past life. He was aware of another part of himself, the person everyone had come for, Issei. He had never heard of this boy before, yet he now knew his entire life as if it were his own, even though he didn't want it to be. He wanted to keep his own life, to continue being himself, to be Issei. But which Issei was that? The one raised by Tiamat, learning to live like a dragon? Issei pondered deeply, questioning whether he was merely a pervert forced to grow up too quickly, losing his life far too early. He buried his head in his mother's chest, attempting to escape the overwhelming flood of thoughts, new experiences, and the grief that weighed heavily on him. He felt a tumult of emotions: trauma, fear, rage, anger, and hatred. He longed to share moments with Rias, reminiscent of the bedtime stories his mother used to tell him. He fantasized about confronting a fallen angel imprisoned in the lower circles of hell and calling upon Drag, the heavenly dragon. Yet, amidst these desires, he also wished to erase everything, to hide from the pain buried beneath his memories. He wanted to forget the life of Issei Hayadu entirely, wishing to banish him from his mind. As his heart raced and his body heated up, Tiamat grew increasingly worried, fearing he might faint again if she didn't intervene. Issei, my dear, I'm right here. It's okay, Issei, it's okay. Mother is here, she reassured him, trying to maintain her composure, but her efforts seemed futile as he continued to grow hotter. Mother, he murmured weakly, struggling to breathe. Yes, dear, what is it? Please, say something, Issei. Tiamat urged, her concern mounting. The others were at a loss for what to do, except for Grieving, who decided to summon some ice magic to cool him down. The ice seemed to help, allowing him to breathe more easily. I want to forget all of this. I don't want Issei in my head. I don't want any of you in my head. It hurts, it hurts. Issei cried, tears forming in his eyes, only to evaporate as his body grew even warmer. Surzex, Rias, and Grieving felt a pang of hurt from his words, but they understood that it was never his choice to bear such burdens. Tiamat began to panic as Issei's temperature continued to rise. His eyes were obscured by steam, and his tears transformed into vapor. Grieving persisted with her ice magic, trying to lower the temperature further, while Rias and Surzex stood by, stunned and worried about Issei's condition. Issei, it's going to be okay, dear. It's going to be okay. Mother is here. I am here, Issei. Tiamat cried, holding him tighter, even as she felt the heat searing her. Things worsened suddenly as Issei's golden hair ignited in flames. His eyes, though obscured by steam, radiated a burning light, as if they contained two suns. An intense heat filled the room, making it feel as though the sun itself had been brought inside. Tiamat realized what was happening to her son. He is gaining his principle of power, she said, devoid of pride, knowing this was not a joyous occasion. Normally, one would acquire such power through years of training and fighting, the hard and lengthy way. Only the most powerful dragons, such as the Dragon Kings, Heavenly Dragons, Dragon Gods, and some evil dragons, had ever achieved this. The alternative was gaining it through unimaginable pain, overwhelming negative emotions, or surviving a traumatic experience. Tiamat was uncertain which path Issei had taken, as the pain experienced could vary greatly. Issei, you're going to be okay? Listen to me, dear. Tiamat spoke softly, masking her sadness over her son's painful journey to gain his power. You'll be okay, my red gem. I'm right here, my Issei. It will be over soon. I love you. She tightened her embrace around him, and from her back emerged two large, dark blue dragon wings, which she used to shield them both. The relentless heat dissipated, leaving only a slightly warmer room as Tiamat utilized both magic and her body to contain Issei's heat. He continued to sob, the pain of his transformation evident as it overwhelmed him. Through a small gap in Tiamat's wings, the others glimpsed an almost orange-golden light shining out before it vanished along with the heat. Tiamat opened her wings again, releasing a warm wave that burst forth from her protective barrier. Issei's hair was no longer aflame, but his eyes still glowed with that sun-like golden light. The onlookers were shocked to see a pair of crimson-curled horns sprouting from either side of Issei's head, adorned with small lines of gold, contrasting with his overall appearance. Tiamat had also changed. Her arms, face, and the insides of her wings bore signs of burns. Issei looked at his mother, confusion etched on his face as he no longer felt the intense pain from earlier. "Mother?" he asked, his expression beginning to twist into one of sorrow as he realized he had hurt her. "It's okay, my dear. Mother is fine. You were just too powerful for me, my dear red gem," Tiamat soothed, holding him gently and encouraging him to meet her relieved smile. She felt a wave of relief that he was safe and happiness at his achievement, despite her worries. For now, she wanted to focus on being with her son and seeing him happy again. Issei shed a few more tears before finally drifting off to sleep, exhausted from the ordeal. Tiamat, Rias, Surzex, and Grafia left the room, heading to another where everyone else had gathered. They needed to discuss their next steps for when Issei awoke. Grafia opened the doors for the others, allowing Rias and Surzex to enter first, finding seats beside their family. Tiamat followed, pausing briefly in the doorway as all eyes turned to her. Taking a deep breath, she settled onto a sofa somewhat apart from the other chairs, ready to engage in the discussion ahead. She sat there for a moment, feeling the many stars around her, until she felt a hand on her shoulder. She looked up to see Grafia, who had sat next to her, a supportive smile on her face. Tiamat looked back at the group, noting the many people that had gathered. Among them were the former Lord and Lady Gremory, along with their grandson Milicus, with Surzex and Rias next to them. Rias's peerage sat beside her on a mix of chairs and a single sofa. Kiba, Gasper, Zenobia, Asia, Kaneko, Akino, and Rosweiss. Valle was also present, with him and his group on the other side of the older devils. Tiamat took a deep breath before bowing her head, taking most of the gathered people by surprise. She declared that she, Tiamat, the Chaos Karma Dragon King, offered her deepest thanks and that they could ask anything of her, as she owed them so much for saving her son. However, when she raised her head again, there was no gratitude on her face. She was not thankful for what they had done. Rather, it was their actions that had put her son in his current state. She stated that she would have loved to express her gratitude, if not for the fact that it was their interference that had brought her son into a coma in the first place, addressing Rias Gremory directly. The mood in the room shifted quickly, as what had been a somewhat joyous moment turned serious. Tiamat had just expressed that she did not find their actions helpful anymore. She interrupted Rias, insisting that she knew she may have started this whole situation, but she never wanted this outcome, nor did she ever want her son to be in the state he was in now. She had taken a gamble, believing that the connection between her son and Kaneko could make him stronger, but it had only led to his suffering. Tiamat paused, a few tears escaping her eyes. She explained that she had wanted to make him more capable, but instead, it had led to him becoming sick, almost consumed by Draig's juggernaut, and then entering a self-made version of it. She declared that she had made a decision. Everyone focused on her, captivated by her presence as she stood up, her long hair cascading down to the floor. Her wings sprouted and spread out, giving her the appearance of a Draconic angel. When her son woke up, she would take him home and never let them near him again. As she spoke, she began to float off the ground, her aura leaking and forming magical flames around her. She was not trying to threaten them, she was making her point clear that she did not want her son to have anything to do with them ever again. Rias stood up slowly, her head held low. Tiamat stared at her, her face stoic as she pierced her with her chromatic eyes. Rias approached, no one stopping her, as most did not want to stand between her and the anger of a mother, a dragon mother. Tiamat asked what Rias wanted to say, whether she was sorry or wanted to make amends for her actions. Rias admitted that she wanted to express those feelings, but she also had a question. Tiamat's voice became stoic as she asked Rias what she wanted to know. Rias felt she had no right to look at Tiamat, aware that Tiamat knew of her wrongdoings. Tiamat cut her off, confirming that Rias's actions were part of the reason for her decision. Rias clenched her fists in frustration, realizing that her biggest mistake would prevent her from being with someone she cared about again. Before Rias could respond further, The sound of doors opening interrupted her. Everyone turned to see 3 figures in the doorway. One was a tall, red-haired man with a golden horn nose ring. Another was a young girl dressed in black, with long black hair and emotionless eyes. The last figure was Issei, who had not been seen in his current state by most of the group, except for Tiamat, Grieving, Rias, and Surzex. His curly crimson hair and golden horns, along with his sun-golden eyes, made him appear striking. He wore only a pair of shorts and a t-shirt. Tiamat, seeing her son out of bed, flew over to him, wanting to lift him into her arms. However, she was stopped by Great Red, the red-haired man. She yelled at him to let her go, not caring who he was, as her only desire was to take her son and leave that place. Great Red insisted that they all needed to hear what Issei had to say, as he was the person Tiamat was trying to control the future of. Tiamat backed down, understanding the gravity of his words. Great Red kept a hand on her, not fully trusting her. Tiamat sighed and turned to Issei, noticing that his eyes had become calmer than before. They were still aflame, but there was a sense of peace in them. She asked him what he wished to say, trying to sound as loving as possible, though tears were beginning to well up in her eyes. Fortunately, none of the others, aside from her son and the dragon gods, could see her vulnerability. Issei stepped forward, standing slightly ahead of the 2 gods. He felt uncomfortable under so many gazes but knew he had to say this. He had to, or else he would come to regret it. Earlier, in Issei's room, Issei had awoken from his slumber, more of a quick nap than anything else. He opened his eyes, hoping to see his mother, but instead found 2 other people, Ophis and Great Red, the dragon gods. He blushed a bit, feeling unworthy of their attention and even more that they seemed to care enough about him to visit. The 2 gods exchanged confused glances, neither understanding his reaction. "Hey Ophis. What's up with this kid? I know he's been in a coma for some time, but isn't it a bit weird for him to suddenly blush at the sight of us?" Great Red asked, glancing over his shoulder to see Issei carefully and silently watching them. "It is a bit weird, and even weirder is the fact that you think he would blush at the sight of you. He must have seen me just now and realized I am the most beautiful dragon he has ever seen," Ophis declared, her stoic voice and face not matching her teasing tone. "Like anyone would ever fall in love with you, you overused the lowly trope. Just use your older form already. People are starting to get the wrong idea." Great Red whispered, raising his voice slightly at the small goddess, who looked confused before noticing she was floating to maintain eye contact with him. "You have a point, Baka Red," Ophis replied, and before Great Red could comment on her insult, she turned to Issei, who was still sitting and waiting patiently. "Boy." "No, Issei, I am Ophis, the Ouroboros dragon god of infinity. This here is Great Red, the true dragon god emperor. We have come here to give you a gift from Issei. He left it for you before you both succumbed to your forgotten dragon juggernaut drive," Ophis explained. Issei felt confused as he didn't remember leaving himself a gift. Then he recalled that the other part of him, the owner of all his new memories, also bore the name Issei. "What did he leave me?" Issei asked. Ophis and Great Red looked at each other before extending their left and right arms toward him. "He gave you hope and love," they said in unison, each using a different name for his gift. Issei looked at them, puzzled, until he noticed a green gem forming above their hands. Intrigued, he gazed at it. Being a dragon and a young one at that, new things fascinated him, especially those that could be considered treasures. The gem began to shine, glowing outward and filling the room with a sort of northern light, dancing in various shades of green. Issei's eyes sparkled at the sight, becoming mesmerized and trying to remember every detail, as if he feared he would forget it all. "It's beautiful. Is this hope? Or is this love?" he asked aloud, but the 2 gods remained silent, barely knowing either. Then the light intensified, revealing new and unknown shades of green. The 2 gods felt a mix of excitement and concern, but they kept their composure to avoid alarming the young hatchling. "What is it you desire, Issei?" An unknown voice spoke, causing all 3 dragons to look around, searching for the source. The voice laughed softly at their confusion, leading them to discover it was emanating from the gem. "Who are you?" Issei asked, slowly crawling toward the gem on all fours, still unaccustomed to having only 2 legs. I am desire. Rather, I am your unknown desire, the voice replied, its tone shifting seamlessly between genders. The 2 gods decided to remain silent, sensing that this was Issei. Hayadu's true gift. My unknown desire? Issei echoed as he settled at the edge of his bed. Yes, I am a desire you still don't know or have yet to realize. That's why these 2 behind you couldn't say my true name, as desire is the reason behind most feelings, Desire explained. Issei nodded, not fully grasping the concept but beginning to understand. I have been asked by a boy, who was almost purely driven by desire, to help you with your own desire, Desire continued, leaving Issei puzzled until he remembered that Issei Hayadu was known for being quite open about his desires. I see. But what is it that I desire then? I don't think I desire anything well. Issei hesitated, recalling his earlier thoughts. He did have a desire to be rid of these memories and simply be himself again. You do have one. Everyone has one. It doesn't have to be lewd, evil, or comical. It just has to be a desire to obtain something, Desire clarified, trying to help Issei realize his own longing. But what desires did he have, other than wanting to forget everything that had happened to him and lose these new memories? You desire love as well as hope, Issei. I can see it in your eyes. Issei looked up at the gem, stunned that it knew something so deeply buried within him. How did you know that? He asked, his voice trembling slightly. I am desire, silly. I recognize desire when I see it. And I also understand the nature of that desire. For example, you desire love, but it's not romantic, at least not yet. You will have to handle that one alone. No, yours is a desire for familial love. You want you and your mother to have a perfect life, Desire explained, prompting Issei to nod in agreement. He truly wished for him and his mother to enjoy a perfect life together, where he could protect her and she could live peacefully. It was a childish desire to show love, but a noble one. You also desire to become friends with Issei Hayadu's old friends. A small ember of hope inside you wishes for this, even though they hurt you, you still wish to be friends with them, Desire added, causing Issei to lower his head, knowing it was true. He wanted to be friends with them, as they had always been his friends. He didn't want to lose them and return to a solitary life with his mother. He longed for companionship, for lifelong comrades, for a family that extended beyond just him and his mother. Yet he also felt resentment towards them because, as Desire had pointed out, they had hurt him. They had only been friendly towards him because, in their eyes, he was the one keeping them from reaching Issei Hayadu. However, the golden-haired girl was different. She genuinely wanted to be his friend and did not wish for Issei Hayadu to return, claiming he had deceived his rest. Desire spoke. I can sense that you have recognized your desire. Now, all you have to do is accept both these desires and all those people for who they are. Make them your friends, make them your family, and keep them safe, for your own sake. Issei lifted his head to see the gem beginning to dim, taking away its guiding light. What am I supposed to do? Please tell me. I can't do something like this after all I have done to them. Issei cried out, but it was already too late. The gem and desire had vanished, leaving only Issei, Ophis, and Great Red. He hung his head low, believing he had failed before he even tried. If it's just pain, I'll endure it, Ophis said, looking at Issei with a small smile. Issei looked up, confused by her words. What are you saying? He asked, but before he could get an answer, Great Red chimed in, I am fine with being foolish. Great Red blushed slightly, feeling a bit embarrassed by his comment. Issei only grew more confused, prompting Ophis to float closer to him. These are words Issei once said when he faced a difficult choice or challenge. Learn from them, they hold a certain wisdom, Ophis explained simply before floating backward again. Issei stared at her, even more puzzled. He began to contemplate those words, trying to uncover the wisdom they hinted at. Be fine with being foolish? Pain is meaningless? What does this even mean? Issei thought, until something clicked in his mind. Does it simply mean to live as you wish? To disregard the obstacles in your way and not always strive to be right? Is that what it means? Issei pondered. He found it appealing. It was so simple that anyone could grasp it after a moment of thought, yet it was profound. He felt he understood Issei Hayadu a bit better now. He wasn't just a foolish pervert. He was a young man who was open about his desires, unbothered by the pain it caused him. He embraced his flaws and grew because of them. So what did these words mean to Issei? To take action, regardless of whether he would succeed or fail. To confront everything head-on and discover the hard way who he was. His eyes, hair, and horns began to shine, making the two gods feel that he had grasped their message. "You ready, kid?" Great Red asked. Issei looked up at him with determined eyes. "Yes, I am ready to follow my desire," he declared, and for a brief moment his hair and eyes blazed with flames. In the present time, in the living room, Issei stood before a large group, flanked by the two dragon gods and his mother, who was being held back by Great Red. He appeared scared and nervous, yet a fire of determination burned in his eyes. He closed his eyes, breathing deeply to calm himself. When he opened them again, they shone with the brightness of two suns. Golden sunlight radiated from his eyes, causing some discomfort to the devils present, but they refrained from commenting on it. "I want to say something. Something important. To everyone here," Issei began, his voice trembling slightly under the scrutiny of those before him. He took another deep breath before continuing. "I would like to be friends with all of you." He blushed, realizing how embarrassed he felt saying this. Though his words were few, they left a significant impact, especially on the women present, who found the request of a small boy for friendship to be endearing. They had to restrain themselves from immediately agreeing, even though most of them, except perhaps Valley and his crew, wanted to be friends with him. They felt he could fill the void left by Issei and make it his own. However, two obstacles stood in the way of this budding friendship: Tiamat and Rias. Tiamat had previously stated that she didn't want Issei to have anything to do with them anymore, as some of them had hurt him in pursuit of their own selfish desires. Rias, on the other hand, had been in a confused state of mind, attacking Tiamat and attempting to claim Issei for herself. Issei felt a flicker of anger towards her but wanted to move past it. Despite his maturity for his age, he was still a child, and it showed in how he approached things. "Issei, what are you saying, dear? They hurt you. You can't be serious. Let's go home and forget all about this, okay?" Tiamat urged, trying to sway him to her side. She didn't harbor ill feelings towards most of them, but she wanted Issei to be safe, and she didn't see them as a safe choice. Issei turned to his mother, who began to smile, thinking he would heed her words. But that smile faded when he spoke. "No, mother. I don't want to forget this. I want to be friends with them, maybe even become a family with one of them." Issei said, the last part barely a whisper, only audible to those with enhanced hearing. Tiamat's face fell into shock, while Kuruko and Kenneo blushed at his innocent words. Vale remained indifferent but understood what Asia had meant. Issei acted a bit like Issei Hayadu. Tiamat continued to stare at Issei in disbelief, struggling to comprehend why he would desire something like this at such a young age, especially with women much older than him. Rias stood still, watching the scene unfold, confused as she observed Kenneo and her sister blushing, while Tiamat looked stunned. She wondered what had been said, only to have Asia voice the question that was on her mind. "What did he say?" Kenneo whispered, loud enough for Rias's peerage and family, along with all the dragons and Kuruko, to hear. "He said he wanted to have a family with one of us." "Maybe." Tiamat began to regain her composure, but lost it again when she heard Kenneo repeat the words. Stunned, a feeling of fear crept into her mind. Fear that he would leave her for them or that they would place him in a similar position that Hayadu had gained in their ranks. "You can't do that. You can't marry any of them." Tiamat roared, making Issei feel both sad and embarrassed. He hadn't wanted to say the last part, but he felt compelled to express his desire. Tears began to build in his eyes as he looked at Tiamat, his face scowling as he tried his best not to cry. "Why not, mother? I just want friends and a bigger family. I don't want to be alone one day when you fly away." Issei said, tears rolling down his cheeks. Tiamat's own tears began to flow as she understood his words. She had told him those very words long ago when he had asked what happens when a dragon dies. Instead of telling him the harsh truth, she had given him a child-friendly version. 5 years earlier, inside Tiamat's cave, when Issei could only communicate through a mental connection with his mother, he had asked a question that everyone ponders at some point in their lives. "Mother, what happens when we die?" he asked, creeping over to the open cave room from their shared sleeping spot. Tiamat turned her long neck toward him, having been previously occupied with something less important. "Why do you ask, my red gem? Is living your life not good enough for you?" she replied, her tone light-hearted, even if the joke went over Issei's head. "No, mother. I just wanted to know what happens when dragons die," Issei said, his voice tinged with sadness. Tiamat couldn't bear to hear that tone, so she moved to his side and wrapped him in her wings. "Oh, my dear, you won't have to worry about that for a long time. Besides, when a dragon dies, we fly away to a far-off land where we live in paradise, and our every wish is fulfilled." Tiamat spoke, using a bit of her aura to create a scenario around them, trying to paint an image of this paradise. "Really, mother? So when I come there, you and I can be together in this paradise?" Issei asked, a glimmer of hope in his eyes, unaware of his mother's sweet and protective lie. "Of course, my child. So when I fly away one day far into the future, don't cry because we shall see each other again. Now, let's go to sleep, or else you won't be strong enough to fly there when it's time," Tiamat said, before gently scolding Issei for being up past his bedtime. The two dragons curled up together, Tiamat surrounding him and holding him in the middle of a circle formed by her body. As the present unfolded, the others didn't fully understand the weight of Issei's last words, but they could see the effect it had on Tiamat as her tears flowed freely. "My red gem. I won't fly away yet," she tried to say, but her voice broke as she began to sob. Issei's words had struck a chord, and she knew he was right. Despite her reluctance to admit it, she was old, really old. One day, she would have to fly away and leave him in a world he might not know well enough, especially if she got her wish and took him away with her, never to see these people again. I want to have a family even after you fly away, mother. So that I won't have to fly away soon after you," Issei said, his innocent words revealing his desire for family even after his mother was gone. The others began to understand what "fly away" meant to him and Tiamat. Many were affected as they grasped the depth of his fear. He was afraid of losing people, especially his mother. It broke their hearts to hear the small child admit he would die if he didn't have family when his mother passed on. Tiamat felt it even more, as Issei had never broken eye contact with her. She couldn't respond, she felt helpless. If she took him away and then passed on, he would either die or suffer greatly from missing her. No one moved as they let his words sink in, and Tiamat continued to sob. She felt like the worst mother ever, even though Issei loved her more than anything. It was hard to see that truth when her child expressed such fear of losing her. The atmosphere was heavy, filled with the low, deep breaths of everyone present, as witnessing a small child talk about death was more difficult than they had anticipated. The sound of Tiamat's sobs filled the air as she berated herself, believing she was the worst mother of all time. The final sound was the soft footsteps of Rias, who slowly approached Issei. No one tried to stop her, nor did they know what to do, as the situation had shifted from discussing how to handle things when Issei woke up to him expressing his desire for a family even after his mother was gone. Rias came closer and knelt beside Issei, who still had his tear-filled eyes locked on his mother's. She sat next to him, her arms hanging at her sides, but it was clear she wanted to hug him, to comfort him, and to make him smile. She took a deep breath before wrapping her arms around him. He didn't resist at all. If anything, he welcomed it, holding her tightly as tears streamed down his face. Great Red released Tiamat, who sank to her knees, silently watching her son being comforted by another woman. The weight of her emotions grew heavier until she felt a gentle nudge from behind. Turning, she saw her friend Graphia's hand on her shoulder, accompanied by a supportive smile. Graphia crouched beside her, leaning in to whisper, "It's okay to be afraid of change, but right now you don't have to worry about that. All you need to focus on is that your son needs his mother." With that, she let go of Tiamat, Issei, still clinging to Rias's arm and crying, suddenly felt another pair of arms around him, ones he recognized all too well. His mother had joined the comforting embrace Rias had created, prompting Issei to cry even harder. "It's my dear red gem, mother, and your new family is here. You won't have to be alone when I fly away because they will be here for you. Won't you, Rias?" Tiamat asked softly, ensuring only Issei and Rias could hear her. Rias was taken aback by the request, feeling unworthy after everything that had transpired between them. Issei looked at her, his tear-stained eyes still shining with a golden glow. "Will you, Rias Wonison?" he asked, surprising both Tiamat and Rias, who had thought he disliked her. It seemed he either forgot or had chosen to take a step toward friendship, perhaps even family. "Of course, I will be there for him, always," Rias replied, tightening the hug with a sense of happiness. She felt grateful that Issei and Tiamat seemed to have forgiven her, and she hoped to fill the void left by Issei Hayadu with someone new to love one day. The rest of the group, except for Valley and his team, joined in the group hug, promising to look after him when Tiamat would fly away. The two dragon gods had departed unnoticed, as what truly mattered was welcoming these two new members into their family. Time skip, 100 years, Gremory territory. Inside a large throne room, not as grand as her older brothers, Rias Gremory sat on her crimson throne. Her throne rested atop a small set of stairs, with chairs for her peerage and kings in service to her on each step. Each step held a specific significance. Rias occupied the 9th step as the king, followed by Akino, then Rosweiss and Kaneko, and finally Gasper, Asia, Zenobia, and Kiba. They were gathered for an important reason. Two significant guests were arriving. One was unknown but had been persistent about meeting Rias, while the other was none other than Issei, the new heavenly dragon of sunlight. He had spent the last 10 years visiting various factions to prove he was not a threat and to establish his identity. Now he had returned to his second home, his main home being the charred spot in the familiar forest where his mother's cave had been destroyed and turned into a grave. She had flown away a little over 20 years ago, and Rias and the others had kept their promise to support him during that time. The doors opened, casting a shadow across the area near the oversized double doors, revealing a large crimson dragon, easily 60 to 70 meters long and 30 meters tall. Its head bore two crimson horns with golden linings, and its eyes shone like two suns, radiating warmth. Each step the dragon took caused the hall to tremble. Once fully inside the grand throne room, the dragon turned to face his family by bond. Issei had returned, and his Draconic ego had not diminished during his travels. He preferred to appear in his dragon form, believing it commanded more respect. Rias shook her head at her younger brother-like figure's antics before standing up and bowing, showing respect as he was still a heavenly dragon. "Heavenly dragon Issei," she said, raising her head to meet his gaze. "Welcome home." She smiled, as did the others. "It's good to be home, Rias." "It's good to see you all again," he replied, his body beginning to glow with a bright golden light as he transformed into his human form. When the light faded, a tall young man stood in his place. Despite being over 100 years old, he appeared to be in his early 20s, a perk of being supernatural and a dragon. "So, anything interesting happen while I was gone?" Issei asked, opening his arms wide for a group hug, which they all eagerly provided. When the embrace ended, Rias attempted to regain her composure. "Well, besides the birth of your first niece, nothing else," she teased, causing Issei's eyes to widen as he anticipated Graphia's reaction. "Oh really? How time flies. What's her name?" Issei asked, curious and excited to have more family. "Tia Gremory Lucifuge, she was named after my mother." "Nice one, Graphia. I'll have to thank her for that later." Issei smiled, remembering his mother and hoping Tia would grow up to be like her one day. "Well, she doesn't have much in common with Tiamat. She is very rude, gets lonely easily, and makes a mess of anything she can get near. It reminds me of someone else, though," Akino teased, causing Issei to blush as he recalled his younger self. "Oh, I heard that you had some important guests coming today, right?" Issei asked, his eyes shining with excitement, a look Rias recognized all too well. Yes, she is coming today, and no, you can't do that, Rias replied, turning away from him. Issei approached her side, trying to give her his best pleading look. Still no, Rias answered firmly, but Issei persisted. I said. Half an hour later, Rias sighed in defeat. I can't believe you got me with those puppy dog eyes. She found herself seated on Issei's head. He had discovered long ago that his head was the perfect shape for a throne, and sometimes he would convince Rias to sit there. It was a bold move, but it also made her feel embarrassed, especially since her crimson-red attire matched well with his two horns. It's not so bad. Besides, it helps people be more respectful towards you. If they don't, they'll offend someone who has a dragon as a seat, Issei said, unaware that the real reason people hesitated to act out of line was their fear of him. If only you knew the real reason, Issei. If only you knew, Rias thought to herself. Just then, the oversized double doors began to open again. A young woman entered, her long blue hair cascading down her back and her violet eyes sparkling with energy. She wore a long black trench coat over a white button-up shirt, paired with black pants and leather shoes. But what caught Rias's attention was the familiar red gauntlet adorned with golden spikes and dragon claw-like fingers. No way, she is the Red Dragon Empress Azazel was talking about, Issei whispered to Rias, who nodded in agreement, having heard the news as well. The woman stopped a few feet away from the stairs leading to Rias's throne. After a moment, her face broke into an overly eager smile at the sight of Issei. Oh my gosh. Oh wait, sorry, I shouldn't say the Lord's names in your presence, right? Sorry. My name is Jolena Gladius, this generation's Red Dragon Empress and Issei's future wife, she declared, leaving everyone stunned. A roar-like shout erupted from Issei. My what? Oh dear God. This took so long to figure out how this was going to go, so I just ended up doing this at the end of it. Well, at least I have my summer holiday now thanks to how my school works, so I can work a bit more on this. I hope you all like this. I would have liked to make this into more parts, but I think I want to get the next few ones over with soon so I can end this. This story has told a story now. I just need to get the last parts out and then do something else. I hope you enjoyed this chapter. I will hopefully have a new one done by the end of next week. The Dragon of Rias isn't done yet. We just need a few more chapters of endless coffee consumption. Bye for now. Hello, I will keep this bit short, so here is how it all goes down. You read the next 3 or 4 chapters of Dragon of Rias, and I can start working on Issei's imprisonment. Deal? Good, enjoy today's chapter. I know this one was short, but I hope you all enjoyed it and will be patient as the next one may also take some time since the last few were hard for me to write. So I thank you all again for reading this chapter and hope you will all read the next one. Goodbye for now. Hello, and sorry for the lack of new chapters for this story, but I have been having a bit of a problem with finishing it, as it would be just easier to stop it. But that is no fun, and I want to make the last 2 chapters something special, you know? So give me time, and I will deliver. With all that out of the way, I welcome you all to the second to last chapter of Dragon of Rias. Let's see if this turns into something people will remember on Wattpad for more than a week. Enjoy!